Making your way into LCS takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries, watching YouTube a lot. Saturday at Remy's place. Sometimes you wanna go hang out and banter at Remy's place. Come in and jump on lives today. You wanna be where you can see our grails are all the same. You wanna banter at Remy's place. You wanna go where people know we don't all collect the same. You wanna go hang out at Remy's place.
Welcome back to Remy's place. It is, well, Saturday night for you guys, Sunday, almost lunchtime for me. Yes, Remy is not here. Remy is busy with commitments. He might pop in a little bit later, but yeah, thank you all for joining. I suppose we'll say hello. Like the link has been sent out to a few people and things like that. If anybody wants a link, just get in contact with me via IG. But yeah, I have sent the link out to a few people, and so has Remy. So let's have a quick hello to the chat. Eli, hope you're well, mate. Les Crucius, you got beaten. You're supposed to be first, mate. You're supposed to be first. But yeah, thank you for joining. And Marty as well. Sorry, Remy's not here. You probably leave now. No, just joking. But yeah, hopefully somebody will join. Kenny Bird, hope you're doing well, brother. But yeah, hopefully somebody will join me. Otherwise, this is going to be a very, very quick stream. Yeah, well, it's generally like obviously if Remy can't do it, it's either myself or Rob Fatstacks that will do it. And Remy's sort of, as I said, Remy's busy, so you know, you just put the word out to Rob and I, because we've both got you know, admin rights to Remy's channel, to say yeah, whether you know, you could take it over. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I was on Big E's channel for a little while, just hanging out, talking about stuff, and yeah, and then I was in the backstage, you know, talking to them, and then Biggie left, and then was talking to Comic Journey for a little while, and then I'm like, oh crap, I need to start this up. And that was about 5 or 6 minutes ago. So yeah, hope you're doing well, mate. Hey Nick, hope you're doing well. Yeah, so as I said, if anybody wants the link, I'm not going to drop it in the chat because yeah, Remy's infamous for having things pop up on his channel. So I just lost the cap. There we go. So yeah, there's at the moment this is going to be a very, very quick stream because I haven't got any guests yet. So I don't even know what to talk about. Anybody's got any questions or thank you, Marty. Thank you for starting something for me. I did yeah, I did see the Ahsoka trailer only because I was watching in the mix. I hadn't actually watched it previously. And here we go. Now I have somebody to bounce off of.
I was over watching Freaky Louie. That's where everybody is.
Louis.
Yeah, Louis went live like 10 minutes before this did, and so I think a lot of people are watching Louis right now.
If I hadn't known that, I would have told Remy we'll push it back an hour or so.
Yeah, he's doing his MegaCon show.
But yes. What did you think of the Ahsoka trailer? Well, as I was just saying, I hadn't actually seen it beforehand. I saw it watching in the mix, and I'm actually very hopeful. I'm not a big Star Wars guy, but I do like the Ahsoka character, and I do like Rosario Dawson. So
Oh, wait. Like there's a difficult thing to say. Oh, I do like Rosario Dawson. Yeah. So so do a lot of people.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
yeah, no, it was
Hey, Sleepy.
pretty much kind of teased everything that I would expect.
Mm,
That it's although I guess it's a little bit different in that I thought that maybe it was going to be exploring the time away immediately following Rebels, and maybe there will be some stuff that's flashbacked in there or shown or whatever else. But all the trailer on that focused on pretty much like the current timeline type of stuff of what's going
mm.
on.
And that's
Uh,
where I'll get confused. Will be I don't want to think about timelines too much. I just want to see the show and take it on its merits for what it is. If they start talking about different time frames, I might get a little.
well, I think if they do it, so here's the thing: uh, the time I'm talking about is a time period that hasn't been addressed in any content yet.
Oh, okay.
So Rebels and essentially Ahsoka, if you know her from Clone Wars, she gets drummed out of the Jedi Order, or she
Well, I
leaves
only know her from Mando, but yeah, go on.
she. Oh, you don't know her from Clone Wars at all?
I've never watched Clone Wars. Oh, like Clone Wars the movie, yes, not Clone Wars
Cartoon,
the series. No, I've
the
never watched the
cartoon.
Clone Wars
All
series.
right,
No,
so then Ahsoka, the first time you ever met her, then was in.
in Mando.
Oh, wow,
Yeah.
wow. Then, sir, you have a little bit of just a pickup, essentially. But the crib notes
Mm,
are that she was the Padawan of Anakin Skywalker. So
that I did not know.
during the Clone Wars, she was assigned to Anakin to be his Padawan learner while he
Mm,
was still partnered up and doing around with Obi-Wan Kenobi. So together, they basically trained her.
mm.
And so she went from a very kind of timid individual. She was originally um, uh, well, anyways, she over time she became extremely confident, all this stuff. But at the end, what ends up happening is another Jedi Padawan frames her, and for some stuff, basically that so that um, she gets put on trial, and the Republic presses to try her, and the Jedi being not wanting to being at the time that they were at the time very non-confrontational still.
Mm.
Aside from this war, they basically just turn her over to the Republic, and she takes it quite personal. So that even once she is finally exonerated, and the Jedi are willing to say that they're willing to take her back, she feels betrayed by them and is unwilling to return to the Jedi and take off. This is one of the pivotal things that actually is key to Anakin's turn to become Darth Vader, is that this Padawan that he's put all this time in and everything else is just another one of these things that the Jedi Order fails to do what he thinks is the right in abandoning her and in allowing and betraying her so that she basically goes off on his own. So this is actually a really key thing in there that takes place. So she takes off. We don't see her for a while. She shows back up in the show Rebels, which in that episode she ends up showing up. Basically, it turns out she's been working to help um, establish the Rebel Alliance, or kind of in the very early founding days. Some of the stuff that we're starting to see in Andor
Mm.
type stuff, right, where they're trying to just there's different rebellious groups, but they're not yet a unified alliance. She's helping behind the scenes to try to do some of that stuff, and eventually she ends up confronting Vader at one point in that show, and she gets trapped in what's called the land between land time. I don't know.
I thought
And
you were
so
going to
kind of
say the Land Before Time. Then I'm like, isn't that a
no,
dinosaur
no,
thing?
no. There's like this some kind of like timey wimey bubbly space that exists outside of time and everything else, and she gets
Thanks,
trapped
Doctor
in
Who.
there. But later on, she gets rescued from there, and by this other Padawan, new Padawan called Ezra Bridger,
Never heard of
who's
her. Yeah.
right. No, you haven't, because he's only
Or
from
him or her.
Rebels.
Mm.
It's a him. So, anyways, she's involved with him, helping him to get some training, a little bit, some guidance, not directly because he's working with Kanan Jarrus. Kanan sacrifices himself to save the rebel crew at the end when they're fighting Moff Tarkin, And Ezra Bridger, then, who has this connection with us, he's the one who connects with the space whales that you saw in Mando when Grogu was looking out the thing, and they have the ability to travel through hyperspace. Then the space whales show up, they grab a hold of the ship that Tarkin and he are on, and they jump into hyperspace beyond the rim into the unknown. And the show ends, Rebels ends with Ahsoka who's become at this point now very much a very wise kind of master type Jedi, even though she's not a Jedi, she's just neither Jedi or not, she's a Force user. And she gets Sabine Wren, who's a Mandalorian, and they go off. The show ends with them going off to go try to find Ezra Bridger. Flash forward now to Mando, where you've seen her show up, and she's back, and she's looking for people who know something about Thrawn. Right. So the assumption here is that we've never seen that. Well, in that gap when she went out, they probably never found Thrawn, and they probably never found Ezra. And I'm sure that maybe during this Ahsoka show, we'll get some flashbacks into some of that, since we're seeing Sabine Wren in live action here. We're seeing actually all the Syndulla, who is the Twi'lek that we saw in the trailer, Chopper, who is the astromech unit that we saw. Those are all characters from Rebels that are now being shown here in the live action at this point. So they're all done with their search for Ezra. So they either came back empty-handed, or we're going to see flashbacks to that probably to some point as we get this new story of introducing Thrawn trying to pull together the remnants of the Imperial, which will probably eventually or be the heir to the Empire, is the words they used, which of course is the first book that introduced Thrawn in Star Wars. And then we'll see what happens from there, whether we start to build into the First Order or what. Who knows?
It's already sounding like that to me, Sleepy, because like nearly all these shows, I haven't watched Rebels, I haven't watched Clone Wars, I haven't watched Andor, I haven't even started we only literally, Beck and I just finished the last couple episodes of Boba Fett. That's
all I watched.
Well, I'm sorry about that one.
I didn't mind the last couple episodes were.
I didn't think it was that horrible. Why does everybody shit on Boba Fett so much?
Because
I didn't think it was that bad.
So here's the thing with Boba Fett is he wasn't the badass that we were used to, or we thought, or we had built up in our head, and so much of that time spent with the Tuskens was for naught. I mean, we spent the first 4 or 5 episodes with him playing around with the Tusken Raiders, and what do we get out of it? Nothing. There was no payoff. They got wiped out. That was it.
Let's look at it from this perspective. How many total minutes did Boba Fett show up in the original trilogy?
100% agree. Very few.
So how we build up expectations for something that's like freaking few minutes?
People have, and then of course through the expanded universe stuff, right? So, anyways, so it wasn't great storytelling.
It wasn't awful either. Honestly,
there were elements of it that were awful. We didn't need kids on
looked at it from the perspective of a neutral perspective. I'm not a huge Star Wars. I like Star Wars a lot. I'm more of a Star Wars guy than a Trekkie guy. I like Star Wars a lot. I enjoy good Star Wars stuff. This was not great. I will admit to that. Yep. It wasn't. I might not even say it was good.
Right.
But it wasn't awful. It was watchable.
That's more or less where I'm at on it. So, but yes, you're right. In that everything in Star Wars has been building that they're doing is somewhat connected to some degree. There's elements that pile onto it. Builds up the overall folklore and everything else of the whole area. You don't have to necessarily watch everything, but some of it definitely. Sometimes Star Wars is notorious though for making you do your homework on certain things, which is probably the biggest knock on it. But what one of the things that they announced was, of course, all these shows that they're doing now in this current stuff. So Andor is building up, right? The second season of Andor is going to build up to the Star Wars Rogue One, right? To fill in that gap up to there. That lays your foundation that helps to lay that foundation between 3, which was your Revenge of the Sith, your Rebels, and Andor kind of play hand in hand, where Rebels, the cartoon series there, that shows the formation of these individual rebellions and cells, and over time, slowly them trying to connect them together, which is what we see in Andor, is trying to create a unified rebellion front, not just a bunch of little individuals, because as individuals they're easy to get crushed and won't be able to do anything. But if they can come together and find a cohesive, unified force, we can do something. That's what we start to get with Andor and with Rogue One, right? Into our original trilogy that we get there. We get past all that stuff, and now you get, you know, what we're building with Mandalorian, what we're building with Book of Boba Fett, what we're building with the Ahsoka, and so these things are all going to be elements that get connected together in the Dave Filoni movie that they announced. So they announced that Dave Filoni was going to be be in charge of a movie, one of the 3 movies they announced, and his will be the movie that kind of brings in all of these different shows, that most of these shows that we're seeing right now in this post Return of the Jedi world, tying them all together before we get into the rise or the Force Awakens.
Well, do you think that the fact that they make everything so interconnecting and sometimes forcing, like you said, people to have to do their homework prior to watching some of these things, a cognizant effort for fan service as far as appeasing fans, that they feel some kind of fulfillment that these all connect with each other, or are they just being assholes?
No, I don't think they're doing being assholes. I think they're trying to fix some of the gaps. First of all, there's a lot of this is filling in stuff that was jumped over and not done well to begin with in the movies, right? But some of it's this extra lore that, yes, for fans, they want. We've been telling if you're going to tell stories in this universe, it's like, okay, well, we want to fill in. There's gaps in the timeline, and so we're filling in these gaps and we're doing these different things, and it makes sense to some degree that there's some connectiveness within a shared universe. Although, do they necessarily have to be this people bumping into the same people all the time?
Well,
No, and that was kind of the intent behind Rebels originally, and still was when Lucas envisioned Rebels originally. It was envisioned as a live action show, and it became an animation show. And his envision for it was, hey, I want to create I want a story about in the same universe, but instead of the Skywalkers and this stuff that's going on over here, let's go around the corner over here. Here's another group of people. What's going on? And that's what we kind of get. And it just happens to be that it also builds into the timeline where they placed it, builds into this building up of the rebellion.
Well, it's really nothing new though, as far as Star Wars is concerned. I mean, even if you take the original side projects that they did in Star Wars, there was some kind of connectivity always.
Yeah.
You take the Ewok adventure, you take even the stupid cartoon that they made with the like fake Christmas thing that they did. I don't know what it was called. I forgot. It's been so many years.
The holiday
There's always
special,
some kind of connectivity. There's always these little Easter eggs and little like tidbits that like, oh, that's what happened. Or
I'm probably going to regret this, seeing that like half the shows you talked to, or nearly all the shows you talked about, I haven't seen. How does Bad Batch fill into all this, or does it not?
It does to an extent. So what we've seen with Bad Batch thus far. So Bad Batch comes out of Clone Wars. They are a batch of clones, but they have genetic anomalies, which is what makes them different and unique, and why they also don't look like all the others. Yeah, essentially.
Defective clones, basically.
Yeah, they're defective clones, but it turns out their defects give them enhancements beyond. So each one of them has a superpower, if you will, that's beyond what a normal clone trooper would have necessarily. So in that, at the end, also because of that, when at the end when Order 66 was engaged, their inhibitor chips didn't work. And so they were rogue, and they saw essentially troopers all of a sudden turning on Jedi and everything else, and went off, and so the show is them immediately post Order 66, whatever. In the process, they end up with this other clone, Omega, who's a female clone version, and they're traveling off with her. Right now, the theory that we're expecting on this at this point is that Omega is somehow is tied into what we're talking with Dr. Pershing's was talking here in Boba Fett, and in Mandalorian, where in this season he was doing his lecture where he's talking about taking DNA from two different beings and together and making a clone with additional powers, whatever. So the assumption is that he's trying to replicate some of this stuff that was originally done by the Caminos, and that potentially Omega is part of that. Omega is some sort of key and linchpin to what the Emperor was trying to do, Palpatine was trying to do in creating clone bodies for himself, and that presumptively one of the reasons why he doesn't really succeed and he's got things like anomalies like Snoke and some of these others are that he never gets a chance to perfect any of that stuff. We don't know all that yet. It still hasn't been spelled out, but these are the connecting pieces that talking heads are trying to piece together and presuming based on the story thus far.
I'm so lost with this whole Star Wars world. Like I said, I haven't watched so many different shows. The only legitimate show that I saw the whole series of so far from Disney Plus is Boba Fett. I started watching Mandalorian, which I'm kind of liking.
Uh-huh.
I haven't finished it yet, but now that I think the second series finished right now, or the third series finished. I think I'm gonna binge watch as much as I can of all of it.
That's a tough one, Simon.
Just
So
watch both.
I would watch. Well, no, Clone Wars is a lot, and there's a lot of.
That's
Clone
like 8
Wars.
or 9 seasons or something. Isn't
It's
it?
a lot of stuff. The last couple seasons are much shorter, but a lot of Clone Wars is just really filler little stories for kids.
I don't
with
enjoy
little-
the animation in Clone Wars either.
Yeah, it's so. Rebels, I think, is far more interesting to the overall story arc of the most of what people know Star Wars. But Clone Wars does have there's elements of it that are spread throughout all those seasons that are really pivotal to filling in the gaps. So it's really kind of tough. But Rebels is probably going to tie more into what you're going to see right now, in what's going on with the shows and stuff. So go with Rebels.
If you want to be a true hashtag Star Wars guy, Simon, you have to watch it all.
Yeah, but look, I will admit that, man, trying to go back and watch Clone Wars is a lot of content.
Listen, if you don't watch Clone Wars, you can't be real Star Wars community.
And it's not only is it a lot of content, it's a lot of content that doesn't matter. But the pieces that do matter are spread throughout so much of it that
I was gonna say, like, Simon's not really one of these, but if you're a big anime watching person, like I know you two guys aren't, but if you're a big anime watching person, you would understand fillers because a lot of them have main story arcs,
right?
And then there are some series that will have, like, the first 100 episodes will be the main story, and then they'll have like another 100 episodes of pure just fillers.
Well, this has a story that gets us from the Clone Wars movie to Revenge of the Sith. Overarching story that fills in all that gap through a whole bunch of individual episodes, right? And those individual episodes, sometimes it's the individual episode content that's within it that isn't really all that big of a deal. It does introduce a lot of characters that are talked about and whatnot, and fill in some stuff. But at the end of the day, if I was picking one of the two, I would say watch Rebels. If you have a job that you just are spending so much time picking your nose and trying to figure something to watch, well, then go ahead and watch Clone Wars.
But what are they, like 20-minute episodes?
Yeah, they're like 20 minutes a piece for the most part, but still, there's the first 5 seasons are like 20-something episodes a season. So it's not exactly like it's just watching 7 or 8 episode seasons, like it is today. It's a lot of content. And it feels like at times, because I went back to rewatch some of it, and it can just feel like, oh wow, this is why am I watching this? So
I don't know. I can't get past the animation. I tried watching some of it, and my kid used to watch it all the time, so I would sit and watch with him. but the animation it bugs me. I don't know. I don't know what it is about it. It just I don't find it enjoyable to watch like long sessions of it.
That's fair. And you know what? I watched, originally, I thought it was really weird at first because the first I watched was the original Clone Wars cartoon, which is now non-canon, which was done by the Samurai Jack guy.
Non-canon for now.
Right. I mean, well, that you can watch both seasons very quickly because those episodes are like 10 minutes long. So they're like super short. It's kind of cool, but at the end of the day, that became non-canon stuff. This Clone Wars became the canonical stuff. Watch this just so you can see the story of Rex at Endor. Yeah, that's one of the things people talk about is potentially that Rex was at Endor.
I would love to see some really good quality animation. Not the 3D style animation, like a good 2D style animation with fluid movements throughout the animation made for Star Wars. I think it's perfect for that. I don't know why they don't do it.
They're trying to go a lot with that sort of style now with a lot of things, not only Star Wars. I can't get used to it either because they're trying to make it look like a realistic cartoon, and sometimes it just comes up looking even worse.
Well, I understand that.
The 2D stuff, you can do a lot with 2D that a lot of people just don't realize.
And when that is done well, it's done very well. And there's a certain charm that has, and there's a certain charm that 2D has. But 2D, it doesn't have to be cell sheet animation anymore. You can do
it's all like the Japanese.
I think you'll like Rebels more then.
The Japanese still do a lot of anime in cell stuff, but most of it now is all digital. It's all computers and stuff, but it still looks fantastic even as a 2D animation.
Yeah,
I think have to check out a level.
I think Rebels was good from that aspect. The one show not to watch is don't waste your time watching Star Wars Resistance. Resistance was god awful. I don't like the animation on it. The story was atrocious, and it wasn't even targeted at. I don't even know if it was targeted at anybody in particular. They're technically canon, but I don't think anybody even knows what the hell takes place in any of the stories. To be honest, they're just awful.
So basically, it will cause you to have resistance to want to continue to watch if you start.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing. I think if you're a diehard Star Wars fan, like me with Marvel, like I'll watch everything the Marvel puts out, regardless whether it's good, bad, or indifferent.
Star Wars is right on the head.
Do the same thing.
Well, I didn't even watch Resistance. I mean, I watched parts of it, trying to watch it at first when it launched, but I really quickly realized the problem is it's written for kids. It's not written for teens or adults like the other stuff is. So it's like sitting down on your own and deciding you want to watch kids programming. Yeah. Real quickly, it's difficult to keep yourself entertained if that's what's going on because you're not at that level.
I can't agree more about DC animated shows.
Well,
they have found a formula to make it look right and feel right when you're watching those animations. Not all of them.
Which is a shame too, because like Marvel started as well. Like they did, like their real early, like high level animated stuff was awesome. Like the Doctor Strange, the Hulk versus Wolverine one.
Those Hulk versus Wolverines were done very well.
Yeah,
very well.
Those early stuff was absolutely fantastic, and then they just dropped the ball and just decided. Then they started doing the stop motion comic book stuff. So it's literally like just watching a comic book, sort of being animated basically. And that
basically what they did is they cut corners. They cut a lot of corners, and at the same time they took away a lot of creativity. Once Disney got involved with Marvel, a lot of those things that a lot of the creators took to liberate themselves. I actually got to head out. I'll be right back.
That's all right.
I got my DoorDash. I'll be back.
Food? What's food?
Yeah.
But
So,
anyways,
but yeah, like the DC animated stuff has been great.
now what you're going to see though that's going to be crazy is watch the speculators go nuts after the movie announcements, since they're doing the first Jedi movie. Is you're going to see there's a Dark Horse comic, but you're going to see watch everybody go crazy trying to chase down that book.
No, I'm assuming that first Ahsoka's probably peaked a little bit too.
Oh,
with the
that book's been through the roof for longest time. The Dark Horse first appearance, even though that's non-canonical. The Disney the Marvel first appearance is totally achievable. Well, thank you very much, there, sir.
I'm surprised. There's been no mention of Dr. Aphra, because that's another character that everybody's really hyped about. Likes that sort of character, especially because only ever. Has she only ever been in the comics? She hasn't rocked up in any animated shows or anything.
She
like
hasn't.
That,
we and she exists right now. Right now, all the TV shows, for the most part, are existing in this timeline after Return of the Jedi. Her timeline is right around A New Hope, just after the she's the stories that they're telling right now are actually after the Battle of Hoth right now, but she was originally the first set of stories they were doing was just after the destruction of the first Death Star, as Vader was trying to track down who this rebel pilot was that destroyed the Death Star. Bartel Africa, maybe he's gonna I'll sell it to you, Trev. So anyways, Afra exists in that timeline there around while the movies are going on. So it would be something that I would love to see as a live action, simply because it's basic. Because she's like this archaeologist, and she doesn't care about right or wrong. She's kind of like the cross between Han Solo, kind of the
Indiana Jones
and Indiana Jones, right? Because she doesn't care. She's just doing stuff for money, trying to make her living, type thing. At the same time, she's digging up artifacts and everything else, and would be a great series potentially, but it's not something that I think is a priority for them right now, because I think they're really trying to fix, like I said, some of these stories and that the gaps that fans have complained about. They're trying to fill some of those gaps and clean those things up. Will they eventually come to Afra? Well, I'd hope so. I'm actually surprised nothing came of it, just simply because of the way Kathleen Kennedy, while she's been the head of Lucas, she's been wanting more strong female characters and everything else. And here you have one that's within your universe that's been created on your own thing. But so far, I think they've been trying to keep their not every time they've announced projects that start to kind of drift away from their core, those end up getting axed, and they kind of reel back into the core of what they're doing. So we'll see. High Republic new books are coming out. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's been done in the High Republic. That's an era that we've expected for a long time that Disney would eventually focus on, simply because they could go before all this Skywalker stuff and not have to deal with these remnants of Empire or anything else that's known, and instead just be operating in a timeline that is clean for them, right?
Not as convoluted, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's been convoluted is their own stories that they've been telling. Because again, anything the Dark Horse done is just legends and isn't part of the canon, so they could do whatever they want. And I think we're starting to get the very first of this type of notion of these stories. It's where we announced with our first Jedi story, which is going to be that obviously the very beginning of the Force, and in this show that we're getting with called the Acolyte, that is also supposed to be taking place more in this pre Star Wars realm that everybody knows today. It's happening years and years before that.
So what is the Acolyte, like the first Sith or something?
I don't know the premise of the story. I haven't really paid that much
Oh,
attention because it's changed a lot. But some people have claimed that the original elements of it actually came out of the original treatments for the Disney trilogy, but got pulled out and killed depending upon who you listen to. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's about Sith and all that stuff is going on. So I'm not quite sure exactly what it is. I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't know. But
You guys,
it's before Battle of Yavin. So
you guys ever order DoorDash?
all the time.
Yeah. Are you happy
Well,
with
not
the
Door,
service?
not DoorDash anymore because they pissed me off too many times. But
Well, I'm at that point right now. I'm starting to get pissed off with them.
yeah, I stopped using their service. I mean, the drivers are all the same, but I mean, the way that their customer service was, everything else, I got tired of it, and so I ended up switching to other providers.
You know what they did to me yesterday? No, yesterday, like 2-3 days ago. They actually they left it in front of my door. This is New York City. Okay, you don't leave a bag of food in front of a door in a building, and then to walk away.
That happens all the time here.
Like, it's not a house though. It's not like they put it inside. They just left it outside, like literally outside. And if I wasn't monitoring when my food came in, I wouldn't know. It would have been just sitting out there.
Did they ring the doorbell or anything at least?
Nothing. Just,
I get it all the time. It's these driver's instructions I have on the app say specifically ring the doorbell.
Yeah, so does mine.
Nope, they don't. They'll just drop. They just set it down, take a picture of it, show that it was delivered, and they leave. And they send that off as their proof to the company that, hey, I did my job, even though the rest of it wasn't necessarily there.
I got ambitious today, and I ordered Mexican food. I don't think that was a smart idea. To be quite honest with you. You want to see this? Look at this. I got empanadas, and they put in a bag, a paper bag. Look at that grease.
Yummy.
Not even half helpful once
they could have at least put some wax paper in there or something, or like some kind of like.
Were empanadas Mexican? I didn't think they were.
Well, apparently they call them Mexican, so I don't know. Empanadas.
I thought it was Spanish.
Well, they made them Mexican. These are Mexican empanadas. No, and I don't know. I'm looking at them. I'm dreading when I unveil everything that's in here to see what the hell.
Common in Spanish and other Southern European, Latin America. All right. Well. Okay, I must be thinking of something else.
Every country has their own version of a meat pie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got our own. You know?
That's how you know it's authentic, there, sir. You got a greasy bag.
It better be freaking tasty. If it's gonna be that freaking greasy, it better be freaking tasty as hell. I'll tell you that.
Hey, it works for bacon.
Hey, listen. Bacon is one of those few foods that, like, it's very hard to fuck up. You know?
Right. Short of either not cooking it or charring it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very hard.
Did you turn it into charcoal? No. Did you cook it? Yes. All right, then it's fucking good.
You got to be a mental defective to really ruin bacon. You know, it's one of those things. I don't like it like super crispy, but hey, even if it's super crispy, it's still tasty as hell. You know, I like it moderately crispy. I like a little bit of flex, but crispiness at the same time.
I think maybe that's that's why I like the thick bacon.
Oh, that the thick slab bacon.
That way it can be crispy, but yet also still have some of that flex.
That's kind of what I like. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Mad Spidey, how about you? How do you like your bacon?
Cooked.
In my mouth. Got it.
And that's surprisingly, and I'm probably going to get cancelled right now, but I'm not actually a massive bacon guy. Like, I like bacon.
So, Comic Journey.
I have the reins too, you know.
I know, that's why I didn't bring you back in. I'll let you bring yourself in.
Night, you cock slamming.
Listen, the real The real food community likes bacon. You're wrong. You're completely wrong on that.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. You're welcome, buddy. I aim to please.
You've been ousted from the real food community.
See, so what, the thing is,
Like, I like bacon, but I don't go out of my way to eat it all the time, sort of thing. Like I'll have it, like I'll love it in a burger or something like that. But I'm not a massive bacon eater.
I got lots of bacon here at home because I can't eat cereal and stuff.
No, here comes the debate: Canadian bacon.
That's not real bacon.
That's not bacon. That's just fancy ham.
ham.
The bacon, I put it like this morning when I was watching Breakfast with Brian. I threw in some slices of bacon, filled up the frying pan, cook it up, take the bacon out when it's done, crack those eggs right in that bacon grease, and fry those fuckers up. Hell yeah!
Because actually, one of my favorite burgers to actually get from KFC is actually a cheese and bacon zinger burger.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to take that back, Comic Journey. You remember how you said it's really hard to screw up bacon?
Yeah.
I disagree. I think that Burger King has found a way to screw up bacon for the most part.
Wait, is Burger King the one that has those like bacon plates? Like it's like a circle fake bacon thing?
I don't know about that, but all I know is like if I go there, or even when you go there and you get bacon on the burger, it's somehow all floppy as all hell. It has no flavor, and it's just like I would never pay extra for bacon on a burger at Burger King because it's just like adding a Post-it.
But the question is it real bacon or is it like makeshift Burger King bacon?
I have no idea.
Faux bacon.
We're talking about real bacon. We're not talking about like
not sizzling
mouse bacon. You know,
for those of you who are old enough to remember sizzling.
No,
you know sizzling.
The one thing
was over bacon. Now there's something meatier. New sizzling.
Well, I do actually.
From Hormel. Interestingly enough, you know what sizzling was?
Well, it was sizzling.
It was just spam. It was slices of spam.
Was it really?
Basically, yeah. It was the same company that made it. It's just basically spam into a bacon. So like I've been known to, when I don't have bacon around here, just take cans of spam and slice the spam really thin and fry it up until it's crispy like bacon. It tastes very similar to bacon. Once you do
spam is not horrible.
No, it's not.
No.
Oh yeah, hash browns and some bacon grease. That's right, man. After you cook those, fry your eggs in the bacon first, grease, and then pull them out, and then throw that hash browns in there. Hell yeah, good call, man.
That's how you do it. You know,
that's fine as long as you've only cooked like one set of bacon in there. If you've been cooking bacon for the family and you've got like half inch of grease in there, then no, drain some of that off before. Just leave some grease before you throw the potatoes in there. But otherwise, yeah.
Rob, I don't know about everything else that's going to happen in the Hero Con experience, that whole thing, but I got a feeling that you and I are going to be restaurant buddies wherever we go and eat. I'm
a simple man. I like food.
I got a feeling that you actually like good food.
Right, of course. That's why I'm a fat man.
Hey.
It's not just because I don't exercise.
Whereas if I was coming, I'd be like, point me to the nearest McDonald's or KFC or something.
No, we'd treat you some real stuff. We get you some good biscuits and gravy.
I
gotta get some southern stuff down there, yeah.
We don't get what we call a biscuit is what you call
I understand. There's a great video I watched not long ago. It was a bunch of English kids, school kids. They sat them down and they gave them biscuits and gravy, and they're all, what the fuck? And they're like thinking, again, like you, cookie biscuits, and they're thinking of brown gravy. They're not thinking of anything else. And they're like, why would you put brown gravy on a cookie, type of thing? And they're
like gravy that you put on like it's in a meat pie, or that's on, you put on, lamb or beef or something.
Right.
Like that.
Then they put in front of them the biscuits, what we call biscuits. And they're like, oh, a scone. Well, no, it's not hard. It's soft and fluffy. And, then you put the gravy on it. They're like, oh, it looks like vomit. Because the sausage gravy does.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, because when I saw it, I thought it was like, it looked like a very thin scone or scone, however you want to sort of say it.
Right.
And that's what it looked like to me.
Do you like scones?
I actually, with like the old, what they actually classify as Devonshire tea, which is actually like big scones or scones, whatever you want to call it, and then you put cream and like a type of jam on it. Yeah, usually like a raspberry or strawberry jam. Actually, if they're done well, really, really nice.
I don't know. I put scones into the rice cake category.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them by themselves. Yeah, they're dry and hard, and yeah.
Oh no, to make it properly, it's not hard. They're big, they're nice and soft.
It's like biscotti. I'm not a fan of biscotti
and melt in your mouth.
Biscotti, it depends on the kind of biscotti you're eating and how it's made. You know, it could be very good.
Gravy on pancakes. Yeah, no, I'm not sure about that one. Even sausage gravy on pancakes, while it could be okay, I probably wouldn't. I think that pancakes, you want that sweet, you want that syrup.
You want maple syrup, yeah.
Well, maple syrup is fine and dandy, but I'm a big fan of blueberry syrup, or not blueberry, boysenberry.
Blueberry's the best.
Boysenberry syrup on my pancakes. I love.
I love blueberry though.
Blueberry,
yeah. I've always been a maple syrup sort of person.
So, I mean,
but you know what? I'm not gonna shit on the whole gravy on pancake thing because
I haven't tried
it. Theoretically, it is dough. It is bread.
It's not too different. It's not too different than biscuit. Yeah, it could be.
As long as you don't mix it up with syrup, that would be freaking gross.
But, yeah, one or the other. You don't do both. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you ever have the only thing that works for some reason is a fucking McGriddle. I don't know how they make that work.
No, that does not work.
Actually, it's not horrible.
Yeah, pancake syrup and bacon. Actually, you know, when it comes to pancakes and syrup, I prefer sausage. Bacon, I like on its own, but I actually really like sausage with the pancake syrup and pancakes there.
I agree.
Yes, waffles are better than pancakes most of the time, but not always.
A nice Belgian waffle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't have, like, we have waffles over here, but we're not big on waffles over here. Probably more pancakes than
you guys are more decisive.
A little bit, yeah.
All right, fair enough.
I wonder.
No, I like to waffle. Everybody knows I like to waffle.
I'm glad that you picked that one up and ran with it right away and got what I was talking about. Yeah, absolutely.
There's got to be some good chicken and waffle places down there, right? What did you think?
See, you know, for me, I'm not a McGriddle. Okay, so McGriddle is McDonald's. You know, the Macca's breakfast sandwiches. You guys have breakfast sandwiches at Macca's.
Burgers.
You don't have a breakfast sandwich where they take like an egg McMuffin and put egg McMuffin. And put egg McMuffin breakfast sandwich.
We just call it a McMuffin.
Good evening.
Well, we do too, but they also make them on biscuits here. Here they have muffins, and then they also have biscuit sandwiches, and burritos. So they're breakfast sandwiches. Anyways, they replaced the muffin, replaced it with essentially what is a pancake bread that has syrup embedded into the mixture, so that way it's like eating a pancake syrup with your egg and cheese and bacon. Comic Journey is saying he likes it. I've never, and I should clarify, I don't dislike it. My problem with it is it doesn't work. And here's what I think. When I eat it, and it's very much the same thing. Denny's here, which is a chain, came up with something called the Grand Slamwich, which is essentially the same thing. It became too many flavors all at once to me. When I got bacon, egg, cheese, pancake, and syrup all going all at once, it was just too much. I could never decide.
That's too much. Yeah.
Is it good or is it bad? I don't hate it, but I don't like it. And it's just, it's got all these flavors I like, but simultaneously hitting me at once. I personally, it doesn't work for me.
Yeah, see, I wasn't gonna hop on, but then you guys started talking breakfast foods, and that dragged me right in. But I agree with you, Rob. Like
breakfast, right?
What the fuck kind of nuts are these?
I all of those elements I want to eat for breakfast, but I wouldn't put them all in my mouth at the same time. Right? Yeah.
So yeah, but for me, when it comes to like the sausage, biscuits and gravy, I'm not a huge biscuits and gravy guy, but I do love that sausage gravy, and I love myself chicken fried steak with eggs and that gravy all over that stuff. I'm a big fan of chicken fried steak with sausage gravy.
Well,
Yeah, that is as American as cherry pie is the sausage gravy, man.
Right.
I like chicken
I mean,
fried steak.
you would have a hard time finding that in Canada. Like, we don't have sausage gravy.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
But let
Yeah.
me clarify with the McGriddle. I've only had it a couple of times.
Mhm.
Okay, it's not like I have had it a lot, but when I tried it for the first time, I went very apprehensive into it to try it, almost like how I go into a McRib, like thinking this thing is gonna be shit. You know,
I just thought of something.
It pleasantly surprised me that it actually did not disgust me. So does that make it a little bit better? Like that's why I say
Sure.
it works.
It didn't disgust you, but yeah. I just thought of sandwich, man. I think this would be great for those Americans. Hook me up on this one here. Let's take our macas. Let's replace that bacon or whatever. Let's take their little fried chicken patty or whatever. Let's cover that with some sauce, a little bit of sausage gravy in there between the biscuits, and have ourselves a nice chicken and fried chicken patty with sausage gravy and egg and side of a biscuit. That'd be awesome.
It could be good. That could be good. I would actually like to see
Give your sausage gravy on the side for dipping.
I'm going to try that one time with a pork cutlet. I want to try to do a chicken fried
pork cutlet.
I think that would probably be freaking awesome. I got a feeling that would be the case.
So, Drac, what's your breakfast of champions there in Canada?
I mean, I guess I have a few go-tos. I mean, you can't go wrong with pancakes and bacon and eggs. I usually will go scrambled eggs or sunny side up, but
sunny side up. Okay, I'm more of an over medium guy myself.
No, yeah, runny yolk for sure. And yeah, pancakes. I like waffles too, but
let me ask you a question because you said sunny side. So do you like them sunny side up or do you like them over easy?
Yeah, I guess it would be over easy. Yeah. Over easy.
Because I like to get that the top side of that white stuff to get a little bit of cooking. I don't want it cooked.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit on both sides for sure.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm a sunny side up
and
guy.
Scrambled eggs. And that's another thing because there's two real distinct ways you can do scrambled eggs. There's the kind most people have had, which are pretty easy, or you can go the traditional French method, which is a much creamier, almost runnier scrambled egg. And if you've never had it before, it looks kind of gross, but it's actually amazing. And that's where you have to cook them much slower and lower and constantly stir them. But the French way of doing scrambled eggs is actually incredible if you have the patience.
Yeah, no, I don't.
This is the most un-nacho-like looking nachos I've seen sent to me.
That's not appealing looking.
It's like completely dissected. And here, it's got these like pickled peppers next to it.
Not exactly. Yeah. So, Comic by the Bay is asking about grits. Now, I have tried my damnedest because I like a lot of Southern food. I've tried my damnedest to like grits, but I just can't do it.
Never had them. I would say don't force yourself to like them.
I've had.
Well, no, what I mean by that means that I have tried them on multiple occasions from multiple different people preparing them in different ways. I've just never been able to.
Yeah.
I don't care for my corn like in that fashion. So.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of breakfast sausage. I like to do that whenever possible. Another thing, so yeah, in Canada we'll have like a typical Canadian breakfast is not that different from America. I like a full English breakfast minus the tomato. I don't get why they have the tomato on there, but I'm okay with the baked beans. I can do that. Full English or full Irish. I like the full Irish breakfast because they have the addition of the black pudding, the blood sausage, which I am a fan of course.
This is fun. Is actually this. I had green eggs and ham in school, as something funny that my mom actually did for me when I was in kindergarten. She came in and read Green Eggs and Ham and cooked that. And then I actually did it for both of my kids when they were in kindergarten. I went into the classroom, read Eggs and Ham, and then as they're cooking session, we did Green Eggs and Ham. But I mean, how you did it really was we used scrambled eggs with a little bit of blue food coloring in it. And we would teach them what happens when you mix yellow and blue. So it was a learning experience. And we actually did spam instead of ham, only because you could give a kid a slice of spam and a plastic knife and have them cut it up on their own without risk of anybody severing a finger, becoming like dead. But I got parents coming up to me afterwards for weeks and stuff saying my kid won't eat anything except green eggs and spam now. All he wants is green eggs and spam for breakfast.
All right, give you guys an update. The empanada is not shitty. It's okay.
Oh, that's good.
It's okay. It's edible.
Anyways, that sounds good, Ozzy. I love polenta. Do you guys like blood sausage? I'm
not a blood sausage guy. I do love those too. Eggs with Italian sausage. I love that. Or eggs and linguiça. I like that as well. But Italian sausage, I think, if I'm doing a scrambled eggs with Italian sausage in it, oh, so good.
I'm not that fancy.
Every country has their own way of making blood sausage.
That's true. Yeah.
Depends on where you're getting it from and who's making it.
Welcome to Breakfast Talk.
I mean, the English is like usually like some pre-made thing. It's not great, but like traditional Boudin Noir French blood sausage it's incredible if you make it properly.
So I'm really curious to see how far behind America Canada is. Has Tim Hortons introduced a breakfast sandwich by splitting their donuts and putting their eggs and bacon and stuff between a donut?
No, I've personally eaten donut sandwiches, but Tim Hortons doesn't offer those. I have
it's like
ordered
living in the dark ages.
Yeah, no, I used to go out when I would go out to partying with my brother. Sometimes we'd go to this donut shop nearby, and we get them to make us a donut sandwich, which is really great drunk food. Obviously,
right. When you're sober, it's not. It's a lot of. It can be also depending on what.
Yeah, and fun fact.
It could be a lot of interesting flavors, but.
Fun fact: that donut shop, which no longer exists, but that donut shop was the donut shop they converted into the set for. What the fuck is it called? The donut shop from Umbrella Academy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Whatever that was. Anyways, that's where I'd get my donut sandwiches.
Update on the nachos.
Yep.
The steak is very tender.
Okay.
It looks gross as hell, but it is edible.
Well, that's good.
And it is tender.
Spidey, what's your favorite donut?
I'm a Krispy Kreme man, only because we don't.
Forget brand. There's a box of your favorite brand on the counter. It's a magical box that has every single flavor that they produce. Which one are you grabbing out of the box?
I'm actually like a good strawberry jam donut. So it's strawberry icing on the top, solid with the jam in between, and that's usually the thing. But I talking like I know you said not brands, but I can't go past an original glaze from Krispy Kreme that's straight off the rack.
That does make a difference. Yeah,
because like we only have one place in Melbourne that actually like makes the Krispy Kreme donuts, and like it's a shop front as well, so you can go in there and buy them. Obviously,
right.
But they distribute to
everywhere
all the 7-Elevens and any supermarkets that keep them and things like that. But it's always best to go to the source because they're always the freshest and the nicest at the source. And it just happens to be about 10-minute drive from Beck's house.
Interesting. Dracula?
Yeah, obviously, I got plenty of... I'm probably within the walking distance of like 30 Tim Hortons. So Donuts are not an issue here. I can get them easily. But yeah, I'll usually go classic chocolate dip or maple glazed. However, I am a huge fan of the Krispy Kreme original glaze. That is an amazing donut.
Interesting.
Yeah.
DJ?
If I'm gonna say a conventional donut, I could never go wrong with a classic original glaze. That's just my go-to. Maybe if it has jelly in it too, that's fine. If I go unconventional, which you don't find in every donut shop, I often go into some of these fancy donut shops that make glazed donuts with like little chunks like of thick bacon on top. Killer. Cool. You can't go wrong with that, but you can't find that everywhere.
This panel is showing me something, which is I've kind of thought. I have thought for a long time that when you're young, you were definitely a chocolate donut. That was like the donut of choice. But as you grew up, you learned to appreciate the other donuts in the box. Me personally, my go-to. I love a maple freaking donut. That is my go-to.
Can't go wrong with that.
And now that they introduced maple donuts at Krispy Kreme as well, phenomenal.
Not over here yet.
Oh. Yeah, the maple dip donuts. It's that or chocolate. No, when I was a kid, my go-to as a kid was Tim Hortons French cruller. I loved that because it was like the sweetest, and it's super sweet and fluffy, like flaky rather. And
you gotta have a French cruller that like
I think it had the most sugar was the thing, right? So
we got Comics by the Bay. He's a maple bacon guy. Comic Ozzy and Sleepy Reader are on board with the chocolate. You know what's interesting with chocolate? I found not all the time, but Krispy Kreme, my biggest issue with them is it almost like it's too sweet at times, where it's like almost your teeth hurt. And like if you got their chocolate where they took the iced donut, the icing, and then put chocolate over it or whatever, or vice versa, it was way too much. But they every once in a while they have something new now called their chocolate frosted donuts, where they take that same base donut, but they don't put the icing on it, and they just put the chocolate frosting. And instead of on the top, they actually put it like all around it. It tastes way better to me because it's not just over the top. But so we had the chocolate. We had an Oreo donut from Couch and Slouchin'. K-Pop says just donuts, giving us our best Homer Simpson. Old-fashioned donuts. There you go, Nick. That's that's one I will eat an old-fashioned donut, but it will be the last one in the box for me. I like the raised.
Yeah, that's
superior.
The last one I'll eat for
Actually,
sure.
I'll rephrase that.
Powder donut would be my last donut. I hate powder
is
donuts.
second. Cake donuts.
Yes, the cake donuts.
With one exception.
Hate powder donuts.
Yeah,
Sugar powder donuts.
I love
I
sugar.
hate them.
God, I want a cup of coffee. I just want to dunk it in the coffee like pretend I was a cop in the 70s. But no, the one exception when it comes to cake donuts for me, Krispy Kreme has a pumpkin spice cake donut. That
I've had those. They're good.
Yeah, it's a great dessert. Actually, I forget it for the morning. I'd rather have it in the evening as a dessert. Very good. Let's see. Remy says we're making you hungry, Katie. Or
I wrote that.
Timmy's bear claws are great. Says Kamikaze.
Well,
the other thing
are very filling too.
The other thing that we have over here, like, and it's probably what you're referring to, but it's very big, especially like near our like markets or things like that. They just have what we call a hot jam donut. So it's literally just a solid donut with the jam in between, and it's covered with just sugar,
right?
But it's made with hot jam. So, and it's that stuff. Just if you get it straight, you get it straight out of the thing. You say, "I want a dozen," or "I want 4," or whatever number you want, and it's just awesome. And it usually burns your tongue, but you still love it all the same.
What about custard-filled donuts? You guys, where do you stand on custard-filled donuts?
Yeah, like Boston cream. I like. Yeah.
Like our custards probably might be slightly different. Maybe, I don't know. It might be the same. I'm not 100% sure, but I still enjoy, as long as it's not overfilled with custard. As long as it's got the
Yes.
right amount in it.
I don't mind a little bit in there as an extra flavor.
Yeah,
So
I don't want to bite into it. It goes everywhere.
I don't want a scene from Van Wilder.
As long as it's not that shitty canned Bavarian cream donut, like they get out of the can and they put it like straight like yellow cream in there. As long as it's like a little bit,
When
homemade
it comes to
style.
donuts, I'm super easy, man. I'll eat those donuts, man. I don't care. It's all good. I'll just eat it all. So
I don't know. I got a little bit of a picky. I'm really, really picky when it comes to sweets. I grew up in a bakery, so.
Oh wow.
Yes, Ozzy with the cannoli. Yeah, 100%. I love cannoli.
Yeah.
Again, as long as it's not coming out of a can, the cream.
All right, fair enough. There.
Blank apple fritters.
Apple fritters. Well, apple fritters.
Yeah.
That was the thing you used to get as a kid. Sometimes you'd go in and they tell you could only have one, and so you'd look for the biggest thing on the behind the counter. And apple
Yeah,
fritter
it was apple fritter. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bear claw.
And then you'd be eating it and realized, I really kind of wish I got something else. But
You guys
like
get
apple fritters.
chocolate eclairs out there?
yeah, you get chocolate eclairs, or just
I was
donuts.
just
Yeah,
like-
I love a maple donut bar, but again, I'm going back to my maple stuff. But
I used to love chocolate eclairs when I was a kid.
yeah,
Mhm,
not a big.
yeah.
What's funny is I'm not a big fan of cinnamon rolls, though.
But have you ever had
Oh,
those?
I am. I love cinnamon rolls.
Oh, I don't mind them. Don't get me wrong. If you put them in front of me, I'll eat them.
Have you ever had those maple donuts with the like chunks of bacon on them?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some. I'm not. I can do without it. I love my bacon. Don't get me wrong, but I'm also kind of. I like my donuts. I don't necessarily need them to mix together, but.
They've never done the bacon on donut.
Oh my
thing,
god!
eh?
If it's done well, done well, it's not always executed well. But if it's done well, it is really good.
Bleeker's in on the Cinnabon.
You know what? Cinnabon is a guilty pleasure.
Um,
If it's like you get it warm straight out of the oven with the frosting on it, it's a heart attack, but it's a guilty pleasure.
Yeah, I don't know.
We just don't get a lot of this sort of stuff over here. Like we might have it, and it might be called something different. That's why I'm just like drawing a blank.
Yeah,
on
well,
most of
Cinnabon
it.
was a chain of them, but we used to when I grew up, we always used to have when we had cinnamon rolls. It was usually like either the Pillsbury roll that Mom popped open and threw in the toaster oven or something and baked it and put the stuff on, or else with the cream cheese frosting, or else you just got the pre-packaged Spenharts or something, which was like, But as a kid, it was a little better than nothing.
Yeah, I think we just don't get the range. Like there are a lot of what we call like boutique donut shops popping up now.
Yeah.
Like you go in there and you're like, I'm not spending like $10 on a donut. That's just ridiculous.
We got lots of those in Toronto too. Yeah, and plenty of vegan donut places, which vegan donuts are surprisingly good.
We went through those gourmet donuts and probably about maybe 15 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're on with Food Talk. We've talked about breakfast sandwiches. We've talked about your eggs and how you like your bacon, and we've talked about some donuts. Now I think it's time to move on to lunch, guys. You get yourself
it's
a
only
sandwich.
where the real food community assembles, right?
Right.
Yes,
let's start
that's
first
right.
with the deli. You're going into a deli, sandwich time. What's your go-to sandwich? CJ.
Listen, we're in New York right now.
That's why I'm starting with you, sir.
All right. Do I go to a random deli or do I go to a deli that's a
Whichever
destination?
doesn't matter. Whichever deli you want to go to, whatever. So go ahead and tell us about your pastrami sandwich.
There you go. You're gonna get a nice pastrami sandwich. You're gonna get it on rye. You can get a nice chunk of
The only question is the
sauerkraut on
deli
it.
owner orthodox or not?
Well, they have to be. If they're not, listen. New York has got a unique sandwiches here. We got really unique sandwiches. I mean, you go with the pastrami, which is freaking. You're gonna come to New York, have a pastrami sandwich, and don't go to the tourist traps. Go to the good ones. You're gonna go have a good pastrami sandwich, or you could go into the Bronx and have a freaking chopped cheese. I don't know if you guys even know what that is.
Yeah, I do.
But that's
I've never had one, but they look good.
you get one of those. That's a guilty pleasure. It's a freaking grease attack and heart attack per second, but tasty as hell. You can't go wrong with that. How about a gyro, a euro? Huh? You can't go wrong with that either.
Yeah.
All right. So
absolutely.
I said one.
Well,
Your one sandwich. We got yourself. You're getting your rye, your pastrami. What are you putting on it?
definitely putting some sauerkraut on there. You have to have sauerkraut. You're gonna have a nice, rich deli spicy brown mustard on there as well. You're gonna have to have that. It'd be nice if you just lightly toast the rye. Just slightly toast it, just to give it a little bit of crisp, and not and not let it get soggy, because once you get into that sandwich, it's gonna get soggy. And a pickle. Don't forget the pickle on the side.
Right, pickle on the side. Well, now is it dill or sweet?
Well, I'm gonna go with the dill. You have to go with the dill. Yeah.
There's only one right answer, and you chose it. So very good. All right, Spidey. What's your
sandwich? No.
Is that
Spider
legit
sandwich?
Is that
You know-
legit?
you know he's
go-to,
gonna say his
or are you
spider
just doing
sandwich.
that for the sake of doing it?
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm an extremely fussy, stupid, weird eater. But
Comics
I
by the
can't
day.
go
We're on
past
to breakfast. We're off of breakfast now. We're on to lunch
onto lunch.
sandwiches.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, I'm a very weird fussy eater. I don't eat a lot of things, but I can't go past just a traditional toasted cheese sandwich.
okay, you like a good
Mhm.
grilled cheese sandwich?
Grilled cheese.
Yeah,
What kind of cheese? Or cheeses?
just plain
Fontana.
cheddar cheese, like nothing fancy. Just a plain cheese, as long as it melts nicely,
Mm-hmm.
but doesn't go everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
but doesn't taste like cardboard.
And what are you eating it with?
My hands.
No, I mean, are you pairing it with a soup, like a
No,
tomato
and
soup, or
I'm not a
or a
big
chicken
eater
noodle
either.
soup, or just okay?
No,
So
it'd
we
just
have.
be.
What kind of bread are you putting it on?
Toasted cheese sandwich,
Just plain old
white
bread.
bread. I'm not
So-
a fussy guy.
So you are a simple man. I like it.
A simple man.
You disappoint me. I was expecting some kangaroo meat sandwich, and you're
I said
getting
that's why I said Vegemite sandwich first.
So this is good. So here you go. Are you when you're toasting it? Are you putting butter or mayo on the bread?
Putting butter or margarine, whatever
Okay,
you sort of.
fair enough.
Yeah,
You know what's funny?
very
I
plain.
had never seen anyone use mayo. And then I was at a sandwich shop one time, and I saw them using the light coating of mayo on it when they were being grown, and now that's all I use, to be honest.
Mhm.
And I'm completely sold on it. Works great. It's just a light, thin amount, and for the getting that grilling zone. But
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of a grilled cheese sandwich. I know it's not my go-to, but I'm a big fan of one. I especially like if you grill up some salami and throw that in there with it. Then I know it becomes a grilled salami and cheese sandwich. It's not the
So
same
I
thing,
don't mind some ham quite
Yeah.
often, like a ham and cheese. But
Yeah.
also a big favorite of mine is actually like crumped up little chicken pieces and actually building a sandwich with
There you
chicken
go.
and cheese.
Hey, you're going away from your cheese sandwich. Very good. Drac.
Well, I like to pair it with a French onion soup.
Huh.
Good pairing.
Yeah.
What's your
Yeah, I
good
can
cheese
see
sandwich?
that. So I'm a big Italian sandwich guy, and I'm not talking an Italian sub from Subway. That's not what I mean.
Nobody's
I mean,
thinking.
come on, that's up.
I'm sure nobody here is thinking if Subway for anybody here.
I certainly hope not. Now, Ozzy mentioned a veal sandwich, which is very high up on my list, but it's not my favorite. My one sandwich, that's easy. Very simple, 3 ingredients. Focaccia, the fresher the better, even still warm if possible. Focaccia, very thinly sliced mortadella, and fresh mozzarella. That's fresh mozzarella, so like a fiore di latte or a mozzarella di bufala. Not like a stringy mozzarella. It's got to be fresh, and that's it. Those 3 things. That's the best sandwich you'll ever eat.
No capricola. No.
No,
pepperoni?
I mean you could, but I'd say just the mortadella, just the 3, because you don't want too much going on. You could put a bit of like giardiniera on there or something, or some chili, but that's about it.
All right.
Where the hell am I
call.
bougie?
I'm going to tell you, for me, it's a tough decision because I got 2 sandwiches that are my go-to. That's a good slot there. Good K-pop there. I like your thinking. The toasted salami with provolone. That's pretty good. Yeah. I personally, if everything else on the plate, I'm gonna grab a Philly cheesesteak. Hands down, every day of the week, I go Philly cheesesteak. But my close second, I love on a nice sourdough roll,
Hmm.
a grilled chicken with cheddar cheese, mayo, mustard, lettuce, some onions, red onions. That
Yeah,
is just a
that's a good
great
sandwich.
set of flavors for me.
Yeah.
But if there's a even better, if I'm at a good place and they got a Philly cheese, I'm going Philly cheese every time.
Hmm.
Hey, Philly cheesesteak is wait, hold on a second. We didn't ask the right question. Are you a whiz guy or
No,
are
no, no,
you
no,
a
no. I would
real
prefer
cheese?
provolone, but I'll take the white cheddar too.
All right, so I'm provolone guy too. But
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you're not one of these weird
No,
whiz
no,
guys.
provolone, some grilled onions, grilled bell peppers, um, with just a light bit of mayonnaise there, and a nice, really good soft roll. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
I got
So
Listen, swear by the whiz.
my sandwich might have sounded the fanciest, and if you live in rural Idaho, you might not be able to get fresh mozzarella too easily. But that's literally, it's like the simplest thing, like one meat, one cheese, and then the bread. If all the ingredients are good, like that's all you need.
Wait, what do you top it with? Like a little bit of vinegar and oil, or
You could, but I wouldn't.
you go
Yeah,
straight? I like
yeah.
a little bit of vinegar and oil on that kind of type of sandwich.
Hmm.
very good. All right, phenomenal.
On to dinner.
Well,
I've
Is that
always
dinner gets very
been-
complicated because there's way too many
Yeah.
options. I think so.
very? Yeah.
You've eaten whatever your favorite dinner is. It's
Mm.
time for dessert.
Oh god.
The go-to dessert. Which you're at the restaurant, whatever and they've got every dessert you could
I want a
imagine.
block of Cadbury
Recipe.
chocolate.
Cadbury chocolate.
I
Okay,
actually,
interesting.
well, actually, before dessert, I did want to mention I made one of my favorite dinners for myself tonight. My wife is in Vancouver, so I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get a steak and I'm gonna eat it
I was
all.
about
I
to say,
gotta get
how
it
thick was that
all
steak?
to myself. It was pretty thick. Yeah,
Bone
it was
in,
a thick rib eye, and
bone in.
yeah, yeah,
Perfect. Exactly how it should be. Very good.
and mashed potatoes and Caesar salad. I made proper Caesar salad, which I almost never make because my wife doesn't really like it as
Right.
much. But
So now we have to ask you this next one. So we've established you're
yeah,
good. You got good choice with the ribeye. You got
mhm,
good choice with the bone in. Now,
yeah,
how did you season it?
salt and pepper, and
Absolutely,
then
very good.
in the pan was thyme. I didn't put garlic because I had roasted garlic on the side. So
Because you're
Use butter.
allergic.
Now,
yeah.
did you cook? Did you reverse sear or did you sear first and cook?
Seared first,
Okay,
and then I just put it in the hot oven for a little bit.
interesting. Right,
It
I
was
like
it was a little more towards medium than I like, but it was still very good.
that's why I like the reverse sear.
Yeah,
But good. Okay, now here's the real question: did you put the pepper on before you cooked it or after you cooked it?
I put. Oh, what did I do? Yeah, I think I'd put it on before.
Yeah, I think I learned that's how I learned it, but I've since learned
Hmm.
not to and try this next time,
Yeah,
right? Because peppercorn in that hot pan, it
yeah,
chars and then it will leave a
yeah,
little bit of
yeah.
not good flavor. Salt
Right.
only ahead of time, and should salt your steak, guys, at least an hour before you're gonna cook it. So I prefer to salt mine the day before. A matter of fact, like
Yeah.
I'm cooking a rib roast tomorrow for dinner. So after this, I'm gonna trim it, season it, and we'll put it on a rack and put it in the fridge outside overnight until I take it out tomorrow. That gives it time for the salt to pull some of the moisture out, and then for the meat to pull that moisture and seasoning back into it.
Hmm.
Then only pepper afterwards. And then
Yeah.
at that point you can use a nice coarse grinder, get some nice coarse grind on top of it afterwards. You don't get that char. Boom, pepper after. Try it
Hmm.
out.
That's a good tip. Yeah.
Matt, you're gonna
Yeah.
find that once you do this, you're gonna go, God damn, how the hell did I do this wrong for so many years?
Hmm.
And then
So
you
here's the
then what's
question.
nice is you can pair that with a wonderful bourbon.
I have some Primitivo here, which I'm still drinking.
How
Here's the
heavy are you
question.
getting with the pre-salt? That's a good question. So coarse salt is your friend. Don't use table salt. You want either a kosher salt is preferable, or you can use a
Sea
sea
salt.
salt. But know
Yeah,
that
I have sea salt.
the different salts you use, sea salt is going to have a higher salinity, higher salty flavor than kosher salt is going to have. So if you're
Yeah.
using a sea salt grinder or something, you're going to use less of it than you would if you're a kosher salt. Kosher salt is far more forgiving, so I do like to use it so it has a good sprinkle on it, and then afterwards I can always add more. Or most of the time, to be honest, I have a beef rub that I've put together, which is basically salt and a couple other things, and I often will use it on the roasts and stuff. But
So
nice
here's a quick one. Sorry, CJ.
a
Here's
nice
quick one
coarse
for you.
Himalaya salt is good too.
Yep,
Just to
yep.
add on to that.
Why does Americans not use chicken salt?
Never heard of it.
What's chicken
Because it's
salt?
not real salt.
I never. Oh, okay.
It's
Is
not
it
real salt.
is
It's
it
a
chicken
seasoning.
flavored salt or something? Or
It's like
Yeah,
like
it's
Knorr.
it's what our like, and I know I'm harping on about takeaway food because that's pretty much all I eat. Because KFC over here actually season their chips with chicken salt, and it makes it just pops. Like without the chicken salt, it tastes bland and boring.
and we might have it. Might be something like over here. We have what's called seasoned salt, which is basically it's a reddish a little bit. It's got a little bit of paprika and some other stuff in it, potentially. Or we also
you
been
know, I
known to
think
use.
we've got
I
some
use
of that.
garlic salt when I'm making grilled vegetables and stuff.
We have like an onion salt. We have a
Oh, K-pop
chicken
saying we
salt.
have it here.
And then there's of course celery salt, which to my knowledge only has one use, and that's to rim glasses for Bloody Marys. And
Yeah, other than that, it's really got no purpose except to take up space in your
yeah,
spice rack. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what like because
like this,
Beck
Rob.
said to me. Because Beck's been over to the States like when she was younger, and she said to me, she goes, "Oh, the only problem is if we actually get over there, we have to bring our own thing of chicken salt because they don't know what it is or haven't done it or something like that."
Speaking of celery salt, I'm wondering if Spidey even knows about this, because this is to me is a real Canadian thing, which is most people know what a Bloody Mary is, right? It's tomato juice and vodka, and I don't know what else, maybe some Worcestershire sauce. But in Canada, we have Caesars, which is the same thing, except we have tomato juice that has clam juice added to it.
Ugh.
Clamato. Yeah.
Juice. Yeah, no, that's really not a good thing.
It's basically like, I guess, a saltier tomato juice. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of tomato juice in general, so it's a weird thing.
Yeah, there's some various different ones. I know a bunch of my family and stuff that's in the South that are there. They'll tell you Old Bays. That's everything for them. And I got a big old container of Old Bays, and I don't mind using it on a few things. But
yeah, Old Bay's good.
Well, think of it in terms like this: the chicken salt thing. Is you ever had those adobo pre-mixed seasonings that they have, or the Goya ones, or like the well, that's
I have no
basically
idea
what
what
it is.
you're talking. Yeah, so you might
It's
have
found
it.
in
It
the
might be just called
supermarkets all the
something
time.
else.
yeah, let me take a quick look and see, because I don't know off the top of my head. I've never heard of it, and obviously many other people hadn't. But if I read the chat right, K-pop might have been the only one, or she might have been referring to something else.
No, it does exist.
I see it. I Google it. I see it coming up. Chicken salt. But no, that's called something else. Chicken salt. Okay, it looks like it's a form of bring out your foods.
I got a question on how you guys sear your steaks. Do you do the basting with butter on a pan method, or you do the broiler searing method?
Depends on what I'm cooking. If I'm cooking a steak that would go in the pan, then yeah, a heavy cast iron pan with butter and stuff would be the way to go. If I'm doing like a London broil or a roast or something else, then it would go in the oven and use the broiler. Otherwise, I'm also the other way I do it is depends if I'm cooking it outside. Well, then I'll have if I've slow cooked it, smoked it, or something like when I do a tri-tip. If I smoke the tri-tip, I have a grill that goes a little grate that goes on top of the charcoal chimney that allows you to get that chimney up to about 1,000 degrees real quick, and you can slap it on top of that and get your searing of the outside without adding any being on there long enough to cook any of the inside of it, so you don't overcook it.
That's interesting. I haven't seen something like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I use that at competitions because we'll slow cook it, and you want to have a nice char on the outside because traditionally a tri-tip would be cooked over like an open flame or something, and we're not doing that. So this gives you get that really high heat to char it really fast, but you don't want it to be on the heat for too long because presumably at that point you've got that interior at that temperature you want it to be because it's still cooking, and when you turn it into the judges want to see it on the very very rare side of medium rare. Typically if they see it closer to medium, they start docking you points.
Are you actively
Rightly so.
doing competitions this year?
No, I haven't seen anything about the competition being back since it got shut down for the pandemic, at least a local one that I used to compete in all the time. I didn't also go out of my way to go look because it would normally happen right about the time of Heroes Con, and I'm going to Heroes Con this year.
Another victim to the pandemic.
There you go. Cast iron. Yep. Garlic butter. There you go. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I picture too when it comes to chicken salt. I have no idea. I Googled it and I saw the product. Amazon seems to have it, but it's from a brand I've never heard of before, so it's probably some import. I don't know.
It's not great. It adds seasoning. It's better than having a bland chicken or whatever the case is, but it's not great. It's not something you're gonna go out of your way to,
No.
like shitty diners and stuff like that use that.
But as we got off topic, we were really talking about that dessert menu that's there.
We were about to get dessert, and then I sidetracked us
Talk
to
about
talk about
Talk
steak.
about the
Yeah,
steak, right? Which is a fair diversion. I'm always
Yeah.
happy to talk about steak. So
yeah, I know
you've eaten
you
your
are.
steak
Yeah,
now. You've eaten your steak.
you're
Now
a
they
beef
bring you
fan,
the
Rob.
dessert menu,
Yes.
and it's got every dessert known to man, exactly the way you like it.
hmm
What are you taking, Drac?
See, this is a tough one because I am a man with a large sweet tooth. I like almost every kind of dessert I've ever eaten.
Okay, let me make this a little bit easier for you.
But
All
yeah,
family recipes are off the table. So this is
okay.
only commercial or restaurant type.
Okay, can I
It's
go
not
with my
it's
own
not
recipe?
it's not grandma's chocolate cake
I
or
can't go with my own recipe.
no. This is gonna be something
Okay.
you would
I mean, in general, if I have to pick one, yeah, chocolate cake is one that I'm pretty much always been drawn to. I love chocolate, so a really good chocolate cake is probably
Like
my number one
like a
pick.
molten lava cake or just straight
No,
chocolate?
like a layer cake, chocolate cake with chocolate frosting.
yeah, sure.
Although I have
A la mode.
that was for years my favorite dessert, but now I'm veering more towards just what I think the most perfect dessert is. Actually, I have to say, is a perfectly baked chocolate chip cookie. That's number one.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, I've moved away. I like those at home, but if I'm out and about, I tend to be an oatmeal cookie guy.
And I think I have mastered. I've baked enough chocolate chip cookies at this point to say that I've pretty much mastered it and know how to make my own perfect chocolate chip cookie. So if anyone wants a recipe, hit me up because it's pretty much you'll become addicted to them.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's the fatso in me, but I don't consider the cookie the dessert. because unless it's
Right.
coming in like a big bowl
Yeah,
of ice
no,
cream,
I'm with you. I'm with you on that, and
That's
that's why I go to. That's why I say chocolate cake because that's a real
it's a
dessert.
snack.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe he took that chocolate chip cookie. He had two of them,
yeah,
and then he put some
yeah.
ice cream in between it and made himself.
That's
a
different. That's
You know,
ice
you
cream
know,
sandwich.
I've come back and you've said cookie. You know exactly what I'm going to say,
Right.
don't you?
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll get to you and your biscuits in a moment. So, comic journey. Same question there. You finished your dessert. Finished your dinner? What dessert are you pulling off the menu there?
I will have a banana Foster over ice cream, vanilla ice
That's
cream.
good. Yeah, that's a good.
A good high quality vanilla ice cream.
Yeah.
That's my favorite dessert if it's done well.
Bravo. That's a good selection there. Spidey?
If we're going dessert, I can't go past like just a traditional old, like, you know, sundae of some kind. So, you know,
Okay.
just vanilla ice cream with some like chocolate or caramel topping or something like that. Maybe a little, you know, cream, sprinkle of nuts, something like that. Just something nice like that, and then Tim Tams afterwards.
Heavy,
Wait,
heavy on the nuts. Is it heavy on the nuts? A lot.
Just a light sprinkle.
Oh, okay.
Not like
are
this,
you
though.
a-
Not like this.
Like this.
Are you a strawberry syrup, chocolate syrup, or peanut butter syrup guy?
Like caramel.
Caramel. Ooh,
Have you ever done
caramel.
chocolate and caramel?
Yes, because we actually had a
Proper
place
job.
here. It used to be called. Well, it's not around anymore, but it was called Dairy Bell, and they actually used to make a chocolate caramel thick shake.
Nice.
And oh my god, I could demolish like that thing, like, you know, no tomorrow.
All right. So for me,
Hey, Darren,
as much as I love a pecan pie,
Yeah.
I
Wait,
will
pecan
I will
or
never I will
pecan?
never select it, or I will seldom select it off the menu if this other is present, simply because it's never as good as grandma's pecan pie. But for me, my go-to dessert when we go out, my wife knows it every time we go, it's the same thing. I like a classic New York cheesecake, plain. I don't need any topping on it, with a cup of black coffee. Together, the pairing
Yeah.
is phenomenal.
Can't
Yeah,
go
you're
wrong
right
with
about that. Absolutely. Yeah. That's a good choice.
And I don't go with the sauce on it just because I'm not a strawberry or a raspberry sauce guy. But I can appreciate that some people dig that, but I just like it unencumbered, leave it just plain. It's got enough
hmm
for
I like the
itself,
fact
and
that
I'm
you
using
picked
the
up the New York
coffee as
cheesecake
the counter.
because that's with the cream cheese. It's made with the
Yep.
cream cheese and not the ricotta.
Yep. Yeah.
That's
Another one I'm a huge fan of, the classic, the penultimate English dessert, sticky toffee pudding.
Dude, where are you?
That is really good. No, I don't know. It's somebody yelling. Yeah, sticky toffee pudding.
Traditional is actually sticky date pudding.
Yeah, exactly. It's a sticky date toffee pudding. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
With like a whiskey toffee sauce.
Bleeker's going with the apple pie and vanilla ice cream.
Yeah,
a nice
Bleeker.
warm apple pie with the ice
That's
cream
a
on it.
serious contender for number one right there. Yeah.
So especially like a good ice cream, like a Tillamook or something that's there with a nice warm pie. Yeah,
it's so comforting to have an apple pie like that, like a hot.
Oh, you know what? You know what I like that. Actually, I would go for me. Actually, I'm going to say, if I from a commercial standpoint, I still go with my New York cheesecakes number one. You know, number two, peach cobbler with ice cream. A peach cobbler, with ice cream, so good.
I'm gonna throw something else in the
There you go. Oh
yeah.
Like chop and drop with the peach cobbler, very good. Yep, excellent.
I'm gonna throw something else in the mix that probably is like not very common to eat. A nice rum pudding. I don't know if you've ever had
I don't
that.
see that anywhere. That's for
We get a bit of rum pudding out here.
It's basically bread pudding, a style bread pudding, but
Yeah.
there's some rum in there, so it's very comforting.
Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of rum in desserts, but it can be good.
It's not overbearing rum. Don't go.
Yeah.
You know, you could taste it, but it's not like you're drinking a bottle of rum while you're eating. You know.
Do you like baklava?
Yeah, you know, I grew up making that stuff with my
Yeah,
family. I do like it, but it's not
I
something
like
that
it.
was number one on my list to go and get. Like
Hmm.
all the Greek stuff, which is really good. I'm just not like it's not number one on my
Oh
list.
no, not trifle. Oh.
No, trifle. Yeah, I grew up eating that as a kid because my grandmother, who is very Scottish, made trifle. For Christmas and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
I don't know what trifle is.
It's a weird combination of cake and fruit and custard, and so it's kind of like soggy cake with custard. I, I can see the appeal, I guess, but like the texture can be a little
Well,
hard to get over.
like the fruitcakes they sell in the Christmas and stuff.
No, it's like literally like layers of, say you would take layers of like plain like white or yellow cake and then layer it with custard, but then layer it with pieces of cut up fruit and then maybe some whipped cream. It's actually not bad, but it's just that if it's sitting there for a while, it like just becomes a soggy, mushy mess. You
Sounds
got to
interesting.
eat it. You got to eat it right away.
Is it
It's no
fresh
good.
fruit?
Hopefully,
No, I'm
yeah,
saying is it fresh fruit or is it like candied or like canned
yeah,
fruit?
fresh fruit. Yeah, fresh
Okay.
fruit.
Depending on whether it's been made or whether it's a like a supermarket type thing.
Yeah, see, Werewolf says my dad made amazing trifle. You would change your mind. I could see that. Yeah, I think if it's like well made and it's fresh, I can see it being really good. It's just my grandmother's trifle was not very good. So,
That's
But the
fair.
other
but
question we haven't
she was um
Ah, fuck me.
in terms of my grandmother's cooking. I didn't grow up with an Italian grandmother. I grew up with a Scottish grandmother of the old school, which means that she boiled everything and seasoned nothing.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So the cooking thing, which I love, I learned by
Because out of
myself
self-defense.
and from my brother's a chef, so he taught me a lot, and just learning by cooking on my own. I had no influences. Me and my brother are the best cooks in our family by far, easily.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for me, it was like my mom, she cooked, but I didn't like learn from her. Other than a few things, like she taught me how to the basics, like could scramble some eggs or
Mhm.
something else. And I took a baking class in school. My mom was very adamant that her kids, back when they used to do various vocational things, that we should take, you know, I took had to take typing, had to take a cooking class in addition to my shop classes and other things that I took. So that way, you were able to survive on your own. She wanted her kids to move out, right, and be able to survive. And but as far as other than that, all of my stuff with my cookies, it's all just my own passion for. I think after got out of college and stopped eating the food that they gave me at military school, I was like, oh
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
I want something with some flavor to it. Let me learn how to do it myself and just self taught.
Yeah, well, K-pop. Yeah, like my wife is Italian, so she grew up with the same thing, right? Wine in the cellar, and grandmother is an amazing. Both her grandmothers are amazing cooks, and so I learned. I ate their food and learned from them as well a bit. So I
Yeah,
mean, Italian food's my number one. That's my favorite food.
or was it like
Easily.
200 proof grappa?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean my grandfather was Italian and my grandmother was actually French Canadian. Uh, but they would cook a lot of. Sometimes you would want to have these things by fresh, and that my grandfather always insisted on it to some degree when it came to the making sauce. But
Hmm.
everything else, no. But that was only because he worked for the American Can Company, and so everything in that house had to be canned food from the American Can Company
Oh man.
because that's what put money on the table.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
you had to support the company in order to keep the employees. It was pretty weird, but the exception was when it came to sauce. No,
Hmm.
there was no canned pasta sauce. Everything was done over
Yeah.
hours and hours of doing and stuff. And so, yeah, I get it. I mean, today when I do it, I'm a good, you know, Sometimes I like to do it from scratch when I have the time. Otherwise, I'll do a hybrid. But
It's intensive. I mean, we have a vegetable garden in our backyard, so we don't do it every year, but sometimes we'll usually plant like a good 10 tomato plants, which over a summer nets you roughly a shitload of tomatoes. And so then you get to the whole canning process. You can end up with sauce for a whole year if you grow enough tomatoes.
oh,
So,
easily.
Oh yeah.
We
Yeah.
used to. My mom did all the canning and stuff. When we used to live up in the mountains, we had blackberries, native blackberries all over the place, and we had all kinds of other berries. And then there was the property had been converted to an apple orchard at one time, so there were all these apple trees. So it was always all summer was spent canning berries and making berry syrup and jams and apple butter and apple jam and apple cider and stuff, and just loading up the pantry with all that stuff. And then of course you had the vegetable garden going out there and the tomatoes and stuff and all that other
Mhm.
craziness. Good
In my
time.
later years, I like dry peppers. That's been my thing. I like drying peppers.
Yeah, cool.
We've had bad luck.
I'm gonna
We've
step
had
away
bad
from
luck growing peppers.
Spidey. It's all on you.
Yep.
And here's I'm tagging
Oh,
in.
it's Joe.
Tagging in
There we
Poke
go.
and Joe. Well, I step away for a moment. I've given you an hour and a half of content. You have to figure out now that we're done with dessert. You're gonna have to figure out what's next. Next topic. I'll be back.
Yeah. Next topic.
Well, sex comes after dessert. So, like now we have to talk about our favorite places to have sex. Yeah,
But you've forgotten one thing though that only applies to one panel member is what's Drax's favorite type of blood to have?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, blood type.
There might be a blood type from. Do you prefer like
Yeah.
a virgin blood or a?
All right. I don't want to say anything that's going to get me in trouble. Come on. No, I did mention before I do like a good blood sausage, so I'll go with that. Yeah.
So back to the sex talk. Okay.
So
Right.
you want to get into if you're into the virgin blood, the senior blood, any of that. No, we're not talking about any of that stuff.
Something
You're gonna
fine
keep
age.
away from that topic.
Yeah.
I mean, it could apply like you're eating, beef. It could be veal,
Right.
which baby blood, and or you could like the fully grown stuff.
I'll have to ask my butcher where he's getting it from.
Some vampire you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we vampires, we have to keep some secrets, right? So.
Well, I just want to make sure who to keep away from you. That's the thing.
Oh, everyone's fair game, I suppose. Yeah.
So what's going on, Joe?
Nothing much. How you guys doing?
Just
We're doing
chilling.
fantastic. I'm eating a shitty meal that came from DoorDash today.
Oh.
We're talking about food
Yeah, I saw
that I wish I was eating and not eating this crap right now.
that.
Yeah.
We talked about Star Wars earlier, and
Yeah, I heard both of you. I was in the other room still going through those comic books, and I was like, I need a break. And then Rob sent me the link, so I was like, well, let me show up and be awkward.
We did share a lot of information for the real Star Wars community today.
The real
And
one.
we
Yeah.
did share a lot of info for the real food community today, too.
Yeah.
Not much for the comic book community, but for the real
Yeah,
food,
there's plenty of content out there for the real comic book community.
Yeah, you guys are just way too
Yeah.
hoity-toity for me with desserts. Like dessert? It's called seconds in this house. I mean, you didn't
well,
eat
I said caramel sundae. There's not too hoity-toity about that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like
Ice cream with some syrup on it? Come on, Joe. Anyone could do that.
fancy.
Wait, you don't like banana foster? Seriously? That's a freaking badass dessert.
Do you not like because some people just don't like sweets. Do you not eat dessert ever, Joe?
If I eat sweets, it's usually when I'm sick. I know that's a weird
Mhm.
thing, but like when I'm sick, I crave something sweet.
Come
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
food.
But most
I
of the
get
time,
that.
I'm more of a salt and vinegar.
Yeah.
So am I.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, you're just a salty dog. Yeah. Yeah.
I do like. We go up to Colonial Williamsburg, which isn't far from here, because I really like the aesthetic of the place. And they have colonial style chocolate, which is just baker's chocolate. This is raw baker's chocolate.
Right.
So it's not sweet, and it's actually kind of bitter. And I do enjoy
Yeah.
it. And I eat it, and my wife laughs at
Yeah,
me.
I like dark chocolate, like really like even like 90% dark chocolate. I'll eat that.
I do enjoy
Yeah.
that.
I cut it off about 85%, but I like that style chocolate as well. Like a
Yeah.
little bit, just a little bit sweetness to it, but I like the bitterness at the same time.
Yeah, and they hand make that up there and put it in wax paper for you and everything with twine on it. It's kind of cool.
I'll stick to my Cadbury's chocolate.
Yeah, no, teeth would just fall out of my face if I ate something that sugar.
I actually live down the street. I'm not kidding. I live down the street from a Cadbury's factory.
Wow.
It's weird. It's in a completely residential area, and there's just this Cadbury factory. And in the summer, the street just smells like chocolate.
Is there a
pretty
golden
crazy.
ticket there too? Is Willy Wonka? Or is it really Willy Wonka's factory?
Their chocolate eggs. Is that where they lay their eggs over there by you?
I'm sorry to disappoint everyone, but Willy Wonka is just a 70-year-old Armenian guy with a gimpy leg. And,
But it's funny. It's funny we bring up Cadbury because like everybody who's ever tried Cadbury from here, which Cadbury originated here, and tried it over there, basically always says that I'm not being arrogant, but like says our one is still the best tasting one. The only person who doesn't say that is Nick. Nick is the only one who said that he prefers the caramello Cadbury chocolate from over in the States.
It actually tastes different in Europe as well.
Is it just is it sweeter there? Is that
that's probably what it is. It's probably something to do with this. Because don't forget, because you got to think about it, Kayla. It's our water opposed to your water, our milk opposed to your milk, things like that. So maybe just have a natural more sweetness to it. And maybe
so you're saying Australians are sweet?
Hell no.
Your water.
But yeah, it's weird that like I've actually found somebody that actually said that no, I don't actually prefer the Australian Cadbury to the American.
That's interesting. I'm wondering if all the chocolate that comes from Cadbury in Europe actually comes from Australia or is made in Europe.
You see, that's the thing when you actually got to have a look at packets, because sometimes they'll actually say on packets, and it's the same thing with alcohols as well, especially beers. It'll actually say like, brewed or made in this country, but but it's an Australian product or it's an American product or whichever. But I know that like prime example for that is Heineken. Heineken that's brewed over here gives me a headache. But if it's actually brewed properly overseas, where it comes from, I actually like it.
Yeah, I found the same thing out about Guinness because they actually make Guinness in Canada and they make it, of course, in Ireland. And I've had it in both countries. And I'm just like an Irish one. I'm like 3 beers. Like, I got to poop. I'm full. But
yeah, I do drink the canned Guinness because Guinness is my favorite beer.
Yeah.
But when I had Guinness in Ireland, a world of difference for sure. Yeah,
they actually import some Guinness in bars over here that are straight from Ireland, and I've tasted a significant difference. Significant difference.
I have a friend. He lives in Germany, and he came here, and we gave him some of this particular beer right here. It's a Chesapeake ale. And it's made slightly different in the brewing process and everything. And like he swears up and down, it's the best thing. He's like, I have to ship him beer. We have to try to get it through customs and stuff for him. And he just like it because he had Budweiser and he thought he tasted like shit. He had all the commercial stuff, and then I'm like, well, come drink some craft brews with me. I'm a craft brew drinker. No, and
have you ever had Amstel here or overseas? Amstel's the big difference.
Yeah.
Huge. I think that probably has the biggest difference in beers that I've ever tasted between two different, I guess, manufacturers of the same product.
Yeah.
Amstel is dramatically different. Beck's too, but
It's even like alcoholic, like percentage contents as well. Like you could have, like, because I know a lot of Americans that have come over here have said that, like, your 5% beer over there and our 5% beer tastes way stronger
Yeah.
than what your 5% beer is. Because they're like, oh, we've had 2 or 3 beers and we're gone.
that's because of the Australian conversion.
No, I'm talking about like not proof versus percentage, but like same percentage, like
Yeah,
it actually done as a
actual
percentage
alcohol
wise.
content.
Oh, I thought the percentage applied the same way the dollar conversion happens. The percentage conversion works the same
No.
way. And no, it doesn't work like that.
No,
No,
I don't think so.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's a good guess though. I would, yeah.
But if it was, that means
I
ours,
bet you I
ours
could
would
fuck
be,
with somebody long enough to make
ours would be weaker though if it was that way, because our dollar is weaker against the US dollar. So that'd work out against us, not for us.
That's true.
But yeah, it's really, really interesting, sort of the different things.
No, but definitely Amstel is the one that I showed the hugest difference as far as quality of product. Beck's too. I saw a big difference. Guinness, you could tell the difference, but it's not half bad. If you get a draft Guinness here, it's better internationally, but not that significantly better. Where I'm like, oh my god, I can't ever drink American Guinness again.
The biggest difference I ever saw was with, and I don't know how many people have heard this. It's another Irish-based beer. It's Smithwick's.
No, I've never.
No, I
never
haven't
heard
had
of it.
that.
Yeah, it's an Irish beer. It's sold here in the United States in certain places. Usually, you got to go to like an Irish pub. It's usually on tap. But I had it in Ireland, and it knocked me on my ass over there. I found out like the alcohol content was 10% higher than what it is here in the States. It just
You know what I like a lot? I think it has to be Irish. Killian's.
Killian's.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know how
we
it
have
tastes
that over
overseas.
here.
I would love to try it overseas.
Not as
See
common
what-
as Guinness, but it is over here.
It's going to be hard to get overseas because it's actually manufactured by Amheuser Busch.
Okay, so it's actually American beer. It's not an Irish beer.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
Budweiser. So I have
Budweiser's
nothing
not
compared
American beer anymore either.
Yeah, I mean, like everything, there's like a few major breweries that own everything, right?
I'm
Yeah.
not big into the. I growing up, my dad always had Budweiser in the house, or he had Miller in the house. I don't know. As I got older, I can't drink these beers anymore.
Yeah, I can't either.
I can't drink the Coors. I can't drink any of this. Like Coors is shit to me. I can't.
It's all gone, like, exclusive microbreweries, and everything's gone like international. It's all import or microbrewery or something like that now. Everybody's getting, like, it's not just a beer anymore.
Nah.
It's like we go to like one of our big liquor stores, which is called Dan Murphy's, and like you go to the beer aisle and there's probably 300 different types of beer.
Yeah,
It's like, what the hell do you pick?
Yeah,
I was gonna make a joke, but I don't want to get Remy's channel canceled from YouTube. So.
Well,
It's okay.
Maybe
We'll
I
pick
won't.
another one.
Can it be worse than Simon's Exposure?
What?
Can it be worse than that one? Simon's
Yeah,
Exposure?
it could be this.
Oh my god, dude! I'm eating. Fuck, man.
No, Remy's not here. No, Brie Larson.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I used to really enjoy Bud Light, but recently I've noticed it just tastes like dick. So
I can't honestly. I don't know how to make that comparison, but I'll take your word for it.
oh man, I don't know if you guys saw the lamest fucking Kid Rock's protest against Bud Light by shooting
You can't be
his
more
gun
redneck
at it. I
than
mean,
what he did. That was about the most redneck thing you can do.
it's also like, dude, do you honestly think anyone out there gives a shit what Kid Rock thinks? I don't think so.
Kid Rock 2023 Kid Rock.
Yeah.
You ever
Fuck
notice
that
he's
guy.
starting to look more and more like a geriatric Macaulay Culkin?
Yeah.
Culkin, that's it.
Yeah. Home Alone kid.
Yeah.
What did he
Home
do?
Alone.
I didn't actually follow. What did he actually do in protest?
Uh,
He
well,
shot up a bunch of beers with a semi-automatic.
yeah. I guess because Bud Light, they had I don't even know exactly what it was. I guess was it part of an ad campaign with somebody or
The trans guy. He did
yeah, right.
last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
These guys shoot up a bunch of beers.
And Kid Rock has a problem with that, and so his statement of protest was to shoot up a bunch of cases of Bud Light, and
Well,
And
he did everybody a
okay.
beer because Bud Light sucks as a beer.
yeah, yes, I agree, it does. Yeah, but it doesn't suck as much as Kid Rock.
Yeah.
He sucks even more.
But he's an American badass.
Yeah.
He comes rolling through your town.
Self-proclaimed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He's gonna
He wrote a song about it. Want to hear it? Here it goes.
I guarantee you nobody got that reference. Anybody get that reference?
Yes.
You did? All right. Poking Joe got that reference. Nobody else.
I didn't catch that. What was that?
You want to
Wrote a
hear
song
here
about
go-
it. Want to hear it? Here it goes.
That's all. Well, here it goes. From In Living Color.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The blues guy. Yeah.
See you, Kyle.
See you, Kyle.
Have a good birthday tomorrow, I think.
Tomorrow's his birthday?
I think it's tomorrow.
You know what beer tastes like? Freaking piss. Corona. I can't drink a Corona for the life of me anymore.
Rolling Rock.
Oh my god.
Right.
Oh, jeez, that's horrible.
Steel Reserve. Oh, like the worst beers ever.
Yeah, it's tomorrow. So happy birthday for tomorrow,
Happy
Kyle,
birthday.
if I don't see you.
I remember my father at one point got into a kick getting Colt 45 in the house.
What?
Remember that beer? I don't know if they
He was
even
trying to be
still make liquor.
smooth. Yeah.
I don't know if
He's trying to let the
they
ladies
still
know that
make
he's a
it, but
player.
and then my father. This is the funniest thing on earth. My father's like off the boat, Greek immigrant and stuff like that. He would go and get freaking 40s and bring them home, and he'd be like, "Look, you got better value drinking this morning." And I'm like, dude, you're drinking Old English.
Your dad was
Oh my God! All the English. That is.
I remember
old
my dad was
And he was sitting there pouring it into like a little cup like this.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
enough.
I just
like-
remember cans of Olympia in the fridge until he quit drinking. But he came home one night after he used to be a police officer, and he came home one night and after hanging out with the boys or whatever, and tripped over his own threshold and threw up all over the place in the house. My mom had to clean it up, and was like, after that he stopped drinking.
Yeah, I
Or
think
she made him clean it up, was what it was.
I think the rite of passage for passage.
Well, now it was funny because like growing up, then he didn't drink. Like, well, most of the time I was growing up, and then like once I grew up and moved out of the house, then he started drinking again, but in like just like little, very small amounts. Now he can't drink again because he's got medical issues that prevent him from doing so. But
yeah, so I'm not really a big drinker anymore either. Like I don't really drink anymore.
by Australian standards or by other people's standards?
Like drink at all. at all.
All right, because we do know you can measure yourself by Australian standards, in which case not drinking very much just means that you only drink a case a day.
Yeah, which we call a slab. Yeah.
Right.
Well done, Joe. Well done. But there is one thing that I would like to try, only for I wouldn't say nostalgia, more for the gimmick. Is I can't remember what they call it, but that thing that Chip used to talk about that's only from Chicago.
Oh,
it's not a beer. It's like that weird alcohol.
Merlot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that.
That is some rock gut garbage.
That's I just want to try it for the gimmick.
I'll take Joe's word for it. I'm not that curious.
Like I'm a functioning alcoholic, and if that was like this is what you need to drink from now on, I'm going to AA.
Well, maybe you won't need AA anymore if that's all they offered you.
I did not.
As I said, I tried googling it. I cannot find it over here.
No, it's the weirdest.
Malort. It's Malort.
Malort. That's it.
Malort, you're right.
So,
Yeah, I remember Chip
Merlot-
talking about
Merlot
that.
is a
Yeah.
type of wine, but yeah.
So
Taylor
CJ,
Winder got me to drink some. Oh,
yeah.
So what is it, some kind of bootleg beer? What is
So
it?
here,
and then you
No.
punched him in his head.
it's I can't explain it, and every time I try to ask somebody about it, nobody knows how this stuff is made.
well, so
Nobody wants to know.
yeah. So
It's like when people ask me what Vegemite tastes like. It's very hard to describe
Yeah,
what Vegemite
cardboard,
tastes like.
super easy in America. It tastes like cardboard.
So here you go. Here's the history. This is from Wikipedia. You love this.
It tastes
So
like salt and a bunch of crushed up spiders.
In the 1930s, Carl Jepsen, a Swedish immigrant, so already if you've ever seen some of the food that they eat, there you
Rat
go.
fish in
Oh,
a can.
Began marketing his homemade brew. He sold it from door to door for medicinal and other purposes. One legend said he preferred drinking the strong taste because the years of smoking had dulled his taste buds. They eventually purchased the recipe, whatever, and Malort was born. Jepsen's Malort testimonial once appeared on every bottle. And so here is the testimonial. Malort is known for its. Oh wait, Malort is a brand. It's dark. So it's a Basque liquor. Malort's name is Swedish immigrant. Yeah. Where's the hell did it? It's made with wormwood and stuff.
Wormwood.
Where the hell did this actually? There's a quote which I'm trying to find.
Brewed in wormwood or made with wormwood?
Well, the Malort
It
literally
includes wormwood.
It actually is the Swedish word for wormwood.
So is it like absinthe, but Swedish?
No, it's bitter in taste and can be found in Chicago area taverns. Is growing popularity there, but it's hard to find anywhere else in the United States.
The only way I can describe its taste, if you've had moonshine before, like Southern style moonshine, straight with no flavoring, it tastes like the first 5 ounces straight from the bowl.
Yeah, I've had
wine. That's what it tastes like.
I've never had any real backcountry Virginia moonshine, but I've had various other garage made moonshines. I've had various homemade Serbian plum brandies. That stuff is rocket fuel. And in fact, so my boss, who's Serbian, a friend of his actually blew up his garage making plum brandy. Made a huge fireball.
Moonshine, you're coming to HeroesCon, right?
I am, yeah.
We can make you up a batch real quick.
Yeah.
We can do that. That's easy enough.
Just go to the still out of the back. Should be right.
When I was like 19 years old. When I was like 19 years old, I had this friend who he moved out of his mom's place, and he was I'd say for like a year or two, he was living in a warehouse. I guess his dad bought this warehouse space, so he was just living out of this warehouse. And he had one day, I guess he'd went to visit some family, and he came back with some of his family shine. And so he had like 3 20-liter plastic buckets of this just most god-awful stuff I've ever tasted. And every time I'd go over there, these buckets, they were there, for all of July. And they're just sitting in this warehouse, no lid on them, just dead flies floating on the top. You just grab a cup and, take a sip, and
there's a way.
That's it. It was party time. So, yeah.
We used to actually.
What is wrong with you?
This one testimonial describes Malort as tasting like pencil shavings and heartbreak.
Heartbreak. Like, I don't know, Chicago's weird. They make some weird combinations in their food for some reason. I don't know what it is. They got that weird drink that you guys talk about. They decide to make like some kind of like weird brick pizza, You know, they call it Chicago style. It's not
That's
pizza.
a lasagna. I
Yeah,
love you,
exactly.
people in
Yeah.
Chicago, but that's a
Yeah,
lasagna.
it's a lasagna. Yeah.
It's not pizza. It's a
People pick it up
freaking
with your
brick.
hands.
You ever the Chicago dogs? I'll give them that much. Chicago dogs are pretty badass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the brats and their hot dogs. Hey, I'll give them credit on that one.
Yeah.
We make a good a moonshine in Greece made out of figs. I don't know if you guys ever had like a fig moonshine.
So I have
I don't
two
think
fig
so.
trees. Why you say that? Not to interrupt, I apologize, but I have 2 fig trees here in the house, and we make fig wine. I've used it in moonshine before.
Really
So
good.
yeah. I like it. A lot of people around here don't like it, but that's because they're weird sometimes. But I do enjoy it.
If you bring me some fig juice to HeroesCon, I'll drink it, Joe.
You want some Big Shine?
Some
We'll call
fig
it
shine? Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll make it bubbly because I got some champagne yeast I need to get rid of.
Okay. Are you trying to kill me? What's going on?
No, that's completely up to you. I just load the
No.
gun. What you do with it, sir, that's up to you.
Okay.
That's your prerogative.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, where is this?
Chicken
What do you got over
salt.
there? What you got? Chicken? What is that?
Are you guys chicken
An
salt?
Australian classic. KFC.
We're talking about all this good
Yeah.
food. This guy busts out Kentucky Fried Chicken. Hey, you know,
Crocky fried chicken.
you should make cockatoo fried cockatoo over there. I wonder what that would taste like.
I would
You ever
eat
see all the-
it.
You ever see the cockatoos fly around?
People are more likely to make pets out of them than eat them.
I don't know. Listen. If it's edible, you can make food out of it. You know that's the way I
Interesting
look at it.
survival tactic. All birds are edible.
So you guys know this, just so you're clear. So going back to the Malort, the Jepson's Malort website, their tagline is "Weeding out the weak since 1933."
I like that. Yeah.
Has it ever?
And so Comic Journey's new tagline is, if it's edible, you can make food out of it.
There you go.
Well, thank you for defining the word for us.
If it's edible, eat it.
If it's edible, it's food. I like it.
I'm one of these people. I'll eat anything as long as you make it presentable for me. And sometimes even if it's not presentable, like the shit I'm eating right now, as long as I could digest it, I'll eat it.
I've eaten some weird shit. Yeah, I'll eat just about anything. I've eaten raw lamb heart. I've eaten horse meat.
I
I've
won't eat
eaten
that shit.
I've eaten brain. I've eaten pig brain.
Yeah, we call it
all that
scrapple
stuff.
down here. That's a dish.
I won't eat.
So,
raw
would
lamb
you eat stuff out of the wet markets over in certain places?
Sign me up, man. Send me. I'll take a one-way ticket to Wuhan, and it's just a smorgasbord for a guy like me.
Like char-boiled tarantula and rat's wings. And...
Yeah, no, I draw the line. I think at things like maybe that look too creepy to eat. Like I have no interest in eating a centipede. Fuck that shit. I don't want to eat a centipede.
I'm not eating an octopus that's still alive. That I'm not.
Yeah, anything with more than 6 legs is off the menu for me.
I won't eat
Except an octopus. Except an octopus. Octopus are delicious.
What about crab?
So, yeah. Okay, so anything with more than 8 legs, I probably won't eat.
I won't eat any intestines that are not cooked. If they're uncooked,
That's a good call. Yeah. So you're not into raw intestines?
Not into that. Any organs that are not cooked, I won't eat either.
Yeah, it's probably a good call.
No, I'm not eating any of that that's not cooked. You know, you
You're
can.
not a sushi guy then.
No, I am a sushi guy. I'll eat sushi, but not intestines or organs. Not I'll eat the outside stuff raw, but the inside stuff I will not eat raw.
Yeah.
You know, Clams and stuff like that, no problem. I eat all that stuff raw. Octopus, I won't eat raw. It's gross.
I've eaten it alive, and it is absolutely fun. It's like a little battle. It's like,
Dude,
it's like
that's
your first
gross,
kiss with
dude.
your tongue.
How you gonna eat that? And the freaking tentacles can go into your nose while you're trying to eat. Oh, fuck that! I've seen people do that. I cringe just watching that.
It is fucking hilarious.
I don't know if the hilarious is the word, but it's something. I'll tell you.
Because you're
something.
trying not to choke, but you're laughing your ass off at the same. Well, at least I was. I was laughing my ass off at the same time. I was more worried about suffocating from trying to laugh than trying to force this thing
freaking thing.
out.
Aren't you scared that it's gonna freaking collapse your esophagus while?
No,
it's
I was
trying to-
again high functioning alcoholic. So I didn't say I did it sober.
Dude, that's something. I mean, you got more. I'll give you. I'm a bitch when it comes to that. I will not eat that stuff.
And isn't there the small part of you that's the least bit worried that it might actually be an extraterrestrial, and it will just sort of grow and gestate inside of you?
No, fuck that. I'm not scared of that. You put an alien and you garnish it well and put it on a plate. I'll eat it. I got no problem. But I'm not eating it alive, so I could put its tentacles in my nose.
Well, let me tell you about the weirdest thing I ate. I can't remember her name, but I'm
Joe, we're
sorry.
gonna get along really, really well. I'm gonna have my,
I'm
I'm gonna
sorry.
have my meals with Rob, and we're gonna be going out every freaking night.
I'm
Was
so
that when you were spent months traveling the desert with a Bedouin clan in the Sahara?
That's
Is that
right.
when that happened?
Yeah,
Yeah.
little Gucci sunglasses and Crocs on, just rocking the desert.
Gotta eat something.
That's right.
Oh man.
Excuse me. I've been trying to find the original tagline. I can't find it anywhere. There was basically a description of Malort that Jepson originally wrote, and it had been featured on the bottles for years, and it's just so telling by reading that description. But I can't find it. It used to be on the Wikipedia page. Somebody edited it and removed it, and I only make reference to it.
If I had to like legitimately describe the taste of that drink, it tastes like if you take Sudafed and old school NyQuil with a little bit of Listerine and you mixed it up and drank it.
Yeah.
That's what it
Okay.
tastes like. It's very medicine-y. Like it tastes like medicine.
And that's what
Yeah.
it was marketed it
Like
as
methylated
originally,
spirit.
in order to bypass certain laws and whatnot. It was marketed as a medicine to like a dewormer, actually.
Oh, yeah.
And to remove. And
I
to
love a
remove
good. I
parasite.
love a good dewormer. Yeah.
Well, so from the description,
It's how we
of it,
keep.
it
It's how
sounds
we
like a
keep
fucking-
Naman. How we keep Naman out of the chats. The dewormer. He's not here right now.
You eat that octopus stuff with raw.
Oh, yeah. I believe Naman's eaten lots of
I
raw
talked about
octopus.
him the other day. Yeah, he eats that shit. I'm like, he was gonna go with otaku to a restaurant. I'm like, dude, at least go to something funky so we could see you eat something weird. He's like, all right, I'll go to the thing. He backed out. He didn't eat it. He didn't go to the octopus live place. I don't know if they even allow that to happen here in New York. You think that is that allowed anywhere in the States? To eat
Probably
it
like
like
animal cruelty
I don't
or
know.
something.
I don't know if you can go to a restaurant.
Could be.
But I know fishermen here in the area, if they catch a smaller one, it's kind of a tradition to try to swallow it. in
Well, it's
Virginia.
different if you do it as a fisherman or you catch it yourself.
Yeah,
Whatever.
but as far as a restaurant goes, I'm pretty sure you can't do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's animal cruelty that they're worried about. I think it's more of a hygiene thing.
It's a choking hazard.
You wouldn't want to do it over here because theirs are poisonous.
Well, you got poisonous octopuses over there?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why are your octopuses poisonous?
Because it's Australia.
Everything's poisonous in Australia.
No, yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, it's a shame because of Canada's socialist regime. I can't enjoy my bowl of shark fin soup that I like to have
Commies.
on
you ever had it?
Sundays. No,
Never.
No,
Anybody
that one I have to strongly disagree with the shark fin soup thing. I understand it's a tradition, but it's not a good tradition.
Listen, as
How
long as you
about
eat
a vegan shark
You,
fin?
you literally cut the
Make
fin
with
off and
tofu?
throw the shark back in the water. I
See,
mean,
that's
what
what
the
I
hell
don't
is
agree
that?
with.
We
I
eat
don't
the whole
agree with
shark
that,
here.
but if you're eating the rest of the shark, then what's the big
Yeah.
deal?
If you were going to eat the whole shark, fine, but that's not what they do. They cut the fin off and throw the shark back in the water.
Yeah, no, we make shark steaks, like thick shark steaks. Oh
Very
my
good.
god, it's, like,
It's not
it smells
bad.
like shit when you're cooking it, but oh my god, when you eat it, it just melts in your mouth.
Like a mako or something like that. They're pretty good.
They're
Yeah.
great because the
Yeah.
texture. I'm going to say this: the texture, not the flavor. The texture is more like chicken,
Yeah,
whereas it's still a fish flavor. So when you grill it, as far as the grilling goes, it doesn't flake and fall apart on the grill the
nice.
same way that some fishes do. So that's what makes one of the things I love about it.
Yeah,
It's not bad. You have a good mako or I don't know, a thresher shark or something like that. They're not bad.
no, I do like. I enjoy shark. As a matter of fact, we'll be out fishing in the Chesapeake Bay. Water's still a little cold, and probably right before I head to Heroes Con, we'll probably be heading out doing a little deep sea fishing, see what we can catch.
This is
And it's crab pot season.
Spidey, you don't eat shark?
Joe.
Or are those poisonous too there?
I
No,
found
they just eat. They
No,
just eat you,
just
right?
eat you instead.
Yeah,
We do have a decent population of great whites over here, so
yeah, I heard.
I'm going to go over there and impregnate a couple of them.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh my god. Somebody literally wants to die. And it absolutely, like the place that, going back to C2E2 when we all went there and I was with Taylor drinking the drink, like I kept asking the bartender and people from Chicago there, I'm like, what, like, is it rum? Is it a whiskey? Is it a blah? Is it a blah? And they were all just like, nope, it's
It's a don't ask too many questions. How about that?
Yep.
it is what it is.
oh, and I had two of them. Like I drank one because Winder bought them, and you know I like Taylor. Like he's
How do they serve it? Is it like a shot or like a small, like a bourbon glass, or how do they?
It is shot. And
It's a shot, but they serve it in a bourbon glass, which I thought was kind of weird too. Like they don't give it to you in what you would consider a standard shot glass.
so you remember this thing became a staple because it was labeled as medicinal alcohol. Jepson was selling it door to door during Prohibition, so it was still legal during Prohibition because it was sold and marketed as medicinal and not as alcohol for drinking necessarily.
You know, it's not that odd to me because when you consider one of the most popular drinks in the world tastes like medicine, and that's Jägermeister. It has a very medicinal flavor to it.
It tastes like aniseed.
Yeah, I agree.
Until 2008, Malort was the only legal wormwood-based product alcohol in America.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Trying to find the quote still to this day. Chicagoans used it during the pandemic as a branded hand sanitizer.
I actually didn't ask Joe this. I'm curious. So he drinks the first shot. It tastes like complete shit.
He'll power through.
Did he think, hey, maybe I could get even more nauseous? Let me have another shot.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's a champ, dude. He's a professional.
That's not champ. That's not professional. That's insanity. That is
Tomato.
It's like, hey, this tastes like shit. Let's make sure. Let's make sure it tastes like shit. Let's have another one.
Have you guys ever had Screech? I know Chris was just in Newfoundland, and Screech is the official drink of Newfoundland, which is a
bell.
no. It's a rum It's actually a Jamaican rum. I think it's probably still made in Jamaica, but bottled, or it's basically just for Newfoundland, and
Screet, the brand name, or is that?
it's not. Yeah, it's called Screech. Yeah, and it's how would you put it? It's not a top shelf rum by any means.
White
It's
or
pretty
a brown?
awful.
White or a brown?
It's dark. It's dark rum. Yeah,
I don't
and
like
it's
straight. I don't like
pretty
straight rum.
harsh.
I like rum in food or mixed in with other things. I don't like rum straight for some reason.
Rum used to take. Mom used to use rum just for after she'd make her fruit cakes. She'd wrap them towels and soaked in rum and age them in the refrigerator for a while and changing the wrappings out every so often.
Oh, JD's having a rum and coke right now. Yeah, that's actually a drink I revisited recently because I hadn't had one in years, and I was like, I forgot. That's a good drink, rum and coke. Can't go wrong with that.
America was built on rum first.
Yeah.
Before it became a bourbon country.
That's because of pirates. We have a lot to thank pirates for in America.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Syphilis.
All right.
What's that?
Hey, that we can thank the conquistadors for that too.
Scurvy. We got that. What else we got?
I was trying to hop on, but I'm exhausted from work today. I hope you do have a killer night. All right, well, take it easy, man.
You think?
Hey, Mike.
Yes, that's when civilization progressed at the same rate as civilization.
Hey,
It spread about the same rate.
Well, that's from Dracula.
There you go. Well, what about from actual Dracula?
Yeah. No, I don't have syphilis. Thank you very much.
At the moment.
get scurvy.
I'm not likely to ever have syphilis. I
Well,
don't.
don't worry, you'll be at Heroes Con soon.
Right. What are you gonna put in this drink, man?
Well, when you wake up the next day and you don't remember, it's best not to.
Yeah.
So, word to the wise: don't drink with Joe.
Well, you can drink.
See.
Just don't leave your drink unattended, and don't try to outdrink them.
I actually got a blessing in disguise on Heroes Con. Brian backed out. He's not going down to the trip, so I'm going down solo now.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and checked out the plane tickets, and they're literally half the price of where they were like 2 months ago when I was looking.
There you go.
Ooh.
Literally half the price. I'm like, what the hell just happened?
Are you going down Thursday or Friday?
Well, right now I'm trying to plan it out because initially the plan was for me to drive like very early in the morning Thursday with Brian to come down there. But now that I don't have to do that, I'm thinking I don't know what time everybody else is coming. If I should come earlier in the day or later on the day on a flight on Thursday, so I could be there and like everybody's gonna be there by Thursday. I'm assuming.
I'll be there Thursday afternoon. I don't remember the exact time.
I'll be there Thursday early evening because I got to fly across the country.
Yeah, I got to drive like 4 hours.
It'll still only be like noon for me or something like that when I land. But for you guys, it'll be like 5 o'clock or 4. I think I land sometime in the 4 o'clock in the afternoon hour or something like that.
It's about 2.5 hours flight for me, and now that I'm not doing the drive, I'm thinking to myself, I might as well get a little bit of a work day in before I actually fly out. So,
hell with that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I might do that. Maybe I'll leave around noon here, and be there by early afternoon.
When do I land? Heroes Con flights.
Although the tickets are a lot cheaper if I take the red eye. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I looked at that at one point before I switched before I found I got a nice direct flight now. Actually I land at 3:40. So I'll probably get to the hotel sometime in the 4 o'clock and near 5, right before 5 is my expectation.
And the HeroCon doesn't start until Friday, right? It's not Thursday.
Correct. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
So there's no super rush to get there early in the day.
Getting there Thursday just to be able to, unless you're something you want to see Thursday afternoon when you're there, right? Like Thursday evening is just going to be people gathering informally and hanging out stuff probably.
So when does the con actually start? On Thursday
Friday.
or on
Friday.
Friday.
Actually, if I get there early enough on Thursday, that may be a perfect day to knock out the NASCAR museum.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I wish I could get there early enough, but I don't know how late it's open. But I know that DJ was trying to see if he can get a theater there he can buy a bunch of seats or buy out the theater for the Flash, but probably it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
That's opening weekend, so
I saw that in the chats, and I was like,
dude, do we all want to go watch The Flash with Mark? He's going to break our balls throughout the whole freaking movie. Did you see what The Flash did? DC.
No, I don't think during the movie he wouldn't. It's just after.
No, he wouldn't do it during the
he'll
movie.
say it during the movie. He'd be like, "That's issue such and such from such and such."
Fucking guy's gonna be cheering
catch
all over the
that?
freaking movie.
And I love Mark. I do, but I just, man,
I love him too. But do we all really need to hear him coming while watching the Flash movie? I don't think so.
Wow. So did somebody let a fire in here? The sprinklers I think are going off or something right now. No, I mean that's great.
Oh man!
Edge comes out June 16th.
I guess that's a kind of a difficult thing. The logistics of that.
Yeah.
Going to see the Flash.
I come in Thursday.
It would be cool.
And then I leave Monday.
Oh, you're leaving
When
Monday.
I went to Planet Con, we all went and watched Shazam. Ooh, let me make sure my wife didn't hear that. She doesn't know I've seen it. She wants to see it. So
you went and saw a movie. You went and saw Captain Marvel movie. Got it.
Yeah, and we're sitting in the movie theater and had the reclining chairs. And after traveling and having some drinks, and a full meal, and the whole night, I ended up falling asleep. I couldn't tell you half that movie. What happened.
Are a lot of
it's all right that you went to the theater because you didn't see the movie. So
And
it's
like,
okay.
no, I watched a good portion of it, but like when I say I fell asleep, like I didn't like just kind of doze off like this. No, I straight up turned around, curled up.
Are a lot of people staying Sunday night as well?
Joe, why are you
And then I
smoking
woke
with
up
that
during
bucket of
some big
popcorn?
battle scene, and I'm
Hey,
like, looked at me and was like, "Do you like the movie?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's great."
Yeah.
Are you all staying for Sunday night as well?
I'm leaving Sunday night, but I should be at the con Sunday morning.
Yeah, I'll probably be at the con most of the day Sunday, but then I'll be heading out. Like, I want to get home in time for late dinner.
Yeah, I was planning on taking a evening flight back from there on the Sunday.
Oh, I figure a lot of people are, but for me, I'm just the way that flights are when you're flying across the country is a little bit different.
Yeah.
So
isn't that where people bargain hunt? Is usually the last hour or two of the con.
yeah, so I'll be there all day. I'll fly out. Matter of fact, Monday my flight doesn't leave till 11, so I can even have a nice week. I don't have to wake up and catch a red eye or a super early flight. I can have a nice gradual wake up. If anybody who's still around, great. Otherwise, I'll be relaxing.
Have your breakfast.
Exactly.
I would definitely, for Heroes Con, if you haven't been before, not that I'm trying to give anybody advice. You're grown men, do whatever you want, but I find Heroes Con to be that they need to change it to Dealers Con because that's really what it is. You're there, like you're not getting the fanfare, like the cosplay. Like there's cosplayers, but it's nowhere near the level anywhere else.
Right.
You are there,
right?
It's a comic book show.
Trade comic books, and you're working deals all day. It is beautiful. You know, us community people,
right?
We have to rely on things like Heroes Con to deal in our comic.
Real comic book community people.
I mean, that's why I'm going is just to meet everyone because I'm not looking to buy all that much or anything. Like, I Mike just said, I wish I could teleport. No, I had to buy a rather expensive plane ticket. So there goes all my comic money, but that's okay because I'm not really going to, if I find a good deal, sure. But
you can nightlight from Charlotte too. Right? By the way, you know, you think you might have to jump in an Uber, but There's quite the
Yeah.
nightlife there as well.
And
Yeah.
that's where I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to just to get away, have fun. As far as the comics is concerned, I'm not going in like gutting to buy like crazy stuff, but I'm gonna have my eyes open because I'm 99% confident that the deals I'm gonna find there are outrageously less than what I can find here in New York. So that's gonna be incentive for me to pick up a couple of things, maybe.
Yeah.
I have one goal.
I
One
think you'll
goal.
be shocked by the prices because like I said, I've been to places like Brooklyn and things like that, and I've been to comic book shops up there, and I see the standard pricing there, and I'm just like, you cats are crazy. But the price of living's higher up there. So you go to a place like North Carolina, these guys are just
Mhm.
I'm just saying, if you're not there to buy anything, I get it, but save some space in your book in your baggage because
Yeah.
you're
Daddy's
gonna
bringing
find
home,
the thing, and it's gonna be
I'm-
at the right price.
Yeah.
Daddy's bringing home some bubble helmets, baby. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's some robot covers.
Actually, that's one of the things I'm gunning for. Believe it or not, Rob. So you and me might be in the golden age section for a little bit because I'm looking to get some crazy whacked out golden age covers. You know that's what I'm hunting for. Like really like off the charts crazy horror stuff. Sci-fi, weird alien stuff. Not so much into bubble helmet like you,
No,
but
no, I'd say it just as a genre as opposed to.
Yeah.
I like the weird aliens attacking like
Mhm.
the good girl art kind of stuff.
There is one thing I would be looking for. Maybe you guys can keep an eye out. Is if it's for the right price, and I think because it's cooled off a bit, is Tomb of Dracula 10. Like to find like just a nice lower
Be
grade
surprised
copy
if
of that.
you might find something like that. I'm also
Yeah.
looking for really like stuff that's not socially acceptable right now. Anything that's like that was made during an era that just would never be made ever again. I like stuff like that. It's
So
you know,
there's going to be 13 straight Golden Age dealers there. Not to
Mhm.
mention the other guys that just have a few boxes of Golden Age stuff, but there are at least 13 dealers there because I see them up in Baltimore Comic Con and places like that. 13 that are just straight Golden Age. Like you go golden and some silver. You'll go in there and they'll have 10, 15, 20 boxes just laid out for you to look through. It is ridiculous.
I love that because even those guys will have some cheaper books, right? They're not all. I love finding weird Golden Age stuff.
You can negotiate with them as long as you're not being ridiculous.
Nazi punching stuff, Japanese punching stuff, Russian commie punching stuff, like all kinds of crazy stuff.
You need to collect G.I. Joe from the Golden Age. That's exactly what you want right there.
I don't even have one issue of that.
It is the Golden Age G.I. Joe stuff is beautiful. It's
Now I got
exactly
more
what you're
sci-fi stuff to look for, and then probably be on the lookout for an ASM 9.
Yeah.
So if you find that right number one, you're not gonna hit it.
Oh, believe you me, I'm not going to be there with the money for number one. I mean, unless somebody somehow just like mispriced it and everybody has missed it and then flipping through those boxes and whatnot.
Nobody said you had to bring money. You can bring a credit card. I mean, they're not that backwards in North Carolina.
No. I know that, but when I say that kind of money, I mean that too. But I'm not prepared to drop. ASM 1 is I've been saving for it for a while, and now I have a target range, and I'm now prepared to start looking book as opposed to just a whim. Oh, hey, I found it for a good deal. I'm going to pick it up because a good deal on one of those is still 5 figures, and I'm not there.
Well, maybe you should go over to the real comic book community and tell them, hey, I want to be a real comic book community, but I need to start my collection off with an ASM 1.
Isn't ASM 1 your membership badge for the comic book community? Like, aren't you supposed to have one of those in order to be properly inducted?
Here,
I
that or
thought
the
that was
Gibbons
the case.
gang. But I don't know.
Well, what grade are you looking at, Rob? Like, what's the ideal grade that you would like to
on
be
a
able to
on a
get?
9, on an
On a
ASM
number
9,
one.
on a 1. Jesus, dude, I told you I'm not even looking
The
because I
cover?
can't because I'm not dropping.
Just the
I am
cover.
not dropping 5 figures on a book, right?
Let's say you find a 0.5 for like 3-4 grand. Would you pick that up?
Oh, that would be rough. Yeah, that's a rough one.
It depends on how it
It
presents.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Well, it's a 0.5. That's
Because
Oh,
that is
but it
possible.
could be a 0.5 because it's missing a centerfold, but the cover looks beautiful.
no, the cover looks trash. A 0.5
What-
at that
what-
age,
what-
the cover's trash.
Well, what if it's 0.5 purple?
0.5 purple.
Yeah.
What do they bother to store?
Everything.
It's a
Everything.
0.5. If they restored everything, that's not a 0.5.
Yeah.
That's how
Was it
restoration
a
works.
0.2 and they restored it to a 0.5?
I
That's
got
weird.
nothing wrong with Purple Label on that book.
Yeah.
It's when it comes down to it, that's fine. But the reality of the situation is that book's not what I'm on the look for, right? I'm gonna be there's a couple other books that I'll need on that run, but I'm not necessarily. And if I see it at the right great, I might adapt and I'll go, oh, look at that, I get ASM3 for this. Then okay, maybe I will. But what I'm looking at is targeting right now is a 9, like a 3 to a 4, which I believe I can get for, between 7 to 9.
Yeah, you're probably good.
It all depends upon whether it's already slabbed or whether I can find a raw one that's in that kind of condition, which would be more ideal, to be able to haggle down and then slab do your own thing. But it all depends. And at the end of the day, I may get there and I may not be looking for that because things change and it's still months away for me.
True.
The way I sometimes get things, it's like, who knows?
At this point, I would imagine it's pretty difficult to find a raw copy of a book like that. No, you can still can.
Yeah, you can. There's a lot of people still with them because they don't like the idea of slabbing or any number of other reasons. So,
plus ASM has a
I know
huge
there's
print run.
2 at Mile High Comics that are still raw.
There's
What
lots. I just had
one are we
somebody.
talking about?
I was originally I was targeting 9, but they were talking about like 1 and. But
I'd probably get 3 before I could ever get a 1.
There's other things out there, on that realm of stuff. Like I said, I wouldn't mind. I got some more mystery in space. I got a couple more books in my mystery space run to pick up, and from the early Golden Age ones. I'm always on the hunt for various sci-fi covers and whatnot. I wouldn't mind upgrading my first Adam Strange if the right opportunity presented itself, and there's things like that.
I'm bringing 3 books with me to trade and see if I can't get a few things that I'm looking for some Golden Age stuff.
Your 2 UF4s and your NX3, NXY3.
No, I'm bringing the NX3, 3 and 4, and I'm bringing 1 Ultimate Fallout 4.
So you're still keeping 1 for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, that's actually one of the things that I had in mind to
Pay
do.
for it.
I'm gonna be following the couple weeks going into HeroCon, and I'm just gonna see whatever the hot books of that week that everybody wants are, and I'll just take them down with me to see if I could get to trade bait with them.
And you're going to be hunting for your under $1,000 181.
I don't think I'll find it there, but hey, I will keep my eyes open.
Well, from what Joe's saying, if there is any con to find it, it might be there.
How far below 101, what grade you want it at? That's a whole nother story, but I'm just saying.
Presentable. Man. That's all I want it to be.
Bring the Spider Boy book. I'm sure people will still be clamoring for that.
As long as the story's there and it's presentable, I don't care if coupons are cut out. I don't care any of that stuff. As long as I could tell it's a 181 and like Wolverine's head is not cut out and freaking the whole crotch is cut out and stuff like that, I'm good with that.
I thought you wanted the first appearance. Wouldn't that be 180?
Oh, I have 180.
So you're good.
Don't start, Joe.
Well, 180 is the first. You didn't see me disagreeing with him.
Literally the first page. It's an entire page.
It says his name. He says his name. He's wearing the uniform. He scares the shit out of Wendigo. He's there.
I like the venom.
It is 180, but the cover of 181, you can't beat that. That's why that's still the book I want most.
The cover.
Because I love Wolverine. I want that. Well, if I could have any book tomorrow, it would probably be X-Men 1. That's the one I really want right now, more than anything.
It's funny.
I can't afford an X-Men 1, so if somebody wants to AOK one to me, I'm okay with that.
Who the hell can at this point? The last prices I saw.
I have a couple facsimiles, Drac.
Yeah.
Right? If you want to read the story, I can give you a facsimile.
I have a copy of X-Men 1 that I got years ago, fortunately. But
You do?
yeah, X-Men 1 I have.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I got X-Men 1. But I got that years and the 90s. Got that in the 90s. It's one of
Are you talking about a 90s X-Men 1?
No. I got X-Men 1 in the 90s.
Yeah, right. You bought it.
You got the Jim Lee, yeah.
The Jim Lee X-Men. Is that what you're talking about?
Not that. I got that one too. I got 5 of those with different covers.
Yeah.
Everybody does.
No, I was fortunate enough to. That's one of the few books that actually survived my original collection. But
I have the giant size and I have an X-Men 1, but my X-Men 1 is rough. My giant size is nice.
Mm-hmm.
my X-Men 1 is rough too. Don't get me wrong. It's probably like a point, like a 1, I guess. Maybe one.
Mine's purple, whatever the color coding is. I don't know. I don't grade comic books. It's sad.
As far as grade, that part of it, it's it's not the greatest shape, but it's a good book. I have it. I'm happy. That's all I could ask for.
There you go.
I was lucky to get a giant size last year. I won that in like it was a big thing that they were doing on like a whatnot thing where you buy slabs and then you get entered into the thing. You got raffle tickets and that kind of thing. So I ended up getting it. I ended up getting it in a 6.0. So I was like really happy about that.
Because that's still not a cheap book.
No, it's not.
No,
especially the 6.0 as well.
Yeah. But that book I don't consider it to be the X-Men Grail. It's one of their grails, but X-Men 1 is the grail. Like
X-Men 1 is the grail. Yeah, it is absolutely.
We had that. There was a little bit of an argument and a debate in the chat in Rob's channel earlier today when the X-Men and the giant size X-Men 1 were being shown. I'm glad that the smarter minds and the people that are in the know, the real comic book community, put everybody in check and knew what was happening. X-Men 1 is the book. GSX is
you can't have one. You can't have one without the other.
GSX is the runner-up. Anybody that argues that GSX is the book is probably because they only have that book and they don't have the other one.
But realistically, the normal collector can't afford either.
And for me, it's not just X-Men. For me, it's like for Marvel. Just growing up, X-Men was that was my thing. So, I mean, obviously AF-15 that would be my number one Marvel book, but I'd say X-Men 1 is like right behind it.
I'll be back in a second, a couple minutes.
Yeah, I think if I can pick up a Tomb of Dracula 10 over here for a sort of reasonable price, I think you'd be able to get one over at Heroes Drac for just obviously.
Yeah, I will be looking for that. Just seeing what's out there. I haven't even really been keeping up with what it's going for right now because it was such a hot book this time last year. But I think it's probably cooled off a bit.
A lot of things have leveled, of course, as well. So.
Yeah.
What's this? Your Tomb of Dracula?
Yeah.
Dracula first Blade, first appearance of Blade. It's the one. It's the biggest key in Tomb of Dracula. So
Besides
All,
number
all
one.
every other Tomb of Dracula book is very affordable. It's just that one.
Well, number one is still not
Number one goes for a bit, but I already have 2 copies of that, so I'm good. I just need number 10.
Yeah, I still need, like, because I've been trying to go for a run of it. And I still need a number 1, but I still need a few of the, like, first Hannibal King and first,
even I'm missing some as well. I have most of the series, but there's still some that I just haven't picked up yet.
So
I still want
Drag,
that. Go on, Rob.
what grade are you looking at roughly? Do you think? If you,
I mean, anything. I don't care. It can be low grade, so anything like 3 or higher, I'm good with.
yeah, because I mean, so it looks like from recent sales, although there's one.
I'd say 3.5, maybe.
Even
4.
recent. So recently, as recent as March 26th, a
Yeah.
5.5 sold for $660.
Yeah.
But that one was like on the lower side because a 5 sold for $699. But so anywhere from like 3, looks like the 3 to a 5 range is going to run you anywhere from $500 to $700.
See, that's not bad. Like, because it's a Bronze Age book, I would prefer to have like a 6.5, maybe.
Once you get to the 6, that's where you go to 4 figures, and you're at $1,000 or higher on the 6.0 and above.
Yeah, it's not something I need.
Yeah, if
it's just something I want, right?
Although, to be honest, you might as well get it slabbed because I'm looking at the raw sales, and the raw sales figures, they're the same, if not even higher.
Yeah, no, I would buy it slabbed 100%. There's no, if I'm gonna buy it, I'm gonna buy it already slabbed. Yeah.
Mine's a 4. Mine's a 4 that I bought late last year.
Yeah.
And it looks really presentable for a 4.
Yeah, 4 runs you anywhere from about $625 to $725 right now, US.
Yeah. Which for me is more like $800 or $900.
Well, yeah, it's closer to what Mad Spidey would pay, but
yeah, I'm about anything that it is in US, you times it by about 1.4.
It's all right. Usually when I'm talking to my Romanian teams of everything in the US, you just multiply by 5.
For the euro.
No, not for euro. Because they're not, even though Romania is part of the EU, they're not on the euro. I mean, you can use euros in Romania, they're on the lei.
You can use the US dollar there too.
Yeah. But they have their own currency that they still use, the lei. And it is about just under a 5 to 1.
Roscoe. Hey, what's up, Roscoe?
Roscoe needs to come on. I haven't seen Roscoe since his last blood.
I can send Roscoe a link if he.
Yeah, send Roscoe a link and don't ask for him to come on. Tell him to come on. He needs to be told. If he's like, "Oh, I'm not feeling good," just be like, "Don't be a bitch."
Comb out your beard and get your butt on.
Click the button. Grab a drink.
I really just want a first blade so that the next time I see the actual Van Helsing in the chat, I can show him and be like, "This is the only vampire hunter I respect."
There you go.
So, as far as comic book slabbing goes now, because I'm looking to pick something up, and I may end up getting this slab. I'm not a big slabber, so I'm talking to the slabber now. I only got one in this tech.
All right, Mad Spidey, go ahead.
So, I want something slab. Both of the slabbers are going to be there. Maybe not at the. Actually, technically, all 3 are going to be there. Somebody's going to be hooked up in a hotel room. That's hush hush. So I'm debating. So who are we going through now with the best times and rates?
So I can tell you that I only have experience recently with CGC. And their turnaround times are amazingly fast. The CBCS claims to have their times down, but I haven't used them since. Primarily because, for the most part, it's almost a push, if not sometimes a little bit cheaper for me to use CGC, and as much as I don't like some of their submission things, everything else, the reality of the situation is from a value standpoint. Even if I'm not trying to sell it, sometimes I like to know that somebody else can. It still carries a premium.
So when
Isn't
we
it
were,
amazing that they're more expensive to use than CGC? I find that like astounding. Their service is shittier. Their
Yeah.
their their attitude is shittier.
Yep.
And they're more expensive.
so
So
here's
they're
the
On
weird
some
thing.
things.
We were dealing with CBCS at PlanetCon because they were both there,
Mhm.
and the Blue Hellion, we all know him. You see
Mhm.
him in the chats. He wanted to have us all sign a comic, a blank cover.
Right.
And I was like, and somebody asked, "Hey, do you have one of your chips you can put on it?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got one of my. I'll whip it out real quick." And I put it on there, and the witness was watching it, and he's like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Technically, it's art. It's original art. I made it, and I put it on there." As a matter of
Yeah.
fact, this would be the first comic book you slab that actually has an NFC chip on it that's custom made. And the guy was like, and then I was like, I would like to see that annotated on the notes, please. And the guy kind of looked at me, and he's like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, I got to talk to my boss." And I was like, "Yeah, we can go talk to your boss." And he's like, "No, no, no, I'll talk." And I was like, "No, I'm
Don't you
happy
know
to
who I
explain
am?
to your boss exactly what I do." So I went over and talked to the guy, and they're going to do it.
Nice.
Blue Hell
Really?
as the
Wow.
first comic book with a chip
dude, I want to do that.
inside of it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's some things that CBCS will do. Certain things are more lenient on a certain things than CGC. CGC is very, you know, although their grading may be subjective, but they're very narrow in what they'll allow on certain things, and then they'll change their opinions on certain things, right? For example, a book that doesn't have a barcode on it that they'll grade for a year or so, and then all of a sudden somebody else will send in the exact same book, and all of a sudden it becomes a no grade coverless book just
I
because
don't
there's no
understand
barcode.
that. I do not
Oh.
understand that for the life of me. I'm having a really hard time with that, and I don't know how you're taking it so like passively. I'd
Because
freak
what
out.
can I do about it? I mean, other than
Here's what you do. This is what I would
CGC will
do.
do nothing about it. So my choice is to do what I'm going to do, which is either A, to leave it, or B, to crack it out and send it to a different company who will grade it.
Here's what I would do. I'd say, okay, CGC, this your policy now? No problem. Refund me all my money back because when I
Oh
send
yeah,
it to you,
let's just be honest for a second,
Kinda
CJ.
happened.
I am nobody.
Yeah.
They won't even bat an eyelash at any threat that comes from me because I am a nobody in the grand scheme of their things. So
I promise you, Rob, I'm even more of a nobody in the real comic book community. I'm even more of a nobody. But I promise you, if they did that to me, my voice would be heard, and they would refund me every single penny back.
they won't.
By hook or by crook, it's going to happen.
You sent it in for submission. It was not. This is what it qualifies. Where they're going to leave it at that, and I can argue and kick and scream all I want. And if I get high enough, somebody might give me a partial credit. If I really kick and scream and loud. But the reality of the situation is
The catch
is
over
I've got nothing I can do. So
Is there any documentation in there that
oh,
says that
if I go
they'll
look
give
at their
you a technical
fine
grade?
fine print of their
Yeah,
of their
you change
terms and
it for
conditions that you have to click acceptance of every single time you make a submission, I am absolutely guaranteed sure that there's something in there when it
That
comes to
says
the
they
terms and
would not
conditions.
grade it?
Well, they graded it. But it qualified for a no grade for under their description. You're agreeing to go by their.
Well, here's the thing.
Beckerman's got a
I
great
paid
question
to have
for
it
you.
graded. I didn't pay it to not be graded. Right?
And their argument is that they did grade it, but it qualifies for a no grade.
So here's a good argument. Since you decided to charge me for a no grade, how about I call my credit card company that I paid it through and have them no pay your no grade? How's that work?
Your credit card is not, you get to dispute the entire transaction amount as opposed to the thing. And again, they're going to argue based on the terms and conditions that they did what they provided the services that you asked for. They'll provide their receipts and stuff, and your credit card's going to come back to you and tell you, well, we've investigated it and we've gone ahead and allowed the transaction to go through.
I don't know, Rob.
Again,
I know that
if
you use them a
have
lot.
accounts over at CBCS.
If
Right
you
now.
were somebody that used them all the time, I really would make a big stink of it and make a whole freaking series of harassing them.
Hey, I'm having some fun with it, but beyond that, it's like, hey, I'll send it someplace else and get it slapped.
As long as it's not PGX.
No, I'm actually toying with the idea of sending it to EGS because
I get
because
that,
I
yeah.
could have a nice custom label and stuff done
Yeah.
for it. It's just a facsimile book, anyways. So
So
That's
there
the
was a
point.
guy at Heroes Con, and let me get everybody's opinion on this because I've been thinking about this for a while now. So you've seen the Gator things with the little
Mhm.
slip-ons and all that stuff. And,
Yeah.
and, I mean, they're nice. I'm not knocking those. That's a great secondary thing you can do. There was a guy at Planet Con that was selling supplies. He was the only guy selling supplies. This guy was making a killing, and he had these really cool ones where there were magnets, neoprene magnets, rare earth magnets, that when they snap together, the magnet would actually click inside the other piece of plastic, make it a seal.
Mhm.
It's ultimately what I'm trying to say, right?
like
So it
Comic
makes a
Pro.
really tight seal, and it wasn't plastic. It's just the shell was, but the magnet sealed it.
Right.
And I just thought that was the most interesting thing ever. Like I get
Comic
the
Pro
little
does that.
clip-on-y things and all that, but I don't like that. I don't like
Or is
plastic sealing something.
Or is it Comic Pro or is it Pro Link or something? I have a couple that
I
bought
think
about
it's the
my-
same company that makes the plastic bags.
I'd have to look. I have a couple in my garage.
Ultra
Um,
Pro.
Ultra
Did the
Pro.
magnet?
Yeah.
Here's what I thought made this one different, and it may not be the same thing. When you bring the clips together, right, the
Uh-huh.
magnet would actually shift into. So it wasn't.
That's a
two
little bit
magnets.
different. So it was interlocking or whatever. Yeah.
Right. It would actually lock it in, and I was just like, oh,
That's a little bit different
That's
than the ones I
interesting.
have. The other ones I have like a plastic tab that inserts and then the magnets then
clipped together, and it's
Yeah.
two magnets. No, this had
Yeah.
one magnet, and it would shift over to a piece of metal.
but
Make it a
similar.
better
That's
connection.
so cool.
And
I
I was
like
just
those
like-
systems a lot, but I'll be quite honest with you. Unless you could get the price per unit to be retail anywhere from $10 to $15, I don't think it's good to be something that takes off universally. I think if they get to 10,
No
$15,
wrestling talk.
no wrestling.
Yeah,
All right, actually, I gotta head out, guys. I gotta get up early, and Beckham is talking about wrestling now. So
What are you gonna make for breakfast tomorrow?
Yeah, but I'm in control,
Yeah.
so no wrestling talk. will
Yeah, I
mute-
don't-
will
I don't
mute
know.
anybody or kick anybody who talks about wrestling.
steak and eggs. There's nothing else to eat for breakfast other than steak and eggs.
It's Easter chocolate.
yeah, I probably will have that.
So steak
Yeah.
and eggs.
Steak and eggs. Steak and
All right,
legs.
have a good evening, there, Jack.
All right, you guys have a good night, and
Thank
I'll see you
Good
later.
Good night, Dracula.
He takes his egg and he puts a wooden stake right through the middle of it.
So, what do you think about that, Rob? You think the price per unit on those self-locking cases makes sense? When
Well,
you
it
could
wouldn't
do-
happen at the price that you put because you're looking at the price of cost. So there's no
Well-
profit in it.
Well, the thing is, they have to bring the cost down in order to get to that price.
Right, but
product-
the cost of materials is what I'm talking about. The
Yeah.
hard case plastic and the neoprene magnets, rare earth magnets that click like that. That's an expensive process.
it definitely is. But here's the problem. I've seen stuff like that sell for $20 to $30
Mhm.
online. However, you could sell you could send it to CGC, CGC, CBCS.
So the people that are doing
for
it,
the same
though, I
price.
think there's different things. I don't think the guy who's buying them to buy those at home slab kits is doing it necessarily because he wants to preserve it forever, type of thing, right? He's the majority of those are people who they've got a one-off or two books or so a few books that they want to display, but they want to be able to rotate the books out and change those
You
books
might
out.
need the extra account.
And
Yeah,
that's something
you
that,
got
like,
like a wall
if I
display.
send a book to CGC or CBCS, yes, I can crack it out and remove the book, but it's a process, right?
And you lose the case in the process.
Versus just popping it open and changing the book out, put a new one in there. It's and so I've done that with the ones I have are like books where like somebody's done a sketch cover for me, but it's just a community member or something, right? That's done it. And, I'll put it in one of those in the interim until I decide maybe I'll send it to EGS one day. Maybe I won't. But in the interim, it's a way I can kind of display it in my comic cave. And
I'm with you on that. And you know what? Under those conditions, I might have 5 of them, maybe 10 of them to rotate through or whatever.
yeah, I'm not going to have 900 of them.
However, if it was 10, $15, I might have 100 of them.
How much are they selling them for, Joe?
You're gonna well see. Here's the thing. So I looked at last year when we were talking about something similar to this, what it costs, and I broke down the cost of what it takes to actually press the plastic to be able to fit something.
No, I mean, like, how much was the guy selling it for at Planet?
So, yeah, like, and then I saw this thing, this new thing, right? And I was familiar with the thing with the 2 touching magnets. I don't like that because there's a gap. Whereas if something moves and seals in, and there's a rubber seal around it, that's a seal. Whereas usually when you just have 2 magnets come together and you drop it in water, it's going to fill up with water. So I was looking at this, and what was it, a year or 2 ago? I was looking at what it would take to press plastic into the shapes of comic books. Went down to local dye shops, got dye prices, the whole 9 yards. Did the math real quick, and everybody's like, if you could do it for $10 or $15, like, people would buy it. Well, hell yeah, they would buy it. I would still go broke at the end of the day. I will never make cost.
You'll wear out the tool. Wear out your tool before you can turn a profit.
Is stupid expensive.
Yeah,
but we did figure out that just the tooling on the plastic and the mass production of it. Let's say we did a mass production of 1,000 units, whatever,
and that's not much.
That's not much at all, right? But an initial start with a contract to continue on, right? There's a negotiation there. We did figure out that we could actually get the cost down if I was to do it in my garage. Same thing PGX does back in the day. That guy was in his garage in Oregon doing that shit.
Sure.
We could probably work it down to about $25 submission fee, but that's no grading. That's no pressing. Like, there's no bells and whistles to that. We are hermetically sealing a comic book in plastic. And then I got to thinking, I was like, well, I don't know if I like that, because I like the idea of being able to take a book out and read it. That's a personal preference of mine. I know that's not everybody's. So what's the happy medium? And I don't like the two magnets coming together. But this thing, with it locking and sealing with a rubber seal around it, it seems like the happy medium between, like.
Well, that definitely sounds like something that's very viable and makes a lot of sense to be able to reuse it. But I will say something else. If somebody was going to pay for a premium and actually pay for added value in there, I think something along the lines of customization of these slabs, where you could get a basic, where it's the basic slab, then another one that has possible slots to be able to put LED lights inside the slab, which people, I promise you,
do a 3-pass max type of thing. Added 3 generations of value to it. Everybody goes for the middle.
The only thing to keep in mind on that, again, going back to your cost of goods and your economies of scale, right, is that's something that you can introduce once you have a certain amount of scale and volume going through.
Yeah.
Otherwise, each one of those erodes at your own base, and the number of units that you have to be able to produce in order to get your cost down to a reasonable, so you can sell it at the price that people are willing to pay. It means that you're either got inventory for way too long sitting on your hands, which you're hoping to sell someday, which is just, that's money that you're not, that's tied up in inventory that, God forbid, if there's an error or a mistake or something else that you have to decide, can I rework it at a greater cost? Do I replace it, or do I just have to live with it until I can burn through all this inventory?
So the ultimate thing that we thought about when we thought about this 3-pass max thing was we thought about lights and stuff like that. And if people would just start the rumor that the lights will damage the book. And then we started thinking about what the label would look like. And I got to thinking, why not stick to what I'm good at? We put an NFC chip on it. When you go to put your phone up to it, boom, first appearance, what the comic book is, the whole 9 yards will just pop right up on anybody's electronic device with their Bluetooth on.
If it's LED lights, they don't generate heat, so they won't damage.
It doesn't matter. There are people that think that there's a true comic book community. That does not matter.
So what
You
happens
shine a
when you
light towards a comic book, somebody's going to have a problem with
So
that.
Joe, what happens when you put your phone, you're walking by, say like my wall of comics, and they all had the chip on it?
Well, it doesn't matter because you would you're not doing it. You got to get within 3 inches of that comic book in the front, right? So it's like boop 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 boop.
Okay.
I thought that would be a cool, weird thing to do with it to kind of put at a higher value.
Sure.
Yeah, that adds a premium that they can't get with all the other stuff, and that justifies people paying, if not as much more than what the competing product will pay out. And that's the thing. You know, I think that's the most important thing. Something unique, something that tweaks it and brings it.
When you did that, especially now for books that were in the public domain or something, where when you scan it, not only that, then it popped up on your app with the ability then to read that book that's now encapsulated.
Yeah, and you can just pull that from the archives, from the U.S. archives.
Right.
That's a link. That's easy enough to do.
The otherwise you have a subscription for modern books or whatever in order to access those. But the this is kind of some of this was the kind of the issues that, like, if you remember back when I did my first and second reviews of the new EGS slabs, when I had the issues that I had with them, and I was talking with Tony, some of the things that we had talked about were the fact that you went into production with these things, and we're finding in even though they had some samples are never exactly the same as the actual production runs. And then we got these production runs, and we had some of these issues, like with the label issue that I was having, where it was kind of flopping around. He's working on different ways things to try to make it better. But ultimately, in order to get something where there was a clip to hold something in place better, the way that he wants to fix it would require a new production run. And you have a ton of inventory you just made. You've got to work through that beforehand, because he just spent a lot of money to get tooling and get new product done. He can't just immediately throw that new product in the trash and get it regenerated again. So, so there you are.
God damn it!
I know this is going to sound.
Well, they might do it for cards, but they don't do it. But
But you know what? If they do it, there's no patent on that. It doesn't mean you can't do it for something else.
That's right.
There is a similar system that I remember from back when I was working in retail, when I used to work at the video games department, that literally was a solid plastic case that would close over like a game or a CD or whatever like that. Yeah. But it would do like that, and would basically have at the end, it would literally have a hole through the thing, and you actually had a magnetized pin.
Tool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, a magnetized pin that you would slide into it, and then that would lock it. And then pretty much all you had was just like a little doohickey that you just ran along it to pull that pin out at the same time. I don't know whether that might be something that might be a little bit more feasible, or it might be a bit more of an expensive route. But
again, that's going to be up to the manufacturer. So the whole basis, from what I understood, and I hate saying this word, and I bust people out saying it all the time, but when I did my research, looking into this and talking to local manufacturers and plastics and stuff, like just having a conversation with them, and I was like, this is something I'm interested in. Is this something we can do? And they were all like, it's just on the manufacturing side, they don't give a shit. You have to provide us measurements, designs, and everything else. You give us that. We make a metal
you will get.
And we make that. Oh, so happy you're here.
Hey, can you manufacture a Roscoe? I think that's what people will pay for more than anything else. My pet Roscoe.
And Roscoe, there's a comment in the thing for you.
Good.
After you show up wearing his hat and his merch, he has the audacity to call you a. Yeah.
I was about to wear my henchman hat too, and I was like, Travis, he was like, "Here's a couple bucks." I was like, "All right, I'll wear your hat." No.
I'm just saying, Roscoe, I can't wait to see you at Heroes Con.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm pumped. It's gonna be a good time.
Wait,
Oh,
Roscoe's
you're
gonna be there
coming?
too.
I was just kidding. Are you coming?
I'm thinking about riding with Matt, Comics by the Bay. Yeah.
Nice.
I'll drive down and pick you up.
He's already driving, so he's like,
Okay.
So that may be a thing. It's a.
You can sleep with me. We can cuddle.
All right. I know Matt's like he's thinking about he's like a hotel room, and I'm like, all right, man, yeah. So yeah, it's coming into.
Dude, if you come to Heroes Con, I'm getting you so drunk.
Oh shit. Well, I drink
Everything.
tequila, so.
Okay.
So he'll be dancing
You
on the
drink
table.
alcohol.
No, he's just saying is that he'll be dancing on the table.
Yeah, those of you don't drink that shit from Chicago, man.
Yeah, no Chicago shit.
I'm with you guys.
Tequila makes his clothes fall off. That's all he's saying.
Uh-oh. Nobody wants that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, who's?
You're on the East Coast. You have no reason not to go.
Yeah, I know. I went to MegaCon because I knew Louis wasn't going to be able to go to Heroes, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to go to MegaCon. So I went Thursday and I went Saturday, and
But you live in Florida, though.
yeah. So, but I just I haven't been to a con in 20 years. That was the first time I've been to a con in 20 years. So, it was very overwhelming. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
looked like you had a shitload of fun.
Doesn't need tequila for
oh yeah. Oh yeah, it was amazing though. Like, but trying to find people was ridiculous. Like, I mean, I couldn't believe that I found like John's Comics with Kids and Old Wolf, Perry and Ron and those. I couldn't believe that I just like happened to just come across them, trying to find them the whole time. But
well, we make it a little bit easier. So once you're committed, we'll add you to the group thread, and so we have a group thread, and we'll end up with and I'll be setting it up. And there's a survey you fill out, but eventually, in addition to the group thread in Instagram, I then we create a group on SMS as well, so that way you're able to communicate with the group to help coordinate stuff. Most everybody's staying at the same hotel, and we'll probably see people before and whatnot multiple times throughout. But and so what happened at C2E2 is basically people would say, hey, they would have everybody's numbers and stuff so they could text people and find out, hey, where are you at? What they want to meet up and things like that.
Yeah. See, the thing is that the chat that we had was on Instagram, but Instagram just did not want to work.
Right.
Like,
the internet in those places get screwed up because there's so many devices trying. So even if you do get it, it's lagged out, which is exactly why I put together the SMS group, because then you're still able to communicate via cellular.
It made me think of Louis. Louis in the chat, and in a picture like comes up, but the thing was it won't load. So that's the only clue that he gives. So the thing is, it's like you're like, where's this picture at? Like it doesn't show where it says. So you're just like, this is the worst mystery ever, because you're just like literally like, I know he's here. He took a picture, but where is the picture?
I'm sure it wasn't hard to find Louis. Yeah, I'm sure you found him relatively easy compared to like everybody else. We're wearing his Spider-Punk costume.
Well, okay, so
he changed though a couple of times.
Yeah. He had like 5 outfits or something.
Yeah, but it's crazy. You have no idea the amount of people there. I mean, like there's several times where I literally did not move for like a full minute. I'm stuck just around all these people, just like I could not move. It was crazy.
Was it really that bad? That's like worse than New York was then, because New York wasn't that bad. There was people. There was a lot of people, but wasn't to the point where you
just done the old cough thing and pretend you had COVID, like watch them just all spread so you can get through.
I did, Mike. She is very sweet. She's a very sweet individual. She was very nice. But yeah. So how about, you want to know something funny? Someone like some kid puked right in front of her booth.
Oh, geez. I tried to get Mirka to do a sketch cover for me at C2E2 last time we were all there, but that was like the one where like I got there. I had, even with my VIP pass, as soon as they lit the VIP and I went straight there, they were already sold out of sketches. I'm like, how are you sold out of sketches?
Exhibitors.
give it all to the exhibitors, man. I
Yep.
was like so pissed.
Rob,
Yeah.
Oh,
did
you
you
can
do
try
the
again
VIP thing?
tomorrow. No, that's all right. Forget you.
Did you do the VIP passes or the
Yeah,
regular?
I did.
passes?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
me
did.
too. Me too.
I always
did
do.
it. I don't want to fucking wait online. Screw that.
I usually like play, they usually have someplace else that you can sit separate from the rest of the unwashed masses and that type of stuff. I always like that. I'm flying out first class,
Well, you got a what? 4 hour, 5 hour flight?
It's a 5+ hours, yeah.
Yeah,
Because I do have a direct flight at least, which is nice.
I got a
picked this up
two and a
today.
half hour.
There you
I think
go.
it's less than that actually. 2 hours and 15 minute flight. I could live with economy class.
I've never even seen that book.
This is so cool. I love this. It's like the Thriller. It's like the Michael.
Oh, that
Jackson.
is an awesome cover. That's like during the string of Dazzler covers that they were doing like that.
Yeah,
Those were really well made covers. The content and the inside sucks, but the covers were amazing.
yeah. I can see that.
Katie loves it.
Don't tell that to Gary B with his Dazzler fetish. But yeah, I think it made sense. I saw. Did you see the pricing on it? It was really weird for the Heroes Con. It was $100, I think, for the entire event to get a VIP pass, and it was $30 a day or $35 a day without the VIP pass. Did that make any sense? Did the math make any sense to you?
I didn't pay attention. I just saw VIP.
That's how I made my judgment on it. I'm like, because if they were asking me for $500 compared to $100, I'm like, now I'm going to think about it. But I'm looking at the differences. It actually cost me about the same money to get in there with a VIP pass than it would have cost me with the regular tickets.
Yeah, but Mark also told me something. He claimed that the VIP pass is a joke because they says you actually end up not getting in early because they're running late or something. At least that was
a bunch of shit too on top of it. They give you
I
stuff.
don't know. Yeah, whatever. I'd spring for it. No big deal. It wasn't that much. It was cheap in the grand scheme of things.
It was worth it.
With the VIP, real quick, I just want to check, Rob, with the VIP. So you get early access, basically. But do you get like to meet anyone
whatever it says, the different. I don't remember what their thing said. I don't think so.
As far as I remember,
you're just supposed to get in earlier than the general public.
And then
as
you
far
get
as
all,
I
like,
remember,
the bells and whistles, pins.
I think you get a half an hour earlier access than everybody else. This is what I remember. Don't hold me to it exactly. You get a half an hour earlier access. You get, I know that you get a T-shirt with it because they take your measurement. That I know for a fact. And some of the bullshit they give you, like some bullshit Mickey Mouse crap they give you.
Okay, so the VIP pass gives you a 30-minute early entry all 3 days. 2023 Heroes Con T-shirt, your choice of sizes between small to 4X. A commemorative Heroes Convention 2023 badge with lanyard. I like the badge. Don't care about the lanyard. I'm wearing an Only Slabs lanyard. Thank you very much. You get an exclusive 11x17 Heroes Con print. Those are something that if people like to go around, I know people who love those prints because they go around and get everybody to sign them. For me, I toss it or give it to somebody who cares.
You should have all the community members sign it.
Maybe that's
That'd be pretty cool.
You can do the same thing with a
Okay, Joe's like,
and then
that's fucking lame. No.
Then if you go back in time, you would have gotten free entry to the Charlotte Minicon on February 4th. But that's already passed.
Yeah. Honestly, a 30 minutes getting in there makes no difference to me.
Your VIP 3-day advance pass will include a medical grade waterproof wristband, which will require to keep the wristband on all weekend because you have to have the wristband plus the badge because they want to make sure you don't just pass your badge.
I always keep mine extra large.
Wait, I can't take it off. So what if I go to the bar?
Wear it
always.
You must keep your wristband on for the duration of the weekend in order to gain access to the convention floor.
Hold on a second. I'm not going to the strip bar on with a freaking comic book badge on my freaking arm.
You can they give it to you and you can make it extra large so you can slip your hand out of it. I do the same thing at Planet Con. They don't put it on you.
All right.
Now,
Yeah, they-
if
they
you're
just give it to you with a
16
little
years
tab
of
on
age
it.
or younger, you can get in free if an adult will pay for you.
Yes. Wait.
Roscoe, will you pay for me?
All right. Let's do it.
Wait, why would an adult pay for you if it's free?
No, I mean, I'm sorry, with a paying adult.
Pay an adult. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Honestly,
thinking
30
something
minutes
else.
early entry is not that big of a value to me. Again, when
I,
you go
I
in,
know the one that TM's talking about. Like, if you get the VIP pass for Fan Expo Toronto, you get in like I think it's 2 hours or 3 hours early before the general
same
public.
thing at Baltimore Comic Con, you get in like 2 hours early, and I can see that
Oh.
because the exclusives that you can pick up, like the Comic Con exclusives and stuff like that, that you would get at these other cons, that would be a value. They're not going to have that there, so 30 minutes early entry doesn't mean anything.
You
You
sometimes
have
get in a sketch or something,
200 people,
particular
in
artist
front of you.
maybe, but here's what you get. You were talking about though. So there was the pass, as you said, it's $100 for the VIP pass. The VIP pass was limited. There's only 300 of the VIP 3-day passes. There's the regular 3-day pass, which is only $65. But the individual days, that's what you were talking about, that adds up to $100 if you were to buy the $35 Friday, $35 Sunday, $30 Sunday. So yeah, that's the same price as if you bought them that way as the VIP. But the reality is, if you were going to go all 3 days, you'd buy the $65 3-day pass.
Yeah.
So you're paying $35 extra for the half an hour access, the T-shirt, and the
special badge.
The special badge. We can't forget the special.
You
badge.
get to feel more important than everybody
The real
else.
comic book community badge.
Well, I do get to walk around the entire freaking con, telling everybody, "Fuck you! I'm a MVP and VIP."
Yeah, that's you know what I'll tell you. When I went to, it was funny. As I went to San Francisco Fan Expo, I had a VIP badge, and very few people did because you didn't really get much for it. But and their VIP area for you to rest and recover away from the masses was a joke.
That's a thing, yeah. But
that's what I do.
Nice.
I do usually like those or the bag checks or whatever that they have for VIPs sometimes. Yeah. But when I went around to the booths, I would get people go, "Oh, dude, watch out, he's a VIP." And I had like a couple booth owners go, "Here, would you like a chair? Would you like to sit down at my booth?" I'm like, sometimes they were half joking, but some of them were like legit, like offering me a chair or something to sit down. I'm like, I'll stand and flip through your boxes. I'm good, man. Thanks.
So we don't get a champagne room?
Well, maybe you do. Maybe that's what's going on in your bedroom. I don't know.
I remember at Dallas Expo, they had a breakaway room for all VIP people where they had a bag check. They had like lounge chairs, couches, and then they also had a small bar in there.
That's how it was in New York.
Yeah, and that's a huge deal, right? Because if you want to break away, have a drink, being on my
just get away from them. If it's a crowded place, to be able to get someplace less crowd and
that was extra value to me. And I think that was an extra $150 for that particular type. And that's value to me. But
was it
early, special?
Was the drinks included or was it a cash bar?
No, you pay. It was a cash bar.
Yeah. So it didn't say there was added value. It may not have been dollar for dollar value or value for every person, but for some people, it depended upon what your economic situation is.
A drink on the floor,
value.
You could be waiting in a line for a good 30 minutes, whereas this other thing, it's half the time.
And who knows who else is going to come into that room while you're sitting there and hang out? You might come, an artist might come in there, a writer might get in there. You might get a free signature for no reason.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It was cool. It was definitely different, but again, you're going different environment because you're going to a place where, like, and I mean this wholeheartedly, you're going there to buy comic books. You're going there to work deals. You're going that's the whole purpose of this thing. It is straight just comic book dealing left and right.
No girls dancing around in kabuki dresses, nothing like that.
If they are, nobody cares.
I do.
You know why you're there.
No, man. Let me tell you, MegaCon.
I've been seeing highlights lately. Tell us about it.
Oh my god! I mean, I'm just talking about like what the women weren't wearing. I should say what they were wearing. What they were. It was unreal. Like,
Dude, I gotta go to MegaCon next year.
oh my gosh! I'm like, yo. And you know what's really funny is that, I'm I'm disabled, so I had like a little cart. Like I was riding around a scooter, and and it was so funny. Like I was low, so I have all these like just asses, all these chicks' asses are just like right in my
Did
face.
you
Like,
like actually run into somebody's ass face first
dude,
and say, "Oh, I'm sorry"?
if if I would stop short, I may have gotten pink eye like 3 or 4 times. Like, but yeah,
That
it
sounds like a
was.
freaking what movie was
Sorry
that
about
with the guy
that.
who was running around with the wheelchair or the scooter and bumping into people's asses? Ugh, I forgot what fucking movie it was.
9:30 at night, somebody knocking on my door. I was,
Oh shit!
turn on the camera, take a look and see who was outside the door, decide how they were going to get opened up on.
Who was
Yeah,
it?
right.
It was a friend of my youngest who was, I guess, was learning crochet or something, crocheted my wife a hat or something and was bringing it and dropping it off. So,
Oh, I know nowadays it's like, I didn't
They
get a
knocked
text.
the
Did you get
door
a text or a
unannounced. How
call?
dare they?
I think my wife knew about it, I guess, but she couldn't hear because she was at the playing computer games with her headphones on, and the front door is right near here, and it was a light knocking on the door. So, but I was just like, when I hear somebody knocking on the door at 9:30 at night, it's
Like, you know what
All right,
happens to people
so
that knock on
annoying.
the Morse, the door, the Rob house? You know what
they
happens?
get spied on with the camera first, so I can know how I'm going to the door.
Yeah, we handle things differently here.
Well, and again, it depends upon who was at the door. It could have been my father-in-law lives next door. He could have been him
Oh well.
for some reason. So usually they come around to the back door, but Comic Viking. Wow.
Comic Viking. There's a dude. I don't know if you've hung out with Comic Viking personally. I had at
Not
Hero
in the
Con,
flesh.
I got to hang out with him and have a couple of drinks with him. Also, there's a great cigar bar right by World of Beers too. Like half of us have a membership to it because I just bought everybody a membership. But so if you like cigars, let me know. But anyway, there was a little bar around the corner there, and it was the first time meeting Circumstance and Comic Viking personally, and Brad, Southpaw Brad, a couple other people there too. But anyway, we all got to hang out and honestly, the greatest thing about meeting YouTubers, like legitimately in our fake community, is just being able to sit down and have a conversation about something in person. It is a whole nother level.
So,
Having
how many people did you met were exactly what you expected, and like were there a lot of people that you met like, oh, this is a completely different person than what I was
So
expecting?
here's in I think Circumstance will probably agree to this, and I'm pretty sure Beckerman, who's in the chat right now, when you meet me, there's a perception of me. So what surprised
You're
individuals?
bigger, drunk, and loud in real life.
No, what surprised them with me is how like if you so a great conversation came up. They were like, "Hey, you claim to be Jewish, but you do these things, right?" That was something that came up, and I was like, "Yeah, well, I don't claim to be Jewish. I am Jewish, but I'm as Jewish as most Christians or Christian, right? Like that. That's how I perceived it." And they were like, "Okay," and they were like, "Well, and Circumstance even brought up." And I'm not trying to bust him out in any way, so don't like hate him for this. I get this kind of stuff a lot. He was like, "I thought you were just some Southern guy from the South, and you were kind of redneckish, and you're obviously a Republican." And he had these views about me, and I was like, "Absolutely not. I'm not a Republican by no means. I'm not a Democrat either. No, I'm none of those." And he was like, "Well, why not?" And I was like, "Because I've never met a politician that's an expert in anything."
Because I think for myself.
Yeah, I own a piece of property here. And he's like, "So you're a libertarian?" And I was like, "I the only tribe I'm subscribed to is being Jewish. That's it."
I'm Joe. Just a guy named Joe.
Yeah,
And that's not even true either.
yeah. I'm pretty much just gonna do whatever.
Oh, it's like I said earlier, like, you know, Biggie had a stream on and CJ was there, and I jumped in for a little while, and I said for anybody who actually, you know, follows it or does it, happy Easter to anybody. You know, it is actually Easter Sunday here for me.
Yeah.
And then CJ actually asked me, like, you know, are you Christian or whatever? And I said, well, I'm Catholic, but I'm not practicing.
Yeah.
You know, like my parents still go to church and things like that. Mum prays and all that sort of stuff. I was born and raised a Catholic. Doesn't mean I am Catholic. I'm just non-practicing.
Oh, I don't even know what that means.
You're of Catholic descent.
No, I was talking about Tyler's comment.
Part of the wake party.
Well, it
Well,
means he was
it was a
baptized Catholic, but he's not like he doesn't, he's not into it. That's all.
There we go.
Honestly, that kind of surprised me when he said
Christian
that about me. I was
adjacent.
like,
Good
"Is that
evening, Comic
come
Viking.
off online?" Like, I
What's
don't
up?
know.
Do you celebrate Easter?
Yeah, because we had a kid growing up.
Happy Easter.
Yeah.
You know how I did mine?
Yeah.
When my kids I didn't want to be bothered to hide eggs, and we had basset hounds, so we told the kid that the Easter bunny wouldn't come around because rabbits were afraid of basset hounds because basset hounds were bred to hunt rabbits. And my kids went, "Oh, okay," and that was it. That was the end.
Cool. Anybody here is celebrating Passover?
I
No.
passed over a freeway earlier today.
No, passed over. Yeah.
I got passed over for a promotion again, but
Yeah.
Well, happy whatever everybody's celebrating. That's what I was telling everybody before. Oh.
Oops.
Oh, I get you. So they were kind of like a side hustle from libertarian. I got you.
The Whig Party was actually bigger than the Democrats back in the days.
Yeah. They were.
I think what you'll find out when you meet, and please correct me if I'm incorrect about this, but the greatest thing about the community, the fake community, comic book community, is when we all do meet each other.
Wait, hold on a second. We're only meeting the fake community. I thought we were going to meet the real community down there.
No. They don't show up because they're too real to show up to these things and meet each other. So when the fake community meets together, I think what you ultimately find out is that you can relate because they're online thing. I don't think any of us play characters or anything like that. But what you find out is a lot more nuancy about the person and how they interact. And you would be very surprised how much of their online thing, what they have to watch, because it's YouTube, there's rules. But then when you ask them questions and you engage with them, I think you find a little bit more of a nuance that, hey, you can actually hang out with somebody that doesn't believe in everything that you believe, or that you can get along in this stupid thing of funny books with little stupid panels in them, colors and jokes, actually brought somebody into your life that you normally wouldn't have met if you met them in any other way. And I think that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
So true.
I probably have to agree with that. The few people I have met through the community, through the, I don't know, other world, alternative community. Can we call the communities that we've been meeting at the Comic Cons the alternative comic book community? Because they're not real, they're not fake. We don't know what they are. They're alternative.
Just say people you've been hanging out with online. That'll do.
Well, okay, so I could probably tell you this: if I ran into them without having any prior knowledge or experience of interacting with them online, 90% of the time I would probably not even have more than 2 words with them.
Yeah,
that's the honest truth.
That's fair.
Like I could probably say that I probably would have anything in common with the people, but the fact that you get this community thing going on over here, you start to say, hey, you're kind of a different kind of nerd. Let's see what you're all about. Then you find a different nerd, and you're like, all right, they're different. What the hell's your nerdiness about? And that's the whole thing with this community. Everybody's got a weird nerdiness about them that somehow clicks with the others.
And you know what makes it even better? Our chats. I love meeting people from the chat rooms and stuff like. I don't do a whole lot of live stuff because I'm just not good at what I do as far as live goes. But whenever I like aggressively relaxing, meeting him in person at Heroes Con and him giving me his comic book, it was like, oh shit, wow, this is super cool. And meeting him face to face, and of course meeting Comic Viking, over at a bar with Circumstance and smoking cigars and just, I hate to be weird and sexist about it, but just being guys, right? It adds
say that
another
anymore.
level to our fake community. It really justifies the fakeness of it.
So, who's the biggest drinker that you met?
Himself.
No, if you can outdrink Joe, well, then you deserve an award, but that's not going to happen.
I'm not even trying.
Don't.
I'm not even gonna try.
See, really, what happens is when if you look carefully, when he's rocking around the con floor, Joe actually has one of those IV buddies, but it has a hanging bottle, 2 bottles hanging from it that just goes straight in, and he's just walking around with his
I will
IV
walk
buddy.
through a con drinking I'm on vacation.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
But let me say this: having seen,
But I
Joe,
did get a compliment. I did hear one time somebody say at Heroes Con, I watched you drink all day long and you're still pretty sharp and like testing.
Right. I was just going to say. I was going to say. I was going to say the whole thing is that it's not like he's. It's a steady flow throughout the day. It's not like a binge. So as it wears off, he's constantly going. He's good, man. He's about himself and he's not a jerk.
Yeah,
you got a good buzz going on throughout the whole day, basically.
Well, he's numbed the pain.
Yeah,
walking on some concrete floors is
the emotional pain of being part of the fake comic book community. I'm sorry, that's been on my mind lately. That irritates me.
Has that been triggering you too, Joe?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't like the word trigger, but it has been annoying. Because
I like
literally
to trigger people.
When the person DM'd me and said, you're part of the fake community, and I'm like, Slim, I have been doing YouTube comic book content for almost 5 years now. I've seen channels come and go. Well, no, actually for 7. And I'm just like, fuck off. Not miss a week of comic book related content. Fuck off.
I don't know. It's funny though. Like you say 2 things, and all of a sudden it gets people all pissed off. Like I don't know. Everybody's looking to polarize people for one reason.
So you didn't really answer, Joe. Is there anybody that's like totally different, their online persona to in real life?
Like a shocker, like a real shocker. Like you are not what I expected.
From the people I've met, and I am going all the way back to 2018. Generally, when I meet people, they're who they are online, but when you meet them like one-on-one and you find out things, you'll find out and I hate to say this, there are some people that are just shady as fuck, right?
Douchey.
Right? You smell those out quickly.
Beckerman.
But for some reason, they still have a following. So if you don't like them, people hate you for it. Like you immediately it gets polarized. But for the most part, the majority of people I have met, they're just as genuine and nice as they would any other day. And even if you don't agree on a subject or have different opinions on things, there's not the bullshit civil standard, social standard that you would have. Like you can talk about it, but it doesn't turn into an argument. And I think that's what I enjoy. Like, hey, okay, this is my point. This is your point. I believe this. You believe that. Where are we going to move from this? And immediately, so what do you think about Nightwing? Or, what do you think about this nerd thing that brought us together? Because
I'm thinking more the fact of like, say somebody's a massive, like somebody like Biggie, right? Biggie's a big personality online. For him, if you meet him in person when he's like quiet as a mouse, like that sort of style of contrast Is there anybody
I've
like
never
that, or
seen
everybody's
anything
pretty
like that.
much
I've never seen
everybody's the
that.
same?
I think what surprises most people is that I usually come off, and I don't mean to use myself as some sort of ego thing, but like I have to have a basis, right? And you guys see me online, and most of you have seen me in person. I'm just as careful with my words and the way that I speak in person as I am online.
Well, that's not a bad way of conducting yourself. That's actually a good way to conduct yourself.
Yeah, I was just using him as an example, Mike. I was just thinking like somebody with a, because like me, for argument's sake, like I'm technically very introverted.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was like, especially in a group setting, so say for argument's sake, like if Rob organised some like big thing at Heroes with 30 to 40 YouTubers and their partners and stuff, you'll probably find I'm the one in the corner being quiet.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff that drives me crazy. I will purposely seek you out to get you to talk.
So I'm not coming to Heroes then.
Well, hold on. My theory is, and this is where I can get a little aggressive with people, and Beckerman and several other people will tell you this. Like, you didn't travel all that way, right, to not hang out with us. So regardless of what your thoughts are in that moment, it wasn't the reason why you came there. So congratulations, you're meeting Joe Pocan. We're going to hang out together, and we're going to have a conversation. And if you don't like it, by all means, don't come back. But you're here now. And the reason why you're here now is to hopefully connect with this fake community of ours, so we can someday be a real one. And like I respect introverts and what they do. Right? They're very thoughtful, very mindful. But when you come into a public setting, right, the goal is to meet and talk to people. So I will come over and purposely draw that out of you.
I'm going to warn you guys ahead of time. It'll probably take me a little while, maybe an hour or two, before I acclimate and I kind of get the lay of the land, and just kind of I'm the kind of person that needs to survey my surroundings and get a good like feel of what's going on around me before I start getting comfortable. So you'll probably see me not say much for the beginning until I figure out who's who and what's real, what's not real. And then I'll let it loose.
I'm not real.
No. Well, I have to figure out if
No,
you're
what's
real.
not
You're kind of ahead of the schedule because you've met some of us before. You've met DJ Links before, and you've met a few others.
I met DJ Links. Brian, he's not going now.
Yeah, but if all of a sudden you went quiet, and by the way, I know what you look like because I've seen your streams. If all of a sudden you got quiet and just kind of sat off to the side, and I don't see you interacting with people, like that's a bad thing.
Yeah, well,
like how do you recover from that?
But what if you're a naturally shy person though?
Usually that's how I am
way
in the beginning.
Avoid shyness is to talk to people, and generally you need somebody to talk to you.
I'm usually like that in the beginning of any kind of situation. I just kind of like look around a little bit, see what's what kind of a thing before I start to get comfortable. I take a little time to ease up.
This surprises me about you because you seem like the kind of guy like if Roscoe said that, I would buy it. You who constantly rants and talks about things, totally.
Now listen, in hour 2, hour 3, that's a different story how you get me going. But you know, I just that's the way I am. I kind of like analyze things a little bit in the beginning.
And going back to the only thing that's ever surprised me, that Comic Viking actually surprised me. I expected him to be kind of a standoff and watch people because he's kind of the big guys at Marine. I expect that from those guys. But then when you meet him, he's like, he wants to hug you, he's wanting to talk to you, and I was like, damn, you fooled me, you motherfucker. But like that one kind of took me by surprise. I was kind of surprised by that. But then again, we had been DMing back and forth about a deal long before that. And I generally don't take like messages and stuff like that as a persona. I just take that for what it is. So that if I was ever to be surprised, it was to literally get a hug from the bear Comic Viking. By the way, if you've never met him, he's a big guy. He's not a tall guy, but he's a big guy, and he's got no neck.
Well, I want a hug from Roscoe.
I think everybody wants to hug
neck is
Roscoe.
no big deal.
Oh my gosh! When I saw,
Roscoe's on my hug list.
That's what everyone wanted to do. Like when they first met me, they were just like, "Get over here!" Like, and literally they were just like, like, and I'm just like, "Oh shit!" Like, yeah, it was hilarious.
The worst part about having
I don't like to be touched. Leave me alone.
Look at this cute fucker. How could you not want to fucking hug this guy? Look at that.
Before I came into this our fake community, and I will always refer to it that way. If it offends people, get over it. But before I came into this community, to get a hug from me, I don't do that. Look,
I don't do that either.
American Legion, VFW, Masonic Lodge.
All those people are all known for their hugging. Come on.
12 organizations out there. Like,
Every time I go to the VFW hall, they're all hugging. What are you talking about?
Like,
Get
they
over
would
here.
come up to you like, "Hey, how you been?" And I was, "Hey, how you doing?" Right?
Hey.
All of a sudden, in a comic book community, they're like, "I'm a hugger," and I'm like, so even if I say I'm not, like, this is gonna happen. Like, that was my mentality. I was like, okay, hug me.
Be careful, old wolf will grab your ass. Just to let you know.
That does not surprise me. Tony looks like he's a dirty
No, that's not cool.
Nah, you got to show your face, Trav. I'm not letting you on unless you show your face.
But I'll be honest. Over the years, now I expect the hug. Like when I met Beckerman, I was like, what's going on? Like I'm back to my bro days.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be at least backstage. Once we see it, then you can turn your camera back off. And
Well, come on, people! You just don't know the.
I'm
you don't know the
definitely
rules.
not a hugger myself.
I'm going to tell you right now.
We'll hug Roscoe.
You don't even do the bro hug
Just
thing.
lie.
Not the full hug, but like the handshake with the
Listen,
pulling
if
sort
you're
of thing.
not a hot babe with big bodacious boobies, I don't want to hug you. You know, no hug.
what if I'm just a big dude with no
Well,
neck
you're
and
from
big
New
bodacious
York. Who
boobies?
knows what you're carrying? That's probably a health risk.
Oh, there goes TM Dirty. All right, bye.
But I will hug Roscoe. He's the only one that melts my heart. There you go. If you look like that, I will accept the hug.
Beckerman doesn't need to shed weight. I can pick him up, no problem.
How big are you, Viking?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm
you look like a
5'9".
freaking
I'm
monster. How
about
big are you?
280.
Wait, 5'9"?
5'10". 5'10". Sorry,
That's
5'10",
it?
280.
He's my size.
Oh, I thought he was like a freaking lumberjack over there, like 6'5" or something like that.
Oh, it's 5'10", man.
Holy shit. A lot of you guys are throwing me off as far as your size is concerned. I thought like some like Biggie threw me off too. He's like 5'10". I thought he would have been like another guy that's like 6'4". Sasquatch.
You thought he was a biggie?
Yeah, I thought he was a Big E, exactly.
No, this is nobody goes around by saying, "Hey, I'm averagey."
Hey, just my name's Roscoe. I'm about average height. That's how I start every show.
No, I'm just saying how they appear on camera. Like you look at the Viking.
Oh yeah, I mean,
He looks
you
like a
can't really
freaking the
tell.
brawny man over here. And he's 5'10", which is an average height, but you
It is average, yeah.
He's taking axe and chopping down freaking forests for a day every day. You know.
Yo, John Comics with Kids was tall, bro.
Yeah, he's like 6'3", 6'3",
Yeah, he's
6'3",
He
something
looks a
like
little
that.
tall, though.
Spidey threw me off when he told me how tall he was. I thought he was a hobbit.
What do you, Simon? What do you?
I'm only 6'7".
Yeah, but
What?
we all thought you were a hobbit, like 5 foot, and all of a sudden you're 6 foot.
You're 6'7"?
6 foot, 6 even.
Oh.
I said.
6
Oh my
even,
God.
yeah.
Oh,
thought he
I
said
was like
6'7" first,
6'7".
too.
He's
I
6
would've-
foot,
I
but that's 6
would've
foot
kept-
Australian, and you have to convert that to American, and that equals like 17
So
feet.
7.5 foot.
Yeah.
Lynx is
If
way
I was
shorter than I
6'7", I
expected.
would have kept playing basketball if I was 6'7".
All right. So Beckerman asked what my weight was when I was active duty. Right around 215, 210.
Still a big guy.
See, I don't even know what this is because I do
No,
I do the height thing, but I don't do the weight thing.
Yeah.
Like kilograms.
That sounds about right. I mean, because I know what my peak when I was at military school doing all my stuff, because I'm 5'10". I was like 190. No, I was like 205. I think is what it was. As I always joke today that I'd love to get down to 230, 225. I would feel like a monster at that weight. But
Man, I
About
can't
100
remember the last
kilos
time.
there, Mad Spidey.
Yeah, how much you weigh right now, Rob?
Oh, okay. So what would
Rob,
you
how much
say you
you weigh
were?
now?
Like about 250?
he's 280.
Oh,
He
280.
said.
Well, I was 100 kilos when I was active duty. Now it's probably 120, 130.
Yeah,
I
127.
forgot the conversion exactly, but it's almost double. So a little over
Yeah,
double.
127.
Okay.
See, I'm like 250 right now, and
He's
that's
20 stone.
that's
No,
too
I
much.
don't do stone. That's really old.
Like I feel like I'm at least 30, 40 pounds overweight. I need to get myself down to 210 somehow. But
So what would I be in pounds then?
No, tell me in stones. Come on, Mad Spider.
No, not doing stones.
I gotta figure out. I
Not
think
doing-
it would
not
sound
doing
better
straight.
in stones for me. So I gotta
Okay,
figure
so
out.
I'm about 198 then.
Robbie, you said you want to
2.
get down to 230. How much do you currently weigh? You don't look like you're more than that.
I'm like 285.
Are you really?
Yeah.
See, again, the camera's fucking deceiving.
That's why we're not sending him Tim Tams anymore.
Roscoe, 1 stone is
No
equal
more
to
Tim
14
Tams.
pounds.
Oh, damn, that's still gonna be a lot of stones for me.
DJ Lynch is a lot. Is a lot.
But it doesn't sound
smaller
as
than I
bad when you
thought.
go, oh, I'm only 23 stone.
Yeah.
I don't
DJ's
know how
short,
many
isn't
guys
he?
saw him in person, but he's definitely
Yeah, he
smaller
is.
than I thought. I thought he was a big dude.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Rob, unless someone knows what stones are, then I'm really screwed. They're like,
And they
oh
just go,
damn.
exactly.
I bet you TM's a big dude. Like,
No.
Maybe a tiny little midget.
He's
A
he's-
I am 5'6".
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm really tiny. I'm Irish, man.
So
Oh my
am
god,
I.
you're the Hobbit.
I'm
You
so
I've
call
met-
him
I've met-
Spidey
I've
all
met
the time.
big
You're the
Irish
fucking Hobbit.
people.
You're the Hobbit with the freaking beard. Holy shit!
Yeah, like,
I'm Irish too. I'm Irish and Polish, and I'm 6'1".
but you're Polish too. Like, I'm like,
Oh, that's
oops.
it. That's what it.
But Polish
That's
are
what puts
generally
me over the
little
There
people
we
are
go.
Polish usually.
See, that throws me off that Roscoe's 6'1" too. I thought he would have been shorter because he's always sitting. So I always think he's shorter.
Yeah.
6'1".
Plus,
Huh?
plus I'm 350. I'm a big ass dude. I'm a football player, man.
You and me, other than the weight, are around the same height. Then I'm like 6'1", 6'2". So
Yeah.
And Tyler's 8'3".
Yeah, right. I seen that too. I was like, dang.
Ty Locke?
He's 6'3", right?
no, shattered glass.
Oh, Tylox, I think is 6 foot though.
I think so.
Yeah, Tylox is tall too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Tyler, Whack Comic Tyler, he's 6'3" for real?
No, he's
I think
17.
he's-
No, he's 8'3".
Yeah, I think he's tall. He's tall as hell. He's
No way.
corn fed.
He
He's on a corn
reckons he's
fed.
only like 6'1" or 6'2", but I saw that photo with Austin, and Austin's like 5.5 foot, and he was like 3 feet above him.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought he was like 6
Tyler is a gentle giant.
8'7".
8'7". Man, imagine.
He's that fucking guy in the Guinness World Records.
Sheesh.
7.
And Mike, I see Mike said that he was 5'9". I always figured him as short, like my height.
Oh, I thought Mike would have been taller actually, because he's like one of these lanky dudes.
No, I thought Mike
Yeah.
said he was shorter than that. Hang on.
I thought-
Oh no,
I
yeah,
can see
5'9", 150 pounds.
I could see Mike being 5'9", 150.
150 pounds. That's really light.
Yeah, definitely.
No, I'm
That's
6'1".
what I weighed when I
6'1".
was born. Elephant baby.
How tall is Drac?
He's probably like 5'9" too. I bet. I'm 5'8".
Probably
5'9".
average.
Well,
Yeah.
it depends. Is he solid? Is he missed? Is he a bat? What
Well, it depends how much
Well,
blood
oh.
intake he's taking.
Yeah, what form? Yeah.
Depends
Yeah,
how much.
if he hasn't
blood
had
he's
his blood,
taking.
he's kind of hunched. He starts to decrepit a little bit. So he,
Well, I'll
Look at this
find
guy.
out.
Where he sounds
He,
like
he is only about 2,000 years old, so
That'd be
yeah.
a no. I'm not wearing sandals.
please don't. Isn't it
12 foot.
illegal?
34
12
pounds.
foot, 34.
Good
That sounds
thing I think
about right.
You're like,
Actually,
pop a
and
smoke.
how big is like? Because I'm gonna meet the comic vet too. How tall is he?
Oh,
Chris is tall.
Travis.
Oh, he's like 6.
He's 6'2", 6'3", I think.
No, he's
That's
not
a
that
good
tall.
line.
He's like
Oh, I
6.
thought he was that tall.
Negative
I
six.
know he was taller than me.
Yeah.
Tyler. Oh,
So,
no.
did anybody? I have been away from YouTube for a couple weeks. Has anybody who jumped on the Spider-Man 7 bandwagon and got that Humberto Ramos variant or whatever?
All the dirty flippers did.
I didn't jump on the bandwagon.
Nick,
I pre-ordered it.
DJ.
months ago.
Roscoe.
No, what I meant, did you get like 4 or 5?
See,
I have a copy for myself.
No, I have one copy. I bought it off the shelf for $3.99.
I haven't checked my. I haven't been to the comic shop yet, but I know I'd have at least the A copy there. I'm not fussed about the.
I have
Spoiler
0
alert.
copies, and I assure you, in about 6 months, I will get it for 50% off.
Oh, no doubt.
It's
So
$1.
$2.
It
Actually,
will be $1.
did you
The
guys
real-
just see the recent sale for someone in the UK? Or
It's
am I
going
crazy?
up. It's so stupid.
It's like $70.
Well,
Yeah, and then
I think
that's what that's going to do is that's going to
community
make everyone's going to overbuy
Just
on the
don't
second
know.
printing, thinking that they're going to do something with
yeah.
that, and that's
No.
that's when we all laugh.
I like I don't even really like the second printing, to be honest with you. I'm a Humberto Ramos fan, but
Right.
I think the first cover is better than the second one.
I actually hate Ramos's art on Spider-Man,
Oh, cool.
especially the ones where it shows that he has like broken legs and stuff, and like joints that are going the
Yeah, but that's that
Giant
style.
Giant
Yeah, but
Spider-Man
that cover's not Spider-Man. It's Spider-Boy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
different.
sorry, Spider-Boy.
I got the
Spider-Boy.
real Spider-Boy over here.
generation.
Listen, real comic community does not collect fake Spider-Mans. Well, only real Spider-Mans. Peter Parker. That's it.
But does anyone remember Spider Bite?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, we were
I mean-
talking about him.
The other day, yeah,
It's
Friday.
Yeah, the other day.
It's almost the same thing, right? Like, I mean, I swear, it almost.
I hold more value. I hold more value on the Spider Buggy than this Spider Boy.
Yes. Yes. Spider Buggy.
Spider Buggy was awesome.
I could see Mad Spidey driving that around Australia.
Hell yeah!
Thing.
Up and down the beaches and
Chasing Crocs all over the place.
nah, Crocs are up north. I'll be chasing great
Here's the
whites.
real Spider Boy.
Yeah.
It's true.
The amalgam character.
Wait, is that so? Is this Spider Boy a variation of that?
No,
Amalgamation.
No, that's the amalgam character.
I'm
Yeah.
just asking because you just showed that.
Yeah, Spider-Boy. It's an amalgam of Superboy and Spider-Man.
I know what that is. I just didn't know if there was any kind of
no, it's completely
connection.
unrelated to the current hullabaloo.
Yeah, I wonder how they got away with using that name again. Because amalgam is jointly owned. There might be a copyright issue with that.
I doubt it very seriously. If they're both,
I don't know.
a deal. I'm pretty sure there isn't.
DC and Marvel are pretty wretched to each other. You
Right,
never know.
but it's a general term. That's why I'm thinking it's not a problem.
Well, so wasn't there another discrepancy? Wasn't it Power Man? There's
Power Man and well, if you throw in Power Man and you're looking at DC and Marvel on it, yeah, there was and it wasn't because of the name, it was because of the characters. It was the same situation with
Wonder Man.
Marvel and Superman at the time. It was how similar the characters were together overall, not just the name.
Well, DC did do a cease and desist when they started using the Wonder Man thing, saying
Yeah.
that they were going off of the trademark for Wonder Woman.
Yeah, if somebody else uses their name Joe, I could throw a lawsuit out there. That doesn't mean that I'm winning, or doesn't really mean anything at the end of the day.
Well, it got Marvel to kill Wonder Man for a long period of time.
Yeah, it did, because somebody doesn't want to get tied up in a legal battle. Somebody else is going through that same trouble right now in America.
Yeah, like a lot of people.
I don't know what you're talking about, Joe.
Most people don't. I'm just kind of vague and cryptic.
Here's Cunt's gonna be great.
The look on people's face when I sat there and I told everybody at PlanetCon, and this is my god honest belief, when they were like political stuff, I'm like, I've never met a politician that's an expert in anything. Prove to me that there's a politician that's an expert in something.
Well, how could anybody disagree with that statement?
They absolutely can. It's a popularity contest. As a matter of fact, I would say that voting today for a politician, and this is going to get spicy, so I apologize. Voting for a person today to hold a political office is less scrutinized than the comic book community awards. Boom, I said it.
I'm videotaping this for scientific research. This shit will be on the Discovery Channel.
That couldn't happen at better time.
Well, listen, here's the problem. Here's the problem. In the comic community, if you say something that disagrees with the real comic book community, you don't get canceled. In real life, if you disagree with whatever happens with the votes, you get canceled.
So would that make you love me?
I love Remy's channel.
How many videos does he have over there?
You don't want to know. He has to
Actually, I
keep.
do.
He literally has got to the point where he has to delete to put new ones in. It is that full.
He deleted my comments after 24 hours, and I was like, no, you don't get to do that to me. So I posted them on my channel. Like,
I want to know how Remy actually keeps all these clips saved onto the platform.
But the stupid thing is I actually asked this as a legitimate question, because when I go into StreamYard now to do a stream for myself, none of my stuff is there. It's all Remy's stuff. So even though I'm clicking on my icon, I don't have much stuff there though. So I've only got like a couple of banners. I don't have any clips or anything like that. And I don't do many lives, so it doesn't faze me too much. But I'm trying to go in and do it mine, and I'm like, I'm just looking for the crappy 30-second timer that comes with StreamYard. That's not even there anymore. I can't even use that because Remy's deleted it, and I can't find any of my banners.
Right, Oscar, you wanna touch on that? What happened when we got a joint StreamYard? All of his shit went away.
it gets weird.
Like Tyler actually said to me, there is a way he thinks that you might be able to do it. Like there's something to do in like team settings or something like that. So I can still get access to Remy's channel, but I can have my stuff still there.
It's. I wish Chip Gettler was here.
You can. There's like there's areas too. Like you can like all of Remy's stuff. Like it could be like label it as Remy stuff, and then you could do your own things and have all of these videos in your own little folder. It's right at the top of your banners. If you go to the banners, you'll see you can create another one. And
see, I don't know how to keep this stuff in permanently. Every single time I do a stream, I have to upload all the videos every single time. So there's got to be a way to keep it permanently.
Version?
If somebody comes into your channel, the simplest way to do it under StreamYard, and I wish Chip Gettler was here because he taught me this.
It's like I had to put one of my banners in his thing.
If somebody's a guest, like I'm a guest right now, so whoever allowed me in, they can actually go to their settings and allow me to open up present, and under the present option, I should have my stuff there that I can present. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's basically it's the share thing. Yeah.
I don't know. Every time I go on, I go to the option where it says present, I think, and then I have to put in every video file one at a time, the ones I put in there, and it doesn't save them towards the next stream.
That's weird.
Yeah, you're not setting them in there correctly. You need to go to your personal settings and save to the menu.
I'm muted.
Probably. I gotta play around with it. I haven't played around with it long enough.
What happens is this. if you're using the present, you're only doing a momentary thing just for that. What you want to do is you want to go to the brand tab, and on your brand, you can then go to the videos, clips, and you can upload from there.
Okay.
And then those then become saved there. Now you're limited to, like, I think it's up to 5 minutes potentially, depending upon the resolution of how long of a clip that can be there. Otherwise, you need to do video files, which instead of doing a share screen, you can have a file saved on your computer and just then share as a video file direct. But anyways, so yeah, all these short little clips, like I use, whatever, it's loaded in the brand section. And if you have
Okay.
multiple brands set up, then it only shows up in the one that you upload it to. So be aware of that, because, like, for example, I have Only Slabs brand and I have stuff that's there. But if I upload something there and I go to, like, the Comics Curing Cancer brand, well, only that whatever I had on the Only Slabs isn't there unless I re-upload it also to that branding. So it keeps things separate. So I can have separate things depending on what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah,
question on that, Rob.
that's what you
This
should
is
do, Matt
valuable.
Spidey. Like, have your own brand on Remys, because that's how you do it. That's what I'm.
Yeah, see, I automatically thought that, like, when I go into StreamYard, because obviously you've got the little icons. Like, I got, like, there's a plus sign, there's mine, and there's Remy's. So I go to mine, so it's on my channel. But then, yeah, as I said, everything pops up that's in Remy's things. So
Yeah, if you go to the top right now of StreamYard and you see his brand, you should be able to create your own brand.
Yeah, so
And then have all your own videos there.
He's got brand 1 and he has blue. And we're in the blue brand right now. So then you could, if you click that drop down, you can see you could add a new brand. And then add other stuff there, which would be independent and separate. But
I think there was a totally different way, because what did Tyler said something about, you can actually go to, like, when you first set up, there's like team settings down below or something like that.
That's outside of this. For StreamYard, you then have yours, and then there's a drop down for any other channels that you're a team member of. If you have admin or co-host, right? Once you're an admin, you have where you can then go down to your team members and you can go in and add people to your team if you have that, because it's an additional cost.
Yeah, so I'm only on free StreamYard as well, which doesn't probably help.
Right, so you wouldn't be able to do that as far as adding other people to your team necessarily, but whereas, like, on the basic paid plan, like Mark he has one additional team member that he can do. So, like, he'll toggle it, like he'll give it to Tyler for, if one day or the other Friday he took it away from Tyler and he gave it to me, so that way I could host the show in his absence or whatnot. I have where I pay a little bit more, and so I can do up to like 5, I think it is, people or something.
Rob, you see any value in going to the top tier? I have the middle tier.
The top tier, I haven't gone to the top tier because I don't for what they want in money for what I'm doing, I don't see any ROI.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean for other people it wouldn't be, but for me, I'm good.
Because the top one you can go to, like, I think 12 people or something on screen. I think that would get very crowded.
There's additional people, there's additional team members, there's additional recording hours, there's some other plug-in things, but and then the other thing is that I think it's the 1080p versus the 720p or something, or
there is added value in that.
But at the end of the day, most everybody's watching on their phone or they're in a smaller window on their computer.
Nobody wants to look at my ugly mug in 1080p.
It's 720 is fine.
I'm ugly in both. It's okay.
The one thing that I don't like about StreamYard a lot that I used to get, I just recently stopped my Zoom subscription that I used to have. I had up to 100 people I could put on my Zoom chats.
Yeah, but have you tried having a conversation with 100 people simultaneously?
No, and you know what? It's hard to do that. But as far as if you're doing a big panel and stuff like that, I used to do them for real estate all the time, so it worked out good.
Right? No, I get it. My works platform, we can do up to 250 people.
I use Teams, and I can control everything on the back end. I don't use Zoom when I do big classes with hundreds of people in it. I don't do Zoom.
But when you go into that many people, you lock it down. It's not a free for all. It's you basically put yourself in your presenter mode and you
raise your hand, blah blah blah. Yeah,
exactly.
I run teams. It's just easier to manage.
I found Zoom easier to manage, although I do Teams a lot too.
It's what
Through the company, we use Team as the standard.
Mhm.
We even use the Google platform as well, which is not horrible.
Yeah,
it's not horrible as well. But as far as the dummy, easy, stupid as stupid does type of platoms, StreamYard and Zoom are probably the easiest ones as far as just like plug
I
and play.
always run into a problem if I need to show a video of something and I have hundreds of people in it. So I want to show a video and do a live presentation. I find Teams to be the best way to do it. I seem to get bogged down and like the Zoom calls, and I seem to get very bogged down in Google. But if I run it through Teams, if I need to do a video intro or a video presentation with sound that's somewhat quality, Teams just seems to be the way. But I hate the way Teams, if you send a link out and people's computers aren't set up for Teams, like that's where I face my biggest challenge.
Yeah,
yeah. We have like my company obviously has its own platform, and it's one of the things that it's similar to all those different things. So it's got a couple features I think. I don't even know if Teams they have it because I don't use them. But like when we do a presentation, you have the option to do an inset picture window where you're doing a picture. So you're as the speaker, you can still have your slideshow presenting, but you're still on camera as opposed to just this thing.
You have that in Teams.
And then we also have it like if you're in like this mode like this, if I move like this, because the camera is still a 16:9 image, it'll recenter and refocus the camera will automatically focus follow you within your confines and stuff.
Yeah, Teams will do that too, but that's a paid option.
Oh yeah, no, ours is.
See, what I would like to do as a one-time shot, so I got to figure out which is the best app to use this. Like, I want to do like an anniversary show kind of thing on my channel where I invite like everybody that's ever been on one of those streams, and as many come on, that's how many are going to show up. I know it's going to be chaos, it's going to be insanity, but it fits well with my channel.
Yeah, as long as your platform can connect. That's one of the things. My very first some of the stuff I did, I used my work's meeting platform because it has the ability for me to set up to go from it straight to YouTube. So that way you could, because the concept was that if I was doing a presentation or a webinar, for example, I might have X number of people that are on my panel like this that are presenting, but everybody else is joining via a YouTube link to view it. And you could then have the chat interacted, but so you could just insert the link essentially for your YouTube channel, and it would basically stream it out to so you could use this like we are for StreamYard. It would just be the meeting platform, and then you could have whatever your meeting platform's limitations are as far as
to go direct to YouTube. As far as a platform goes, I probably wouldn't use Streamyard for that, but my editing software from More will allow me to do that.
How many people do you actually have sitting in the background? Like, I know you can only have like, your 6 or your 10 or your 12 or whatever, but is there an unlimited amount of people sitting in the background waiting to get in, or is there a limit on that too?
No, you'll get a pop-up message that
You'll
says
get an invite.
Somebody's waiting,
trying to get in or something like that. Okay.
I think it's.
I thought you might have been able to like just have like say the 10 on screen, and then you could have like 10 or 15 in the background, and you could just chip and change them in and out.
No. Oddly enough, that's how my works when they first launched their meeting platform. That's how it did work, because you could only have initially like 10 people on screen because of the video bandwidth at the time that it consumed, and so that everybody else was like staged as like a auxiliary, but you could swap out who was on, but it was stupid.
It's chaos.
I remember doing that with Comic Core. Yeah, that was a mess.
But I want to try to at least for that one show to get like a platform where I could get like
10
if I get 30 people, 40 people on at the same time. I want to try to do that because I haven't seen anybody do that. so it should be a little different.
You could do the multiple. Does it work? Does it work with that new multiple channel streaming tool thing?
Actually, I think you can do it through Zoom.
Zoom, you could do it through.
Yeah, you go straight live because you would just run the feed through. If Zoom doesn't connect automatically to YouTube, you can just run it through StreamYard, and it would just be your 8-second delay on the pre-record.
But how does that multiple? Because I know a lot of people are doing this at the moment, where they'll do the same live stream on multiple channels.
Oh, me and Roscoe can do that.
We had to have like 10 on my channel and 10 on
Yeah, they would
Rob's
just
channel.
all
That's
go
a
live
new
and
feature of StreamYard.
Yeah.
And it's all live at the same time because, like, sometimes we go live. Me and Roscoe, when we were doing Roscoe's Late Night Addiction,
You guys have done it.
Yeah, we'd be doing it live on both, and we'd actually be live on my Facebook, live on Roscoe's channel,
But
and my.
Can you both invite different?
No,
different
it's like the same stream.
Same stream. Oh, okay. So it's just a mirror image on two different channels.
Yeah, just going out on channels, but then your audience is segregated though. The audience can't interact with you. They can't cross bot.
Yep. I was actually reading that YouTube started to allow people to bring on multiple people at the same time on the stream. Has anybody experimented with that at all? As far as not having to use
I haven't tried using the YouTube tool directly in a long time.
Anything YouTube based in the creative studio, is assuming what I'm talking about, the beta section, all that is junk and it's 10 years behind.
I unfortunately, my first ever live, I had no idea what I was doing, and I did it through YouTube itself. You cannot like highlight comments. You can't add people. You can't do anything. It's crap.
All my first streams were done through YouTube directly. But I wasn't putting people on at that point. Whatever the case is, I was just going and doing streams. But I heard that they improved it a lot. I like to go and experiment with it.
I was in there last week because I got the creative notes. Like I actually go through the creative studios through YouTube to figure out their point of view of how to beat their whatever, and everything they do, live stream is ahead of them by years. Like I know that sounds horrible, right? Don't talk bad about your boss here on YouTube, but the truth is, YouTube's behind the curve of when it comes to anything. Their music's garbage. Their shorts just recently came out. It is behind TikTok or even Instagram at this point.
I do like it because I've only just started doing shorts, and everybody knows I am crap when it comes to computers. But it is so easy to do, especially on your phone. It's literally
it is easier to download what you do on Instagram. If you do one on Instagram,
I've never done it on Instagram.
It is easier to do it on Instagram. And if you check the Evil Layer Instagram, or I'm sorry, the Evil Layer YouTube channel and see the shorts on there, they're repurposed from Instagram. I moved that stuff over, and I found that to be easier than actual trying to post something. Like it's literally 3 seconds to do it that way, and YouTube wants you to pick their music, do their thing. Like they're very YouTube centric, which is fine.
You probably need to give me one too, Flo, because as I said, like I've worked, like Mark from Legion sort of gave me a quick brief rundown, because on the phone it's literally just hit the plus button, you hold down the record button, add music, add a description and the hashtags, and then post. But I don't know how to do any of the, like, put a fireball on there, I don't know how to do any of that crap.
It's easy on Instagram. It's super easy.
I looked at something like today. I was looking up because I wanted to do some voiceover thing. It said, and I'm looking up. Sure enough, here's all those directions to do something. And I go to my app and I'm like, oh, I don't have that button. Like, what the hell? Yeah, it's like it didn't exist, and then it's like, oh, okay. And it was like this article is like 6 months old, and they said like, oh, it was like, I guess it's only available on iPhone users for right now. And it's like, how do you make a button in your app but only make it available for iPhone and not for fucking Android, which is like
I don't understand that. Android's a much bigger platform worldwide, and they always hitting
this is locked down. But
it makes no sense to me.
The the other thing is like I wanted to do like I really am disturbed with like I was trying to do something where I had a recorded introduction for like 5 seconds, and then I wanted to go to the video, and I wanted the music to start after my intro and start with the rest of that second video clip that you put together, because you can put multiple video clips together, but you can't do that. It's like I can adjust when text letters show up on the screen, but I can't adjust when the music starts, which is the dumbest.
That you can't do. I was actually trying to do that earlier today.
Are you talking about Instagram or YouTube?
YouTube.
You can adjust the video, the audio, the music clip as far as where it starts in the song, but you can't start where the song starts in the video clip.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Hold on.
Not if you do it through your phone.
Please educate.
No, I'm not educating. You already know this. So when you go through and you want the song to start at one point, it's basic editing. And you want the song to start at one point, you record what you want to do, right? And then where you want the song, that's a separate recording. You're recording two things, and you just go through and you feather it out to where they're mesh into each other. Under the
when you go to hit add sound.
No. You record what you want first. You're going to upload that. And then you're going to edit in the next recording with the music and everything in the next video.
No. So this was like
2 recordings.
So this was, these were 2 recordings, but then I was trying to add music to it as opposed to adding a recording that already had music on it.
No. Do the recording, then do the next recording with the sound in it.
Yeah, see, that's a lot more complicated, more effort versus.
Hey, welcome to YouTube.
I know.
I don't know what to tell you. Instagram, you don't have to do that, but yeah, that's why it's easier just to record the things you do off Instagram and throw them onto YouTube, because Instagram makes it extremely easier.
I don't know. For some reason, the interface on Instagram is a pain in the ass for me.
And by all means, if I am wrong and somebody in the chat knows how to do it smoother, but I have tried to do straight YouTube stuff, and I'm like, no, I just want to go to Instagram, do it over there, capture that, and put it on YouTube.
And I will say this, the freaking filters and the special effects on YouTube suck. They suck. You can't do anything. Like it gives you the basic filters. There's no special effects. It's just a pain in the ass.
So if you record a reel on Instagram, you can put it straight on YouTube. But if I do it on YouTube, I can't put it on Instagram.
Yes, you can. You just screen shoot it.
But but it doesn't sort of give you that option to go, oh, do you want to download it to other platforms or anything?
So what I do, I do a lot of shorts on both Instagram and YouTube. Right? There's no secret to that. So what I do is I post a bunch on Instagram. Then I bring up my editing software where I can do a screen recording of it, and plug my mic so it's just capturing what's going on in the screen. And then I save that piece of data and I just immediately launch it back over, and then I schedule out my shorts every other day so I have something going on in the evil layer. Because remember, the evil layer only has something once a month. So I need something to fill the gaps between that. So again, I'm getting into editing and scheduling, but I'm just capturing it.
Basically, Spidey, when you put it onto Instagram, you go to the little 3 little dots at the top of the video. You press download. You save it to your thing, and then you upload it onto YouTube. That's all you do.
You can use an app called Repost. You can use editing software. There's lots of things you can use for free. Don't pay money to record something you've done. But if I record content for anything whatsoever, I need 3 uses out of that content because it took time for me. So that's why I have alternative like BitChute, Rumble, and Locals, where if I post something on one, it gets streamed out overall.
Has Rumble's been censoring you lately?
No, Rumbles does not censor me at all.
I actually got censored a lot lately on my real estate stuff.
Not real estate, I could see that, but I'm doing fake comic book community stuff and DIY.
I got a lot of videos taken down for talking about housing, fair housing,
Fair housing is rough because if you take fair housing right now, anything that has to do with fair housing, and you run it
landlord
through
tenant
Google,
laws.
if you run it through Google Ads or Google Analytics at this point right now, it gets redlined automatically because you're
Yeah,
just in
fair
a shit
housing laws
situation
are
right now.
If I have the word eviction in the title, it's gone.
Yeah, it's done.
Gone.
It's not going to happen.
Gone. It's just like they take me down immediately.
Because
Doesn't
American
matter.
people don't need to know that a recession's about to hit.
I could be making a video of telling people how
Joe,
to
why are you
avoid.
spreading things?
This is how crazy it's because I could make a video telling people how to avoid eviction
Doesn't matter.
and like just tell them
Yeah.
steps like how to talk to the landlord and stuff like that.
You
And
could
they
go
freaking take it
follow
down.
a hour-long video about warning about the possible pump and dumps and rug pulls that are about to happen with any cryptocurrency right now, generally from the heart warning people about this stuff. And the moment it's in the title or in the description, it will get it. It's done. It gets buried.
Done. But I'll tell you what, if I write Boner the Bonin the Barbarian, no problem. They'll leave that in there.
We'll make that your title and then talk about evictions.
Yeah, there you go. That'll do it.
Don't make it. So YouTube tells you in the creative studios when you make videos, if you go through their little masterclass bullshit thing, that doesn't tell you anything. If you go through there, they immediately tell you the content needs to be associated with the verbiage, yada, 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 yada. They do this because it makes it easier for the algorithm to catch what they do and don't like. It does work, but also on the opposite end, it can hurt you. So if you're generally trying to worry people or get people concerned about something and you want people to know, you're going to follow that advice. But the truth is, at the end of the day, the things they don't like to go out there,
they don't want out there.
All I'm going to say is this: over the past 2 months, I get a lot of videos taken down from YouTube and blocked. But I've gotten more videos taken down and blocked from Rumble than YouTube. So it's very odd what's happening.
Which is weird because for BitChute, Rumble, and Locals and Odyssey are my alternative accounts. I don't get anything taken down. And I hate to say this is going to sound bad. If you look at Poke and Joe Comic Book Review channel, I get a mediocre review there. But if you look at my alternatives, I get huge views over there. It's ridiculously stupid. It's simulcasted. However, Evil Air Project and Builds, it's the exact opposite because they all get simulcasted along the same things. But YouTube is super strong because YouTube loves DIY because it has long trails to it. You get the initial burst, but you also get a constant viewership for a long period of time.
I don't know, I'm just seeing a lot of odd things happening right now with the way everything is working. Even YouTube, the way it works and its algorithm works, when you're taking the shorts into consideration and the regular videos into consideration, and even the live streams into consideration, it's looking at them a lot differently than what they used to.
Oh, they're going to promote shorts because they need shorts right now.
Well, they are and they're not
in that market.
It depends what kind of shorts you're putting up there.
No, it really doesn't. My short should not be getting any short that I put on Instagram that everybody's seeing should not be getting 2,783 views on YouTube because my channels don't get that. My long-term stuff doesn't get that.
Well, shorts always get more than the regular.
They only get more because the people aren't actually watching; they're just flipping through, and your SEOs are tagged in it.
It has to be for more than. I think it's. I just watched something. It's like 6 seconds in order for it to count as a.
Yeah, it's some ridiculous number that somebody just pauses to see what's going on for a second to see if they're interested. Now, I'm not seeing a conversion rate by no means whatsoever. I'm not seeing a conversion from shorts over to subscribers views by no means whatsoever.
I have that. I actually have. I've seen a jump up in the subscribers because of the shorts. Every time I get a short that hits at least 1,000, 1,500 views,
I get at least 1 or 2 subscribers to hit from it, and they stick every time, every single time. But it's weird content that I put up too. Like I put like a lot of like pop culture weirdness and stuff like that. I put, people, they see what they look at it and they say, "What the fuck is this? Let me check this guy out."
I got a few things I got to do still tonight, so I'm gonna take off. Leave you guys to it. One of the things I gotta go break down this rib roast and season it up and get it
Ooh. I'll put Roscoe to tell us about the new piece of artwork that he's working on.
There you go.
Are we
All
going to
right,
be seeing any
guys.
Rob's rib roast
Thanks,
videos coming soon?
We're getting
Take care, Rob.
Nerd shit. Take it easy, Rob.
Take it easy, Rob. He doesn't want to answer that.
What am I working on?
You got till I come back from peeing. Go ahead.
I can't show what I've been working on.
Is it a commission for somebody?
Yeah,
Why can't you show? Why can't you show? Huh? Why can't you show it?
Because it's a branding for their whole YouTube. And,
you got secrets? You got secrets? So you're holding against the real comic community? Is that what you're doing?
So the fake comic community.
You're a faker.
This person told me.
I'm a faker.
So what I'll do, Roscoe, I'll put you backstage, and you can just do a little one in that little tiny screen down below, and then only I can see it.
No. That's not cool.
Oh, you know what? Hold on, I got something.
No, take my picture and put it in the private chat.
I'm an original art guy, so I'm allowed to. I can be discreet if I need to be.
Yeah, I'm working on this.
Oh, look at that!
Oh, nice.
I'm not going to make him big. We just saw a glance of it.
Yeah, no, this is something I'm just finishing up. Tina from Bob's Burgers as Ariel from Little Mermaid.
Yeah, that's Ariel.
Yeah, so
yeah,
I'm just finishing up that. What else can I show?
Do I need to boot you, Trav? You're just sleeping.
Did he fall asleep?
I don't know. He's been muted. He hasn't said anything for a while.
Well, I told you what I'm doing from this point forward. Anytime somebody sleeps on my streams, and if they don't wake up by the time I'm done,
got him.
I'm still here.
I'm leaving them running.
Okay.
You letting them run?
I'm gonna let them run. I'm just gonna let them run on my stream, and when they wake up, everybody gets to see what they look like when they woke up.
Yeah.
Drac
wake up, pick their nose, and go back to sleep again.
And Drac was so lucky he woke up while we were still on, because I was about to actually end the stream, and he was sleeping for a good hour. But he slept with the camera on. That was even better.
How baked are you right now?
The monkey will drive.
Listen, Roscoe. I don't like all this faker shit. I don't like all this phony baloney comic community stuff. You gotta show us what you're really working on. You gotta show us the.
Why are you yelling at me?
I showed you I was working on this. I actually was just working on this. So
no, we want to see the good stuff. You got something really juicy and good. That was good, but there's something really juicy you're working on. You don't want to show us.
Yeah, it's a logo and a whole branding. Like I drew a whole bunch of stuff for this person to redo their YouTube channel. So
is that person? Is that
What a little boy, man.
What? Yo, what the hell?
I told you, Remy's got a lot of stuff.
Wait, was that person a real comic community member they were making it for, or one of the fakers?
Probably, I guess a faker. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's real to me, but
he's real to me.
He's fake to someone else. So,
I think. Do I know who it is?
Yeah, you know.
We
Okay.
probably all know who it is. Or we
No,
know,
you
of
guys
this,
know who it is?
know of this person.
You do know of this person. That is true.
does
I don't know. I think some people on this panel might not know who this person is.
Oh,
Is it maybe?
Oh my God! Go for the road, baby!
Woo!
oh God.
Everybody knows Panda.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's not
That
Panda,
comic
no.
now has herpes.
Yeah. Actually, I think Nick's Kicks has it now. I think he was the one that won that.
Yes, he was.
By the way, I just saw that comment. By the way, that's a big, good get that you guys got. Kyle Schramm on the between the lines.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Very good get. Congrats.
Yeah, I've been reading his because like Kyle Stram, I just found out like doing a little bit of research in that. I was like, oh, he's not just an artist. He even wrote with Colin Bunn, and that's that On Earth book I sent you, Alan. And it's really good. It's really disturbing, but really good.
How many issues is it?
10.
Ooh.
I'll say that comment is, if you're good at shorts, it's good for growth. If you're not good at shorts, doesn't do jack shit.
True story.
I just downloaded InShot, and that I just made my first video, the one about Tylock sent me, that AOK, and that was so much fun. Like I could add stuff to it. It was insane. I was like,
I'm gonna teach you a little bit more on InShot.
Yeah, that was my first time using it, so I was like, that's pretty fun.
See, I'm gonna play around with a lot of the stuff that I've been hearing from you guys. I'm gonna steal some ideas and make my channel the best, so I can get gazillion freaking subs. And
I don't know, man. You're trashing my short the other night,
dude.
That's the coolest fucking story I've ever heard in my entire life. That's insane. Can I hear it again? Do you have time?
Excuse me, TM. Did I not promote your short? Did we not get you more subscribers?
Yeah, after I paid you.
I was going to do that. All right. So
I paid him.
Yeah, that was a nudge you gave me. Okay, I was going to do it anyway. I was going to do it for everybody in the chat, regardless. You didn't have to pay me to do that.
I know. I didn't even pay to do that. I just was like, you know what? I'm going to send him I haven't sent him super chat yet, and I had some money, so I was like, I sent him $5.50 in Canadian, and then sent him another $5.50 in Canadian. So roughly around $2 in
Dude,
US.
I really do appreciate that, but honestly, I feel awkward anytime anybody does that. It's not necessary.
No, just stop. Just stop.
I just have that super chat open, just in case I get some of these women out there that are in the real comic community. They want to hire me out to do some sexual favors for them. That's how they pay me through the super chats. You know, that's okay. I have it open.
I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
I wouldn't like. I kind of feel like it will happen. Not gonna lie.
You already paid him, so.
Well.
Oh God.
Sexy. Oh man, I could just.
But TM, did those subs stick?
Yeah, those subs did stick, and I got like a few more too. Like I'm up to what was I? I think I was at 787. I think maybe 86, and I'm at 791 now.
Good. All right.
So three quarters of mine stuck. I ended up getting 15 subs out of it, and I lost 5.
I didn't get any. We
didn't do yours yet. You're going to be in part 2.
Damn.
I ran out of gas.
Shorts too.
I actually ran. You know what I'm gonna promote? I'm gonna report your. I'm gonna play with the short that you have that weird old lady. That's
yes.
That's what we're gonna promote.
That's one of my favorites. I love that.
That one and the one that you're like featuring everybody with the singing with the.
Oh no! It's the super dance party.
Yeah, the dance party. One or the other. I don't know which one.
I love those. They are awesome. I love those.
You know, I'm working on I'm going to say this because I don't know how many people are actually watching this, but there's going to be a short coming up of Mr. Pocan Joe here. So I hope everyone's ready.
Oh, watch out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's fun.
It's always my worst moments. Always people capture me at my worst moments.
Wait, Hellion. Which Tyler do you want me to hug?
All right, when you're talking about worst moments, there's no worse moment than seeing your own foot on the screen and not recognizing it. There's no worse moment.
I don't have that on here, unfortunately.
Oh my god, that's great.
That's funny.
If y'all haven't seen that, you guys need to.
And we all know what. Hang on, where is it? We all know what my worst moment was.
Well, that's like the best moment. It's like one of your worst.
Remy's got like half of Remy's things are clips of me now. It's like, for fuck's sake, there's more interesting people than me.
Bow down, bitches.
My worst moment is with Freaky Louie when he asked me to do Drunker Uncle.
Oh yeah.
He wrote me a script, and all I did was memorize the script and did what he wanted me to do. And then I realized I was like, oh shit, that's on the internet forever.
Yeah, this is the best ever.
I don't know. I've only had 5-star moments. I haven't had any bad moments yet. I've only had
game. I saw. I sat on your face.
I don't believe that, Comic Journey. I believe Remy has something somewhere.
I don't think so.
Of CJ?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Not on here, but he hasn't got.
Not on here, but I'm sure he has something. He's always
he has something
watching.
on everybody.
He's always watching.
That whole the Remy one with Coco, the monkey talking about Roscoe.
It goes for like 30
live
seconds.
chat. I was like, Roscoe fascinates me because he's got like I'm not trying to be weird or anything, but like it's hard for everything Roscoe does with his hands, and I was like, I'm very impressed with that. That's fascinating to me that somebody can do this with his hands being what they are, and then immediately that thing popped up, and I was like, oh, that's gonna last again. Everything on the internet is gonna last forever.
Dude, I'm not hugging Tyler from Whack Comics. He seems very. He seems like a sweaty guy. I don't want to. I don't like sweaty people.
I heard you have to hug him from the back.
I don't know. I'm not sweaty.
Yeah, you gotta go nut the butt.
You gotta get him. Assholes, the elbows.
All I know is if anyone at at Heroes Con says elephant walk, I'm going the other way. I'm going somewhere else.
Walk.
Fair.
Sorry, there's no elephant stuff on here. I can't find anything with elephants.
Daddy,
You're embarrassing me in company.
That's great.
See, I gotta get so many of those clips.
Hello, whack, whack, quack, 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 quack. Walla. This is Whack.
I miss him.
I haven't seen him forever.
I miss him. He used to be a
He
regular.
still comments on every video I make. Every single one. He is always one of the first 2 or 3 people.
Do you guys remember when I used to have him a regular on the Insomniac?
He's actually been. I think he's been on maybe one of my live streams because like his time frame, like area time is. Yeah, he's not that far off from mine. It's only a couple of hours difference. So, but he's only ever been on once. But
it is freaking funny. Every time I lose one person that I have like as a constant on the panel, another guy that's even weirder shows up.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'll take care, brother.
Get some sleep.
Later.
But Ken gave me some freaking gold moments on that. He freaking comes out with his Batman mask. He came out and started singing and serenading everybody.
Yeah,
I think I would catch him at the perfect time when he's perfectly drunk, and he would give me the perfect moments every single time. He was the
He'd be
best.
all hopped up on sake. He used to do that over at the on Blaster Stash. He would show up into the chat drunk, and it was like he knew he was drunk in the chat because this shit would just be all fucked up. Like we couldn't tell if he was speaking Japanese or what the fuck ever, but it would be on it, and it would just be hilarious.
He would take me on tours of his backyard. It looked like a little It looked like Mr. Miyagi's backyard with freaking.
Yeah, he did that on mine too. He started taking me like through his house and stuff, and like, showing it around and things like that. And
he's awesome, and I don't think I think we all should give him a big push just to show him support, because he still every freaking day is shouting people out left and right.
Yeah, he stopped for a long time when he deleted all his content.
Yeah, he took a break and deleted.
Yeah, he took a big, but he deleted everything, and then he rebranded, and I think he rebranded like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah,
and then, but yeah, he's still like every single account. He still always comments on every video I make.
You know, he sang me a song on one of his old accounts, and I lost it. I wish I could download it to keep it. I would have been playing it on Insomniac every fucking time. You know, sucks.
Send him a DM. He'll do it again. He's very.
I don't want him to do it because I asked him to do it. He did it because he wanted to do it.
Nah, just ask him. Like, he'll do things for you if you ask him.
You know? But it's more. I'm more appreciative because he did it without me asking. That's why.
Well, he's very supportive of the non-real comic book community.
And the cards, and the coins, and the toys, and the pops, and everything else.
And the Mickey Mouse little people, and what else does he have? He's got all these little freaking figures, and he's got a voice for every figure he had on it.
Yes.
By the power of great.
Yeah, I like him. I like Samurai Ken.
I tell you what, my favorite channel to kind of work with, if they shoot me a DM, I get excited and I try to do it as fast as I can. It's always Whack Comics. If they want me to set something on fire or do something, I get super excited about that.
Lee, we've actually got in about 2.5 weeks, we've actually got our first big convention of the year, and Lee's actually coming down from Brisbane to come and hang out with me, Simon, Sarah, and a few of the other guys. So
nice. I always like those videos we all hang out together over there in Aussie land, make believe land.
I was actually really happy to see Lee come back again.
Riding your kangaroos, you know.
Yeah.
Koala riding.
I'm still gonna go to Australia. I'm gonna make love to a shark, and I'm going to box a kangaroo, and then shoot a heroin underneath a bridge.
And
I'm gonna film everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna milk a koala when I go down there, and I'm gonna.
You should just milk Lee.
Because I'm going to tell you, after Crocodile Dundee,
he'd enjoy that.
I was like, "How dare that guy come over here and do things in America and make it seem really cool? I need to go to Australia, be an American there, and do shit that's just as cool."
There you go.
Oh, so you took
Trav, don't make me boot you with your
American Joe. It's American Joe in Australia.
In Australia,
you took offense with Paul Hogan, huh?
Yeah. How dare him come over here and make America seem simple? Like, he didn't go to any place redneck or slightly country. So I'm gonna go
to Australia,
to where Crocodile Dundee hangs out, and I'm gonna impregnate a shark, fight a giant rat with ears.
That's not a trident. This is a trident.
And then I'm gonna get myself some of that sweet H, and I'm gonna show him I can do it all again.
Oh my god! You know what? I think you just inspired a true Amazon series.
Yeah, I think
Redneck invades the world.
That sounds like Survivor this week in Australia.
So instead of like Debbie does Dallas, it's like Joe does Aussie Land or something like.
Yep. He gets drunk and starts fist fighting a kangaroo. Whatever.
Legit. My wife is like, "Hey, I want to go on vacation to Ireland," and I was like, "Well, I've been to Ireland. I'm not that impressed." And she was like, "Well, I'm going to go, and me and my girlfriend are going to go." And I was like, "Fine." There's her friend, and I'm like, "All right, fine." And she was like, "Okay." She's like, "You don't want to leave the country?" And I was like, "If I go to a country, it's going to be someplace I haven't been, that I haven't spent any real time in. And I'm going to make very bad decisions that I need to escape the country. That's where I'm at in my life."
I still think you're, besides all your crazy wacky stuff, I still think your original idea of coming over here to do like a fair or a comic convention or something and sell books, I think is actually a really good idea.
I think it's solid as all day. I think I can I can afford, and so it would be a challenge.
Yeah, of course it would be.
To do an initial amount of money, like take businessly, right? Take an initial amount of money, get over there, make my money back at a Comic-Con, and be able to have my funds and spend time there with people, whatever else. And if people want to be generous to help it, that would be great too. Like just kind of see what that would be like.
Because I think that there's not many. I know there's hardly any Golden Age sellers over here. I know that much for sure. There are a few that dabble in it, but no real massive ones. But the other thing that would be against you is there's not necessarily as many deep pockets over here. That's probably the only.
I'm sorry, say that again.
There's not many deep pockets over here that would. That would be a major hurdle, though.
I think my thing is, depending on what I bring, right? Finding those niche markets. If I was going to do something where I want to do trades or sells, right? Because I'm happy with trades. If I was to go over there, I want to see if I can fund, and this is a legit thing. Let me know what you all think. I want to see if I can actually fund a trip to Australia during a Comic-Con using comics to pay for my entire trip there. So I'm thinking immediately I got 2 Ultimate Fallout 4 I can roll over there.
Well, here's the thing. Do you have enough inventory to do that with right now?
Yeah, my comic book collection, right, that I could dig from is over 5,000 large, easy. Plus the things that I sell on my own auction house. That's another. I just got 18 long boxes right now that I just did a short on with stuff in that. I get high value comic books, modern, all the time that people see as valuable. So
you would do well over here because we struggle to get exclusives and ratios. They would be a massive market to look at because, we do get odd bits and pieces, and people obviously buy stuff online, but a lot of people are.
But I'm there
from doing it
now. I want cash. We can do cash.
Yeah, like a lot of people are like, okay, what's going to cost? It's $30 to you guys. It's like, okay, it's a $30 exclusive. Yeah, I can afford $30. To us, that's a $50, $55 book plus probably 20, 30 American dollars to ship. But it's going to end up costing a $30 book. It's probably $100 shipped.
Yeah.
If you come over here and go, okay, well, I'm going to sell them for $50 Australian.
Yeah.
Then
but the problem is he's gonna have to figure out how to get the stuff over there. He's gonna have to pay for the ship it over.
That will also be the hardest part.
I don't think I have a problem with this. So here's my thinking.
Well, it's not a problem. You just got to pay. It's expenses.
So
the
plane ticket and all that, right?
What about like US forces? Like, do they have like cargo freight type things? Yeah,
you're ruining the story, man. Be quiet. So I have access to MPS, military postal service. So I can use that. But what my thinking is, if I was to avoid that, let's just say I had a suitcase. Worst case scenario, I had a suitcase. Right? You figure you can ship 50 pounds, up to 50 pounds. I go in the summertime. It's hot as fuck there. I wear polyester shorts, pants. I dress like an old man. That's easy to roll up, right? So I pack military style. I keep another 30 pounds worth of comic books in there that I can flip. I have to do an initial pay, so I got to catch everything back. I know some people in Australia, other than the comic book community, so like meeting people and eating won't be a problem. But as we start working the con and we start getting our money back, right? Can I pay for the trip? Can I pay for things? I'm not buying anything there, obviously, unless there's like something unique to Australia that's collectible, right? But that's going to be dependent on the value. I think this would be an interesting case study to see what comic books are actually worth and what you can actually get away with. And even if it eats half of my cost at the end of the day, I'm still on top.
Well, I think it'd take more than one suitcase to do that.
I don't think it will.
It depends. It depends on also whether you're going to do a big comic convention or you're going to do one of the like a small fair. Because if you do a big comic convention, you're going to need a booth worth of stuff.
So let's say I don't do a booth worth of stuff. Let's say I bring 30 comics, right? 3 of those comics are Ultimate Fallout 4. Boom. Right? How much money do I have there in Australia?
Well, like, I'm still after one, right?
Right.
Right. The cheapest, I know there's a guy who's got one who can't sell it at the moment because I've seen that same copy. And he's at all the comic fairs. He's at all the big fairs, big cons and stuff like that. He's got it marked at $700 Australian. And he still has not sold it in the last 12 months.
So if I did it at 500, how fast?
If you did it at 500 Australian, like I would buy one like that, like at $500 Australian.
How much?
What's the equivalent of American money?
That's about.
Hold on,
about
now.
$350 something US.
Let's do. I already know the cost of a flight because I've already looked at it. What's the average price of a hotel there for 3 days?
Now that depends on whether you're staying in the CBD, or the middle of the city, or you're going to go a little further out. You go a little further out.
I'm willing to walk 5 blocks.
Oh, you're going to have to, yeah, and that's going to be the thing because the main conventions. There's one that is basically right in the city, right across the road from the casino.
Okay.
But obviously high priced because it's the casino.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah. The other big one is done at our showgrounds, which is actually in like the, let's say, sort of southwestern suburbs. That's a lower income sort of area. So if there's any hotels out there, you could probably
get away with Airbnb too.
Yeah, or there could be. I've never done Airbnb, so you'd probably know more than.
Yeah, I have the app.
Yeah, so in the city, you're going to be looking at minimum $250 to $300 a night, minimum.
Australia.
It'll not be.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah,
it's not necessarily cheap, but you could probably get a little bit less if you went further out.
Right. So let's say I took.
That's Australian. So for us, that's probably like what, 150?
Between 150 to 200, probably a night.
Closer to 200, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
No.
So I figure I bring the 3 Ultimate Fallout. Now, hear me out. I bring the 3 Ultimate Fallout 4s. I bring 1 of my giant size #1 X-Men. Right? I bring some golden age classics like Hit Comics. I have 2 issues of that, #1. I have some straight solid stuff. At the end of the day, it's just an initial fun. I'm pretty sure I can make my money back. Like, I'm convinced I can.
Joe, let me ask you something, bro. Did you just say 1 of your GS giant size?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. Ultimate Fallout 4s. Wow. Are they graded? Are all these graded?
Raw? Well, no, not everything I have is raw, but these would be raw.
Oh, okay.
And I think that the raw market over here is still slightly more turnover than the slab. There are still a lot of slab collectors over here, but not as
they
much.
can slab
not the percentage is not as great as in the States.
So you figure, and here's my thinking. This is what I figured out with the prices that I got now, plus airfare and everything else.
Airfare will be a big killer.
All I need to actually do, I even get a discount on that. It would actually only cost me $150.
Because I worked out, as me and the missus actually looked at, she's like, if you want to do this, if you want to go to Heroes Con, how long do you need? Do you want to do it next year, the year after, 3 years, whatever? at this point in time, for us to fly from Melbourne to Charlotte with all the interconnecting crap and all that sort of stuff would cost close to $4,000 each.
Yeah,
and that's economy.
Yeah, it would cost me maybe $75 to $100 because I travel. I'll just leave from the military base and fly over military. It's not the best flight. It is straight like garbage. At some point, I'm on a C-130. Like that's just what it is.
Because I know there is a barracks. There's an army barracks that's only probably about a 20-minute drive from my house.
Yeah.
That's Simpson Barracks in Greensboro. But I don't. Obviously, they wouldn't have. I don't think they have capabilities for a C-130. They probably have helicopter or something like that. But probably
no, they can drop small planes in there. Like I said, once it's said and done, it's $75 to $100 for me. So it's very easy for me to travel overseas.
What do you have to sleep with the chickens in the plane? Is that how
it would be the well? I'd probably be there with a bunch of privates. Going over there for a training mission. The timing's going to be weird for me. I mean, that's why I say it's going to be a little bit more if I go over during a non-training time, meaning I have to go there when U.S. soldiers are going.
Yeah. The timing has to be there to be able to actually do it.
Yeah.
You can't just ring up and just go, oh, yeah, I'm going to jump on the next sort of flight. It's like, no, we've got a flight in 3 months. You can get on that one, but
it's literally called Space A at the end of the day, which is all fine for me. I can fly on anything. It doesn't matter to me.
So it's basically the case where they're flying there anyway. Might as well take another passenger and take a couple $100.
Also, if it's Space A, I can bring 3 pieces of luggages on, fully loaded.
No weight restrictions.
They go through a customs and everything like that, but nobody's stressing out about comic books.
Yeah, because they still don't want you to take like contraband or anything like that.
Yeah, like I'm not allowed to bring over whatever the local laws don't allow. So no big knives, swords, stuff, weapons, stuff like that.
They don't like that.
Yeah, which I'll still do anyway because nobody's going to question me.
I'm telling you now, I don't like tridents.
I think it's a fun experiment. If you document the whole thing from beginning to end, I think it would be amazing.
I think it would be interesting because whether I lose or fail, I know I can. And this is how I consider my weekly channel, right? Comic book reviews. And then the things I don't like, I generally put in an auction anyway and send it off. But I think this would be a good experiment that, you know what? Yeah, we're going to figure something out. It's going to be a timing thing. That's going to be the trick. To figure everything out when a flight's going there, when a Comic-Con's going on, and just find that perfect sweet spot that I can show up and be like, all the whack comics.
I'm here, bitches.
Hey, you guys want to blow something up? Sure, I'll show you how to blow something up. Where's the nearest kangaroo? Because I need to fuck that thing up.
The only thing that you have to factor in to make it a true experiment, though, Joe, is to actually factor in your cost of those books initially.
Those cost of those books cost me 30 cents on a dollar.
All right, then take that into consideration. Whatever it
they
is.
come from police auctions.
Oh, look at that, freaking guy!
Oh,
yeah, I own an auction house.
Police auction, huh?
We gotta get into those police auctions.
There better not be any powder in between those UF4 pages.
Huh? That's how the story gets more interesting.
Not my problem.
Hey, I finally got a UF4. Oh, what the hell? What was that?
I didn't realize how intense this book is.
Now you wouldn't know why.
No, now I gotta sell it. I need something.
Go wrestle a shark, make love to it, impregnate it, fight a kangaroo, flip comic books. You know what? We should blow something up too. So let's do that as well. We'll throw that on the list too. Let's just have the Australian experience.
A dingo ate my comic. No.
Unfortunately, I don't get dingoes down here.
Ah, damn it.
can say kangaroos. Oh, actually, yeah, there's some sanctuaries down here that's probably about an hour drive from my house that I can see a dingo.
Dude, how awesome would that be if a dingo ate your comic?
A dingo ate my.
Depending on what comic, not very good.
We need to do it. Oh,
Bueller.
Hey, Travis.
I can make this happen.
Looks like Bueller's into the blowing it up.
What's going on, Bueller?
I'm all for it. I'm supportive of that. I love to see that experiment happen.
Even if it doesn't work, I still had the best.
Do you reckon peanut butter, the old peanut butter trick, would work with a dingo?
Oh, jeez.
What peanut butter trick?
You want to hear my stupid Comic Con idea that I had?
Yeah,
It's a little too late.
If you want a dog to lick something or whatever, you put peanut butter on it.
Why would I put peanut butter on myself to have a dog lick it?
No. Put it on a comic book to make him eat it. Well, at least film it to make
you
him.
Australians are weird.
Yeah,
I know exactly where you're going.
Where's the clip when I want one? Where is it?
I tell you what.
There we go.
How about no?
It would work better than Vegemite.
Yeah, it would.
Oh my god.
Actually, no. Being Australian, Vegemite actually might work better.
Yeah, I'm definitely bringing my own brand of peanut butter with me.
I definitely want to see that happen, Joe.
Let's.
But you got to document it all the way through. I want.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, and this is me packing my own peanut butter.
If anybody's ever seen me, when I get a good idea in my head, that's why you have the Evil Air channel. Like, I just do that.
Are you allowed to film inside the shitty plane experience?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Oh, you guys, if there's like a chicken cage next to you or something like that, that'd be awesome.
It's not Vietnam era, man.
Now you just gotta bring a chicken cage with you, just for CJ.
I have chickens. Do y'all need some chicken eggs? Maybe that's the money maker over there. Like, I don't know.
Well, listen, eggs.
Plenty of chicken eggs. We even have emu eggs as well, which are like.
Emu eggs are like they have emus here in PEI, and they also ostrich eggs, and they go for high money.
Little fuckers, you know that? Those emus, they'll fuck you up. They're mean.
No, it's the ostriches you got to worry about.
Yeah, the other one you got to worry about is the cassowary, because cassowary is as big as an emu or an ostrich, but it's got this massive horn on its head, and its claws are as big as emu's claws as well.
What the fuck is that? You got dinosaurs?
Hang on. Let me see.
Fucking guy had dinosaurs running around his backyard.
Hang on.
No, ostriches are creepy. It's like they won't leave. Like they're just locked onto you at all times.
They'll fuck you up. They'll give you the stare down too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of you. I learned this lesson.
But they have like the smallest brains ever.
Yeah. It's like emus don't care about you. They will spit at you, and ostriches will just stare you down gangster style. Like, if they had hands, they would throw up West Coast.
On my mom's island in Greece, there's like an ostrich farm, and we go there every so often to go freaking visit. Those motherfuckers, they'll follow you throughout the whole freaking farm. They don't mess around.
We used to have the same problem when I was running through Iraq. We used to have the same problems with the turkeys over there. Now, turkeys in Iraq are very different than the U.S.
Yeah,
like, they're thinner, they're more aggressive animals,
uglier.
Yeah, and they would straight up chase you down. They did not care.
Can you say that?
I will eat that.
Blow it up a little bit.
That thing looks beefy as fuck.
Yeah, they're not.
We'll warm them up so we can see it better. What the hell is that? Look at that mean bastard.
How do you cook those things up over there? Do you do a little like Kentucky
So
Fried Chicken?
you look at that, like the claws are obviously as big as an emu or an ostrich, but then they've got that big hard appendage, which I think is like dense calcium or bone calcium or something like that. So it's just like as hard as rock. And
So
that,
that thing is
will,
bigger than an ostrich?
it's about the same size.
Well, same size, yeah.
It's edible, though.
All birds are edible.
I would assume so, but I don't know.
You can eat
All
ostrich. Why wouldn't you be able to eat that thing?
All birds are edible. If it's aviary, it's edible.
Look at that face. Look at that face. Wouldn't that
You
just
can-
wake
hold
you
on,
up
is
if
it
you woke up and
poisonous?
saw that? Right there.
Look at that meat fucker.
Yeah, so have a look at the thing on his head.
Oof.
It's got a shark fin.
You just see it coming from the tall
And
grass.
They are
Da-da.
extremely aggressive.
Dude, that
Like
thing looks
way
like
more
Star
than emus
Trek.
or ostrich.
I like that. It's kind of like a
There you go. Look at the size of the claws on it compared to a hand.
Dude, that's like a freaking T-Rex hand. What the hell?
Like a raptor.
Yeah, I'll eat it.
Well, you get some pretty colors on some of them, but
got some
yeah,
big
I would not.
Yeah, he's got blue and red. And
But yeah, I would not mess with one of those. They are they are lethal. Those things.
That thing looks like it's straight out of Star Trek.
So
Doesn't look like
I have
it
a
belongs.
question. So my brief experience in Australia makes me no expert whatsoever. So I got to ask you, because I know it has to exist, because it exists in America and it exists in other countries. Can you just randomly go hunt these things someplace?
No.
Bullshit.
Well, I can't say for certain, obviously, because I've never done it. But the state to state, different laws for hunting. But don't forget, like, our gun laws are extremely
Right. I'm not looking to hunt
strict.
something on a gun. If I can hunt it with a spear, I'm very perfect. Like, I just want to kill something and eat it there.
Or if you just beat it up and kill
I really need a video of you trying to hunt down an emu with a spear. Like,
I've hunted worse. Like,
I would love to see him go without a spear, just try to beat it up.
Oh, Ninja Roscoe.
Oi.
And let me be clear. I'm not trying to be like some kind of badass right now, but like I've hunted boar with a spear. I've hunted animals with primitive weapons before. Like I'm not like some guy who's got a bright idea. Like I generally like to hunt and kill things and eat them.
now I will say this: hunting an ostrich will be fairly easy because I think they'll just like stand there.
Yeah, they'll stand there and look at you. Yeah, ostriches don't. I've had ostrich before. I've eaten ostrich.
So
a cassowary would, if it saw you, if you went near it or looked like you were threatening it, it would charge you.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I'm
Joe's
with
like,
it.
bring it on.
Like I'm not trying to be a badass, but we're stronger than that animal.
I don't know if you are, man. You see those freaking claws?
Yeah, it can slash and dash, but humans,
you just need to come equipped with something sharper.
It's stronger than some of us here.
No, it's the old Joe needs to get it before it gets him.
Yeah, we're top of the food chain, folks. I hate to tell you this. Like we are the top predator in our environment.
I do agree with that, but you know,
Maybe not necessarily over here.
Certain surroundings.
Look, if I'm going to go over to Australia and give these grateful people these great comic books from America, all I'm asking is for
one
the
of the animals.
opportunity.
Let me kill something.
Yeah, let me
Down
kill
one of your
something.
animals.
Let me kill and eat something.
Eat it.
Joe,
And I
would you go
eat it.
croc hunting?
Yeah, I've been croc hunting before.
No, what like Australian crocs? Those fucking things.
I'm not sure what the difference is. A crocodile, an alligator.
Dude, those things are massive.
Crocodiles are saltwater or freshwater crocodiles are only over here. There are different types of crocodiles around the world.
Yeah.
But the majority of that type of thing is usually alligators.
I've actually been to Florida. I've been to Louisiana. I've hunted both of them in the Nile. Like I'm very used to reptile meat.
I'm talking about the saltwater
crocodiles are a lot faster and a lot bigger than alligators.
Whatever's convenient, let's hunt that fucker.
So, that's why I guarantee you he's going to go over there and he's going to be the most viral sensation. People are going to be filming him and they're going to be putting it on YouTube, putting it on their Instagram, their TikTok or what have you. and they're gonna be like Crazy Man fights an emu.
Everything.
Australia's gonna make their own movie, and instead of calling it Crocodile Dundee, they're gonna call it a Yankee Joe.
It's gonna be American Joe Doodle.
That'd be
Yankee
horrible.
Oh my
People
God.
will make fun of me forever.
Yankee Doodle Joe.
Remy appearance on his own channel.
Hey, how you
He's coming on to kick us off.
doing?
You should be
No.
sleeping.
Sorry, I was trying to catch up. What's that?
You should be asleep.
No. We've been driving. We had to drive to Florida like yesterday into today, and it's been a rough sauce.
And you didn't say hi to Roscoe?
So
yeah, where you at?
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. You missed out all
no,
the food.
not yet. Well,
Remy, let's go to Australia and eat half their wildlife.
He's got a chainsaw.
Hey, I might be coming up here. I was coming down, and I was gonna visit my grandfather, and he was asking me about books because he was a collector for a while, and he was asking me about like what he should get, and he was trying to make an investment and everything, and he got this like he was trying to secure this sweet deal on it. It was an AF-15. And I was like, can I do a show on it? Like, can I hold it? Or so he was trying to get that set up, but
He was trying to buy one, or he had one?
no, he's buying one like right now. It's a 1.0, but it's pretty sweet. Like he's getting a good deal on it.
It's still like a $20,000 book.
Yeah.
You know, we
Okay,
can't. I
less
don't
than
know
that.
if your camera's turned around or not, but all we're seeing from your end is a black screen, bro.
I'm outside.
Okay. It's not like you're dark complected. You're it's fucked up, dude.
He heard your talk, and he's hunting the natural fauna around there.
You know what? They could just call that movie Bazooka Joe. Yeah, that sounds better.
There you go.
I'm just saying, when they made Crocodile Dundee and the guy came over to the United States and made it seem like because he was from Australia and he was slightly redneck Australian, like he could just fit in America and everything was super simple. And I'm like, you know what? I could go to Australia and do that. I think I could do that. Like, go up to a water buffalo and be like, buy my comic book.
And then the water buffalo fucking gores you. That'd be fun.
Comic book dealer, buy my Ultimate Fallout at a premium price.
How about new?
Well, you could blow out some of that UF4 dust onto it and let that magic play its course.
Oh shit!
Can you imagine if we had these when we were 12? Even better. We got them when we're 40.
I'm just saying, with this new comic book all that I picked up, what I got in it, I feel like I need to do something YouTube-ish, grandioso with it, right? Because otherwise, it's going to sit over there.
Go hard or go home.
Yeah, do something that actually helps the channels a little bit, or just sell it and just piss the night away drinking. Like, right? Right? What do you do?
I think it's gold. I think that idea is gold.
I want to see you fight a kangaroo.
I think I can do it.
You kind of make my idea look like shit. I had an idea.
Kangaroo by age, not like I'm looking for a fair fight.
I had an idea to do something at HeroCon, but I thought about it too late. I was thinking about renting out a booth because I saw the booths are actually cheap to get a table down there. It's like $350 or whatever the case is.
Yeah.
I thought about getting one of those tables, filling it up with Like I'm making up a whole bunch of Comic Journey merch, putting a seat there with a mannequin with its head cut off, and putting a big sign, "Come meet Comic Journey," and then just leave it there. And I just film people going there.
Bye. Just have a camera running you the live stream the entire time.
But I thought about it too late. I don't have enough time to prepare for it.
You know what I was just laughing about was what Dan just said, Blue Alien, when he said the first scene is the toilets. Imagine Joe's fighting the toilet. Go the correct way.
Go the other way.
Starts fighting.
Go the American way.
Yeah, go the American way. Sure.
You get like somebody just like all you hear is like you just see a black screen and you hear you screaming at first, and then the screen just comes slowly into a bathroom stall. And then you just see the yes.
It's not gonna work.
Oh look, it's two Remys.
That's not a plunger. This is a plunger. There you go.
Remy, you want to go to Australia with me?
Yeah, I'll go to Australia.
I don't want to go by myself though. Like I just don't want to show up. Like that would be weird.
I just don't want to show up to Australia, you know. By myself, I look pretty lame.
Yeah,
you need somebody to film.
It's like
all
going
this
to
shit.
the movies.
I think you could cause enough trouble on your own.
Nah, I need some help. I need a hype. You know, like when rappers come on a stage, they have a hype guy. I need a hype guy. Be like, oh, Pokey just landed, bitches.
Yeah, Remy comes running from the plane. You guys do not know who just showed up here. Pocan fucking Joe.
I'd have two suggestions for that. Either Remy or Freaky Louie.
Oh, well.
You could bring Tylox. He could go around judo chopping people left and right with his mullet. You know,
yeah,
that'd be a good fit.
Hey,
actually, Tylox would fit in right because mullets are like fully back in style over here. It's lost, especially with a lot of the sports people and things like that. And I'm just like,
Freaky would have.
I'm not going to comment on that. But
are you guys allowed to shoot fireworks off over there just randomly in the air?
Fireworks are illegal except for, surprisingly enough, the state capital, which is the ACT.
What about rockets?
Rocket?
You have a rocket society there?
Yeah, you might be able to get away with a rocket. I'm not saying people don't do it, but it's just saying if you get caught, it's illegal.
I'm coming to Australia. I know exactly how I'm making my money there. Oh,
you think you'd be able to make a rocket out of a Vegemite?
No, I'm just going to take potassium nitrate and powdered sugar.
Yeah.
Get with the powder, man. You got a lot of the powder from those police auctions.
Oh, you don't even know. No,
he buys glow powder by the ton.
By the ton. Oh, and while I'm there, I got to do an evil air project. It can't be just Pocan Joe. It's got to be an evil air project there.
Ooh.
Hey, Remy.
Stupid,
You know,
crazy,
it's crazy
smoky,
because
dangerous.
nobody at all questioned my AF-15 thing 1.0 from Florida at a super good deal. You guys ruined the bit. I had a whole story I was going to go into, and I told you all that, and nobody was like, oh, is that the stolen book? And I was like, nobody even like thought about it at all. You just took it for what I said.
I didn't know anything about a stolen book.
Have you been listening to the conversation we've been having this whole time during the stream?
I mean,
if it's not about food,
did you get
if I had, then I would have been here. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to.
Remy, if it's not about food, if it's not about boobs, if it's not about invading Australia and like eating their animals, we don't want to hear it. It's all about real comic community stuff.
Boobs.
Fake.
It's all about the real comic community today.
We're not the real comic community. But did you seriously get an AF-15?
No. No, I can't afford any AF. But
most people
I
can.
thought I was like, oh yeah, I came down to visit my grandfather and he wants to invest in a book. And you guys were like, oh, that's an interesting story. I was like, what? I said it was a 1.0 in Florida for a sweet deal.
Yeah, but I'm not going to know any different. So I've got the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but here's the thing: we don't know your grandpa. We know you. If you were getting it, we would feel like good for you. We don't care about your grandpa. We care about you. So
I'm talking
if
about the
you got
book that
it,
was stolen. Wasn't there an AF-15 stolen in Florida at the con? It was a 1.0.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it was
I didn't know anything about that. So
Yeah, it's
I
right
didn't hear
over here.
about that. I was there and I didn't even know about it.
Yeah, it was like a $60,000 book that got stolen.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I
it was
got.
a one- it
I
was
got
a
to jump.
1.0. It's only like a 20 grand book.
The wife wants to talk to me about something.
Going to
I'm
Australia.
not telling about Australia, so we'll see how
Talk.
this goes. More to come.
All right, Joe. Take care,
Good night,
brother.
Joe.
I had no idea. I didn't even know that was stolen. That's crazy. Holy sh!
Did you hear about the drama that happened at C2E2?
Well, Black Flag showed up. I don't know.
No, Black Flag was actually at MegaCon.
Were they?
It was Clayton
Yeah.
Crane and his wife.
What happened to C2E2?
Oh, dude, there's another scandal with the freaking. There was an exclusive book
Oh,
that was supposed to be delivered to the dealers that ordered it about 3-4 weeks ago. Got delayed, and the writer and the artist had apparently a nice, healthy supply with them at C2E2 that they were selling. Meanwhile, they weren't fulfilling their orders to all the exclusive people that bought it.
Was it the Spider-Man book?
Oh wow!
I don't know which one book it was, to be quite honest. No, it was an image book.
Image.
Image.
Bronze Age Nerd was talking about it a lot. He did a whole video on it, and you guys know Brian Clay that does Beyond Wednesdays. He was doing a big show about it too. Yeah, drama.
Wow.
No wife stealing drama. All right, there's none of that, unfortunately. But you know, we can still create that drama in HeroCon if you guys want. But you know, there was none of that in C2E2.
I don't know. I missed out on the exclusive at MegaCon that I'm kind of pissed off about. But
which one was that?
The McFarlane, the Batman 423 foil.
Don't feel bad about it. You know, they have it at every single con.
Yeah,
they had it in New York Con too.
I mean, it's just like I mean, you know, you look on secondary market and it's just like, damn, it's like $70, but at the con they were selling it for $15.
No, they were selling it for $50 at New York Con.
Oh, really?
So don't feel bad.
Yeah, but that's New York though. That's always inflated.
Dude, there were some exclusives, like no lie, that they were like, "Oh, this is exclusive. It's $100," and I'm like,
"Dude, I swear to God, I'm gonna make a
Shove it
video.
up your ass.
Are they gonna do
Yeah, I know.
exclusives at HeroCon?
I don't
You
know.
know,
I imagine they would.
all right. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go from booth to booth, and I'm gonna see what they're exclusive for. And if they're selling it for a ridiculous price, I'm gonna say "fuck you," and I'm gonna walk away. And I'm gonna do this.
Fuck you.
You lose. You lose.
And then I'm gonna
Do you have any exclusives here? Yeah, we do, sir. We have this selection here. These ones are $75. These are $100. Fuck you! And you just walk on.
nothing else. I'm just gonna give them a "fuck you" and walk away. And I'm gonna keep rolling and walk on to the next booth.
Hey, this guy over here said he had some exclusives. Do you have those as well? We do. They are 75 and 100. Fuck you! And he just keeps
Fuck you!
It's literally he just goes to the next table. And it's only like 2 feet away, so they heard the whole thing.
That's exactly what I'm planning on
By the time
doing.
he gets to the end
Are
of the
you going to
alley,
tell me "fuck you"? Because I don't want to
everybody's
tell
gonna
you
be
the prices right now. You could just keep on moving.
Probably,
Jeremy,
I think
want you to wear a mask that has your hands on it. That's what I want you to know. Full mask, just eyes, and then your hands on the mask. And you just walk around and tell everybody, "Fuck you," and just walk away.
Oh, jeez, look at that.
Oh god.
Oh man, that's
how I'm gonna walk around.
No, this is
Blue
scary.
Man Group.
This is frightening.
That is creepy.
I don't know
I'm not
why
gonna
that's so
lie.
creepy right now.
That's some like horror
the
movie
eyes.
shit.
Yeah,
the eyes
dude.
are what
I
is
can
doing
tell
it
you
for me.
Yeah, it's too much. We'd rather have the hands. If I'm sorry, but if I came around the corner and I saw you like that,
I'm
instantly
gonna be the fucking
walk away.
police at the car.
Just instantly walk away. No, I'm done.
Yeah, I think $10 is gonna be my threshold for exclusives. If it's more than $10, they're getting a fuck you.
Oh yeah, good luck with that.
Well, sir, they're $10. Oh,
Usually
fantastic.
15.
Here, do you take credit cards? We do. That'll be $11.21. Fuck you! He just walks away.
I might give him a fuck you in a different way. Like, I might fuck you and then I walk away. Or I might give him a different fuck. It depends. It depends how outrageous they are.
Just
The
hopefully you're not
level
wearing
of
that
fuck you
mask.
they get.
If you're wearing that mask, it's gonna be worse.
Oh god.
It's so jarring. That's really a shocking mask, my man. That's too much.
And on that creepy note, I need to go. You'd be right. You probably only run it for a little bit anyway when you're Remy. You probably finish it up soon. I don't be gone for
He's like,
5
no, I
minutes.
just got here. Thanks for everyone leaving.
As long as you did, thank
Oh, hold on. You're leaving now?
Yeah, I've actually
Fuck you.
got some stuff to do. You lose.
Fuck you.
No, seriously, Spidey. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. That's awesome, man.
Nah, always a pleasure and always a privilege. Or an honor. Whichever way you want to put it. Take care, guys. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to everybody that jumped on and kept me company. I greatly appreciate it.
I do prefer the more sort of, I suppose you could call it intimate sort of setting where
you asshole. All right.
Take it easy,
See
bud.
you
Thank
guys.
you.
Take care, brother. Oh man.
Yes, and then there were 4.
Hey, did anyone read this?
Whoa, he comes up in a golden face. No.
I didn't notice it too much.
That gold one is even more disturbing.
Yeah.
Especially with the hair.
Am I supposed to have hair?
No.
It just makes it much worse. I don't know why.
It just... Everyone talks to Malachi.
Hell no.
Oh man, that is awesome. No, I have not read that. Was it good?
It's not bad. It's pretty funny. There's a little more comedy, like because he's like the man.
Yeah, how many are you? I feel like you're the masked man, and it just changes colors. You're like that guy, the magician.
It's like
I
a
really
mood
don't know what
ring.
you're talking about.
So instead of mood ring, he's got a mood mask.
I'm just giving you guys a face reveal, and like this is the kind of treatment I get for it.
No, we appreciate it, sir.
Well, we're giving you the same reaction to Remy's 1.0 AF15 story. Okay.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm exhausted. Drove all night. Got to Florida.
And we're like,
Just
oh,
buying
okay.
an AF15. It's not that big of a deal. It's a 1.0, but it's a sweet deal. And nobody at all was fazed by that. Not one person was
Oh,
like,
nice.
AF15 1.0 for a really good price.
Oh my gosh.
Man.
What is that?
Yes. Oh, okay. All right. All right, sir.
Where'd Remy go?
You just you have had it, sir. It's just
I
you
don't
and Roscoe right now.
I don't know if I like this.
I don't know what to tell you. What the hell?
What am I still doing here?
Where did everybody go?
How many did you buy? How many do you have?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Well, he had to buy the lot because it was a better deal.
Apparently. You can jump on if you want to.
Yeah, where you at, Nick?
You can jump on. Let me pull up my Instagram just in case I've gotten thousands of messages of people that wanted to join.
Oh man, I thought the last one was creep.
Dude, there's the guy that was in that picture that I showed you earlier tonight, Roscoe.
That's him. There he is. Oh, gosh.
I'm getting ready for Cinco de Mayo.
I had bunny ears, and this guy comes out with full horror masks. Hey, it's Easter, everyone. Here I am. I've got my cute bunny ears, and this guy comes in. I just got blood coming from my eyes. How you guys like my
Watch the
mask?
next face he's gonna come out. It's gonna be a cute bunny face.
I don't
I
know.
mean, I want to say both of you were on the stream where we all took our shirts off and put on masks and danced around for a couple minutes. So
That is true. That is true. Oh my gosh.
They're getting worse.
Happy Easter, people.
Give
Would it
us
make
your
you feel-
best cackle.
Would it make you feel a little better if I like shit out a chocolate egg?
Can you do that? Because if you can, please. We're waiting.
I'll tell you what, I'll do my very best to try.
There you go. Want us to write you a note, Nick?
All right, there you go. There's a cackle.
That was not good.
Yeah. Oh, well, whatever.
Like that.
Oh, there you go.
I'm pretty sure that's some kind of weird animal call.
It sounded like a goat. For all those who are new to Remy Q Studios, typically after 2:00, this is what we do: play the mask game and we do animal noises, and you have to guess the animal.
You know how many people will be disappointed the next time they tune in and it doesn't happen?
Yeah. But keep it for the masks. It's like that glove guy. He always comes in here and wants us to put on gloves and stuff. It's weird.
There's a guy with gloves?
Yeah, his name used to be Sam Gloves, and then he changed it to Sam something else, but he's got the same picture. And he was like, I like gloves. And if you go to his channel, he literally has videos of him like laying out surgical gloves and shit. It's so creepy. But he always wants Angel to put on these gloves, these latex gloves. I don't know. And if depending on the color, he knows what they're made out of. Oh, God. I don't know. It's all you, brother.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh.
That was the best one right there.
All right.
That was the best one.
We're done. Okay. All right.
The
Good evening. Good evening. This is what the real comic community does, by the way.
yes, the real comic community. You know, we are a nominee of the CBCA awards, and it's this kind of content that took us there.
To the moon. Go to the moon.
So, in other words, the real comic community are clowns?
Timestamp.
Oh gosh.
Oh man, it's too good.
Oh boy.
Thank you for acknowledging us and showing us how much you love us just by the real community, the real comic community.
There you go. See, it's true. You don't get this stuff anywhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard, you know. It's hard for me to be able to connect with the real comic community. You know, I try to assimilate as much as possible. I try to belong with everybody. You know, I try to show my face off for everybody. And, you know, I bring on great co-hosts. Oh yeah, you know. Yeah, you know, we do what we can for the community, my friend.
Yeah, I as well. I've been trying to obtain some sort of status in this real comic community for several years now. It's just not working out. Still just the fake community, really.
That's it.
That's kind of like our that's our niche. It's the fake comic book community.
I'm pretty sure this is real. I mean, look at what we got going on here. This seems real to me. I don't know what these guys are saying.
Being fake since 2020.
You're a faker. You're a faker.
Sweat too much Kool-Aid. Doesn't take it.
Shit.
I don't understand the expression in the mask. It's just
Yeah, right.
It's like it's so creepy.
Why is the mouth like? Ooh.
Guys, what's going on?
Would you fuck me? Because I fuck me.
Oh, yes.
That's the face it looks like.
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. Ooh, yeah.
Don't do head movements like that. You don't like any of those that move.
Oh man.
It's more like keep making that face. It's more like
No, you
Well,
just
you
turned
can't
it
stop
creepy,
making
man.
that face. Why would
You
you
just
say
do-
keep?
you
Hey,
just made it
Journey, keep
really,
making
really
that
crazy
face.
and creepy,
Yeah,
dude.
keep making that face.
Yo, make sure keep that face still. I got something I want to try out. Please don't change it.
don't move. Don't move your facial features at all.
Whatever you do, don't change anything about your face. I got something I want to try out.
No, this is this gives you a good feeling of how the googly eyes in the sky keep looking at you.
I know it's too much. It's too much. I don't have anything to combat that.
Staring into your soul.
Just stop. Just stop doing it. You're going to drive me crazy.
Oh, I won't drive you crazy. I'm sorry.
That's all I got. I don't have any clips to combat somebody with a mask like that.
What a little boy, man.
I don't understand that clip.
I don't know. It's just the best. I know when Louis said that, I had to get that
What
one.
a little boy, man.
What a little boy, man.
He's saying I'm some kind of little boy. I don't understand what he's talking.
Oh man,
I'm a little perplexed.
Man, I
don't
got
like
to
it
meet
because
Louis, bro.
from my
That was
perspective, I feel like you're looking right at me. You're making me uncomfortable.
You're looking into my soul.
You're looking right at me. Like,
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Look at me.
yeah, how does that feel, Roscoe?
Russell's gonna wake up. Jesus.
Wow, wait.
Is this gonna happen?
I see you, my pet Roscoe. Come here.
I don't know what's going on. What am I part of right now?
I
don't even know
don't know
anymore.
either. I don't know.
How many people are watching this?
I just
God,
jumped on the street because I was like, man, these guys are going ham over here. I had no idea that this was happening, though.
This is not even an insomniac.
Oh man, are you gonna do are you Journey? Are you planning to do a live? If we end this, are you gonna do a live stream? Are you doing
Anything is
Insomniac?
possible. I don't know, but anything is possible.
No, after the last one, I went back through and I watched all those intro entries. That was pretty amazing.
We do have an amazing community.
Because that one that you played, the one that Tyler did, that's just creepy. I don't know. That wasn't as bad as the mask. I feel like this is gonna be a part of it. Yeah, Roscoe.
You're not the real community, man. You're fake
Roscoe's
community.
worse.
Hey, you're
Look
fake
at that. I
community.
think Roscoe's worse.
Oh, jeez.
Here it goes. I don't have anything here.
What the fuck is this thing?
What?
What am I looking at right there?
Looking at.
What, is that turtle shell?
Yeah. It's a turtle shell.
What the fuck? What the hell? Oh, dude, you just creep me out, dude. I don't know what to do with that. I really don't know what to do with that.
I mean, I have comic masks, but I don't have weird stuff like that.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Weird stuff. Oh, jeez. What am I looking at over here?
But do I have to get a mask now too?
Yeah, all the cool kids are doing it.
This is what the real comedy community is. Yeah. Wait, does this make me Destro? Like, am I like a real G.I. Joe community guy now?
No, you're Goldface from The Office. Or
I see you, Remy.
That's too much. I'm digging this dragon mask. That's what's up.
You Puff the Magic Dragon over here.
I'm waiting for Roscoe to come out with his pig mask. I'm Batman.
Where's Rachel? Goodness, now we can get back to normal.
Yeah, wait until Roscoe jumps on.
I don't know what the hell he's up to. It's kind of hard to breathe with that shit on.
It's kind of hard to do. This.
You gotta talk like a Batman if you're gonna.
Well, I don't have any ears. There's no ear holes in my cowl, so it's like.
You gotta wear the Batman. You gotta do a Batman voice if you're gonna do the Batman mask.
Where's the trigger?
I don't think that was Batman. I don't know what that was, but that was definitely not Batman.
The Batman voice like this.
That sounds more like a Venom voice.
Well, get the wax out of your ears. That was a perfect Batman voice.
All right.
I'm just telling you, so you know.
Yeah, this just squeezes my face too much.
Better your face than something else.
Ugh. Whew, it's too much. Where is Roscoe?
He's looking for his mask.
So, I mean, if he doesn't come back with the
I
mask,
know what mask he's
if
getting.
he comes
too.
back regular Roscoe,
everybody freak out.
Yeah, you can't do regular Roscoe after this.
What happened? You guys all look like surprised. It's like you never saw the many faces of Journey.
No, we didn't. This was the first
I
time.
haven't.
Wow.
There we go. There we go.
Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Look at that face.
It works so perfectly with the mask, man.
Oh,
dude, that is the fucking scariest shit I ever saw in my life.
The glasses make it worse.
Yes.
The glasses make it worse. It looks so real. Like, it really bothers me.
What, seriously, what would you do if you saw a freaking nut like him walking down the street from you in the middle of
Just imagine. Roscoe, do a voice. Do a voice. You
Can
muted.
Please bring that mask with you to HeroCon.
You're still muted.
It doesn't matter. It makes it even worse.
I want to like hear you do a sound like.
You make me want
Hey, it's
step
me.
up my prop game, man.
Man,
You're muted
Holy
still.
shit.
I didn't realize I was muted. I'm sitting here talking and shit.
Nah, that's crazy shit, Roscoe. That's probably the
gotta wear
scariest
the
mask.
You
glasses
gotta
every
wear the
time.
glasses every time.
Honestly, you guys made me blue in the face right now with the fucking with that mask.
Oh yeah, it's turned into mask hour apparently. So if any of the folks at home have masks, put your mask on.
Please put them on now. We can't
Yeah.
see you, but
Yeah, we
just
can't
join
see
in
you.
the fun and stuff. Hopefully, you live alone or your significant other understands if they walk into the room and you're randomly wearing a mask. But yeah, jump on, or not jump on, but jump on the bandwagon of mask wearing.
Blue band group.
Yeah, I've had it looks like there's Oh yeah, I've had a couple. Yep, I've got several screenshots now that I've received of the masks.
The question is, what can you possibly do with these screenshots?
I don't know. I don't know.
The one with me and the glasses is
You-
creepy.
Yeah, I'm getting screenshots too.
That's funny.
Yeah, the one with the yes, man, it goes so well with your face. Not gonna lie, like if you put a little bit of makeup, like colored it a little bit, like be the same color as your face, like it fits your face perfectly.
Yeah.
Dude, that pigman face freaking freaked me out.
I have two of them.
Where did you get that?
I don't know, man. With his beard popping out of it and everything, that shit's scary as hell, man. I would not want to walk down the street in New York seeing a
There
guy
you go.
walking down like that. At
I'm
any
Roscoe.
time of the day.
Yep, same.
I think you should be the next mutant from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Who? Pigman?
Big man coming to get you in your dreams.
They already got Bebop. He's a
Yeah,
warlock.
but they don't got Roscoe.
It's true.
Who says you need to be a villain?
Yeah, I bought it on Amazon, and in the package there was two of them, so they sent me two. So I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. When am I ever going to use the second one?"
You can keep red blood on one when you're killing somebody. You can have a reserve.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that wasn't my mask. This is my mask. See?
Pigman.
Oh shit. That's Roscoe. That's a self-portrait.
I'm really disturbed right now.
Hey, you're the one who started it.
I didn't start anything. I don't know what to talk about.
That's the
I
only-
decided to do something nice for Remy's channel to show my face. Like everybody always says, show your face. I was like, all
Yeah,
right,
we
I'll show my
appreciate
face.
it. We appreciate it.
It's the only mask. It's the only mask I have.
Same.
People are like, "That guy's a psycho killer."
The psycho killer.
This is my sleep mask, by the way. No, I'm just kidding. I wake up.
You were like, I just want to know how you landed on that. Like you were looking at masks and you just randomly like.
Actually, it was.
I like that one right there.
It was a spy.
Oh, they have an alternative version that's made out of actual pig skin. Yes.
Oh, they did have some. They had some really just like scary ones, like gross. Because I was like, I'm gonna go with a pig, and so I was like, all of them were like, and then this one, I was like, oh, this one's not bad. I mean, it's not like a whole thing around my head. It leaves the whole bottom of my face open.
Yeah. Oh no, I can
Easy
see the
to
practicality
go.
of that. I can
It's
see
easy
it.
to scare the shit out of people, you know.
It still scares the shit out of people.
Dude, you cringe the shit out of me with that, man.
It still scares the shit out of me when I see it.
It's like you forget you're wearing it. You walk past the mirror. Shit, man. Oh, it's just me.
You look like you freaking belong in Texas Chainsaw Massacre with that thing.
Now you look like you could have went like as Professor Pig to the con.
Oh, damn, you're right. I could have.
Can you please bring that if you come to HeroCon?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah,
now you got to get like the
Big Man mask. That brings up some pretty bizarre stuff. I'll just gonna say that if you, for those who have Googled this, or Bing, but Pigman mask. Yeah.
Well, don't forget when you're putting all the keywords for this video in Pigman mask, Psycho Killer.
Psycho Killer. Guys, say.
Here we go. This isn't even the full mask, but just as an idea of the eyes, this is Roscoe. Like, this is what you.
You gotta put Puff the Magic Dragon in there.
Yeah, you know what though? For real, that's pretty impressive, man.
Right? It's a pretty dope mask.
That's what I mean. That is not a cheap mask at all. Like,
Dude, that's White Killer freaking Dragon Man.
I love the hair that's coming out of his mouth, though. It looks like like it doesn't give like a bottom half of his mouth. So he looks like
I can just go like this.
All right,
jeez. That's
2:55. We cutting it off at 3, or y'all keep going?
You're the host. You
I
run
don't
the
care.
show.
Again, I feel bad. I came in. I just came in.
You tell us what to do.
All right, we'll kill it at 3 then. We'll kill it at 3, just in case.
Sounds good.
Just in case, the children of the night.
I appreciate everybody coming out though. You guys killed this thing, man. This is awesome. Thank you. I'm glad that we had some folks join the hangout. I was worried. I told Spidey, I was like, "Hey man, I'm not gonna be able to make it tonight. Like, do you want to host or should we postpone?" He's like, "No, man, I'll take care of it." So I appreciate y'all joining.
Nice.
And
The
definitely
man's
everybody in the
hug.
chat. I mean, again, you don't find this kind of material anywhere. Like this is entertainment at its best.
You only find us at the real comic book community.
Tonight when you're sleeping, and this image haunts your dreams.
Hello.
The children of the night. We wait for you.
And the children of the night, I'm coming to see you in your dreams.
You're welcome, fake comic
This
community.
is what it looks like when
You're welcome.
Insomniac Nation
You're
invades
welcome.
Remy's hangout.
If you ever wanted to know why people pay such premium to have CJ come on their channels, that's why. That's why right there. You don't get this just anywhere. Do you guys want to discuss anything? Do you have anything coming up? Comic Journey. Do you have? Are you? You said you might be going on.
Well, I'm not confirming or denying anything at this moment.
I think everybody should sub up to them then, and make sure you have the notifications on. That's how I find those late night streams that you do, because I'll get that notification that you've gone live, and sometimes I'll check and I'm like, oh yeah, they just went straight through the morning. It's unbelievable.
There is a possibility. Oh, the one thing I promise you is when you think you know the answers of how my channel work, I change the questions.
There you go.
There you go.
No, I
Well,
understand.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you for allowing Insomniac Nation to join your Remy's hangout tonight.
I appreciate you for letting us run this type of stream again. This is all you, brother. You're the king of the Insomniac, so I don't want to steal your thunder.
Well, I wasn't going to go against you. I wasn't going to go against you because everybody knows, like, you don't want to get on the journey's bad side. Yeah,
that is true. That is true. What about you, TM? How are you doing, man?
He's going to be beating his wife tonight. And
I'm tired. I'm doing good though.
I got you.
Yeah,
You have anything coming up that we should be looking out for?
Well, me and Roscoe are going to be hanging out with Kyle Scram this Monday.
This guy?
Yeah,
awesome.
Kyle Strand from Twig, man, that's gonna be dope.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a good time. 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Geek.
8:35.
Is that on Roscoe's?
Yeah.
Channel.
Yeah.
And then an hour before that, I'll be over on S-Spawn 82's channel for Comic Addicts.
what the hell is he going to be doing?
Talking with me.
Tell us about it.
Talk with me.
I don't know. He has a bunch of questions. I'm not sure what he's going to ask me. So,
Well, I'm going to supply him with many answers, and I'm going to tell you 2 of them are going to refer to that mask. So,
perfect.
What about you, Psycho? Pig.
Professor Pig.
No, I got, between the lines, Monday night, 8:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna have Kyle Stram on my channel, Geek Out with Roscoe. I just dropped an AOK unboxing from Tylox the Mighty. So that was fun. It was the first time I used InShot, so I added a whole bunch of like stupid sound effects, like when I take the knife out and I'm like, it's like, and I'm like, it looks so stupid and I love it. So it was a lot of fun making that. But yeah, just keep an eye out for my channel. I'm going to be dropping a whole bunch of stuff. I got a short video that I'm going to be making about Pocan Joe. So that's been a lot of fun. So keep an eye out.
Definitely keep an eye out for that. Man, I appreciate
Keep
it.
an eye out for me wearing a pig man mask.
I think I got a new name for you, duo, Pigman and Ham Meat. I think it's the perfect name for you two guys right now.
Just call me Ham Bone.
No, like I said, I appreciate you guys hanging out, taking the stream where it went tonight. That's awesome. And again, everybody in the chat, thank you for joining and for all the comments and staying so active, because that is seriously the best part of these live streams, is when everybody kind of participates out there. And certainly we try to keep it open. So on the next Remy's Place, if you want to join, hit up somebody on IG and they'll send you the link.
Remy, don't forget, tell only fakers and phonies are invited, right?
Yes,
no
correct.
real comic community here.
Yes,
phony. Yeah. You big fat phony.
Yeah,
you're phony.
Unfortunately, we're not interested in anybody from the real comic community. We like the fake comic community only. But yeah, we appreciate that for sure. So
yeah.
There you go.
Hey, piggy.
I think we got some pig fans here.
Yeah,
Mario is freaking amazing.
Pretty jarring, pretty bizarre. So
it really kind of disturbs me, the fact that there's so much love for the pig, because it's a scary as fuck kind of concept.
Yo, CJ, when I was on Spine Ticks, bro, Pigman was a huge thing on there. No lie, all the time.
Dude, we got some disturbed people part of this fake community.
Yeah, it's true. Very true. But yeah, Pigman was a big thing.
Jesus.
Yes, Kyle Belt.
Happy Easter, people.
I wanted to get a plug for those. Okay. If you or Dan, just come on, ask him. We encourage the chat to ask questions. So feel free if you want to just come in and ask that question. I think I ask maybe 2 questions now on my show, because we love to have the community be a part of the show. And let me tell you, we get such an abundance of questions. That come
I'm
in.
gonna get you to put on slow
You
mode.
only ignore my questions. That's basically what you do. You only ignore my questions. For some reason,
Yeah,
for some fucking reason,
do you put Q in front
Not
of
me.
it?
Not
Fuck
me.
you, Q.
If you don't put Q in
Fuck
front of
you,
it,
Q.
You don't understand how many people like I have to
Listen, Q. Fuck you. Okay, no Q from me.
and when have you?
see
I've
my
never
name,
seen you in the chat recently. So
when you see, are you serious?
Uh-oh.
Then you bet. Then you need to check again, my friend. You know,
Uh-oh.
if I ask a question, I get ignored. I'm leaving. I'm taking my ball and going home. You better answer my question, or I'm going home. That's
Travis is the one who run.
Why are you yelling at me?
yeah, I'm gonna get you to put on slow mode for the chat too.
Yeah.
What are you inferring that there's
Roscoe,
something
who
wrong
had
with
the
me?
best hug at the con?
Oof. Oh man. Okay. So Freaky Louie gave me a big hug and then immediately gave me like another hug. Like it was hilarious. He just couldn't believe that we were there. But
he gave
Old
you
Wolf,
two hugs in a row.
Yeah.
What a little boy, man.
Was there any poking action in that hug?
No.
Okay, that's good. That's positive.
But Old Wolf grabbed my butt when we hugged. We hugged, and then he just was like whoop, and I was like, what the? John really just was like, yeah, like he was so excited, and he just like didn't. I don't think he expected to see me, so his hug was pretty intense. I'm not gonna lie. But Freaky Louie, I'm gonna say, was the double hug. Was like we hugged, and then we were like, I can't believe we're meeting one another, and he was like, yeah, and then we just were like,
It's just like that time that you kissed that girl and like you just kind of kissed very quickly and then you're like, oh, I love you, and then you just start going right at it.
Did you get any hot community nerds come and hug you with big boobs? Anybody like that?
God, I wish. No,
none of that.
No.
Yeah, he had a good eyes view though.
No
I
kabuki
did.
wearing dress nerds.
I'm not gonna lie. I did see a bunch of ass though. Like, I mean, it was unbelievable what the amount of clothes that girls were not wearing. Because the anime, like they were all dressed like anime characters. So it's like like it's just like a thong, like just one piece, like barely anything covering. And I'm just like,
Yeah, One Piece is an anime.
Here on
I
the
saw,
material
I sat on your
plane.
face.
Yep, exactly. But I was in the cart, and I was in the scooter, and I'm just chilling. And like I said, it's like, everyone's ass is there, but it was great when I got to see the female.
There's
Dude,
a video of you.
I
There's
wanna see
somebody
you.
has a video of you going around just following girls' asses in the scooter.
I want to see him following the girls with the scooter like he's Dr. Evil and just like
it was bonkers though. Like I said, I was like, I could not believe. I'm like, damn. I'm like, I could tell the Roscoe's like,
you should have been running through the freaking con with the scooter, just yelling, "I am sex machine," and just keep going.
You
know what I
the
kept
big
doing?
man mask and then just walk up to the vendor and say, "Fuck you."
Could you imagine him just rolling up to you wearing that? Not saying anything?
I'm just sitting there.
I think about CJ creeping people out with his.
No, no. The funny thing with CJ, he'd be like pointing to, and he'd be like, "You know what? Fuck you."
But somebody, you better watch the first person that doesn't give me a bag at that con. It's gonna freaking get ballistic over there.
He's gonna come out in that.
I'm bringing you a bag.
Crying mask.
I'm gonna bring you a bag,
dude. I'm coming out guns blazing for the bagless vendor.
Yeah, everybody's gonna bring you bags.
Yeah, Publix sells some pretty cool.
That first
I
unfortunate
have
vendor.
it. I have it planned out. I'm gonna have a lawn and leaf bag filled with just used plastic bags. Just dump them out at your feet. Like, here's all.
I will not accept them. I do not take. I don't accept
Are
mercy
blown
bags.
away.
I don't want mercy bags. I want them to come from the vendor.
Just in the middle of the con, I dump them in the middle.
They all just start blowing around everywhere. Someone's like, "Who did this?" Like,
I can see CJ too, like coming up to a vendor wearing like one of those masks.
My
Do you
God,
offer
who did
bags?
this?
You better fucking offer bags.
How much is that exclusive?
No, I'm just gonna
you.
do what I did at King Kong. After I
You
figure
don't
out
bag?
they're
Fuck you.
well, you know what? That's pretty much what I did at King Kong. After I caught onto their gimmick that they weren't giving me bags, I would just go pick out my books, let them add me up, and then right before I pay them, they tell me how much, and I'm about to pay them. Like, do you have bags? And they say no. Okay, I'm not buying them. Walk to the next person.
CJ, you need to dress as a Kool-Aid man. And if they tell you the wrong price, just bust through their shit. Just be like, fuck you.
You get away with it once, and then
I'll
he'd
wreck
be out.
this shit, man. I'll run over their tables and everything, man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Fuck you.
Get a freaking, and then they'll get a Hawaiian punch too. You know?
Oh my gosh. Unreal.
So listen, Remy, if this is your highest rated Remy's Hangout, you have it all you have it all to pay towards the Pigman. You know, the Pigman. It's all the Pigman's work.
Hold on. Give me a second.
I like your hat,
Real
by
quick.
the way.
Listen, when it comes to me, you know, you get that initial journey boost. You always gonna get those extra few subs and views coming from me, but nothing like the Pigman. You don't get any Pigman action like that.
Look at me. Oh yeah. Here we go.
This just might be the highest rated, highest guest star panel to date this year.
I believe it.
It has to be nominated for the best guest stars in the CBCA awards or CBC awards. CBCA.
CBCA.
CBD. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Dude.
Yeah, this is the best ever.
Dude, I hope you clip that, man.
Hey, oh, I can't even see what I look
You got to
like.
sing a little Michael McDonald.
Hey, oh, big
Yes.
man. Big
Oh
man.
yeah.
Again, this is the only place you'll see anything like that, folks. So
I couldn't
Big
see
man
with
star.
I couldn't see with the sunglasses on. All right, let me put these on. Now
That's
I can
librarian, Big Man.
gosh,
Now
so
I can see a
creepy.
little better.
Oh my gosh, it's so bad. That is the weirdest thing.
You know what? Here's something
I
really
look
fucked
like-
up.
I look
I had
like
somebody I used to work with that looked like that.
I look like a pig dad. Like, do your homework.
Now
Sure,
you need to
that's-
get a dad bod picture for me. Take off your shirt.
Yeah, my dreams are nightmares. All right. I'm going to try to find something that I can play us out to that's a little bit different.
See, Ozzy says the same thing, Professor Pig.
Everybody's getting tired of the same endings here, so I got to get some new clips.
Well, you just got a Pig Man that you could end the stream with. So
No, we got
sing a song, Pig Man. Sing,
everybody
sing.
wanted some, and they got. Oh my god!
for the road, baby.
That's what they got. So, yep, Piggly Wiggly. All right. Again, we appreciate everybody out there. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for being on the panel. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank
No,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
brother.
No, thank
Appreciate
you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Closing time. Time to roll to Chili's and chow down with my fucking boys.
Night, you cock slamming fools.